Chapter 1888. Danger. The situation was extremely perilous. His head was about to be chopped off. Suddenly, Lin Feng's right hand moved at the perfect moment. Clang. This attack, it bounced directly on top of the murderous aura that was slashing towards him, and directly shook the murderous aura away. A silver-haired young man walked toward Lin Feng from afar. Bai Shusheng. He was a living being that had walked out of the stone. Although Lin Feng and Bai Shusheng were both disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect, they had never interacted before. In fact, before the auction, Lin Feng did not even know that Bai Shusheng was a disciple of the reincarnation immortal sect. After all, there were more than 10 million disciples in the reincarnation immortal sect. Naturally, Lin Feng did not know all of them. How dare you snatch the treasure that I want? Have you thought about how you're going to die? Bai Shusheng's voice was cold. Although he was only 11 years old, he still looked very young and immature. However, he was ruthless. It wasn't like a young man's temperament at all. His eyes were incomparably cold. He did not seem to have any emotions. His heart, it was as if it was made of ice. His blood, it seemed to be cold blood as well. Bai Shusheng stood not far away from him. Lin Feng felt that Bai Shusheng did not seem like a human. He seemed more like a weapon that could kill. Lin Feng said calmly, "There are many people who want to kill me. Who do you think you are? You don't know what's good for you." Bai Shusheng's voice was cold. He leaped out and charged toward Lin Feng. Swoosh. He turned into a murderous aura in midair. Humans were murderous auras. Murderous auras were humans. Lin Feng did not know what kind of technique it was. Although Bai Shusheng was young, his technique was extremely strange. Poof, poof, poof. Bai Shusheng's murderous aura tore through the void. He appeared in front of Lin Feng in an instant. Lin Feng's fist was surrounded by the power of dragons and elephants as he punched out. Bam! Both sides fiercely collided, and an extremely shocking scene appeared. Bai Shusheng's murderous aura. It tore through Lin Feng's power of dragons and elephants. Lin Feng's expression changed. He quickly leaped into the void and broke free from Bai Shusheng's murderous aura. Bai Shusheng snorted and chased after Lin Feng. His deadly chi immediately locked onto Lin Feng's silhouette and chased after him with the intention to kill. A living being to be born, to be born, to be born. Lin Feng frowned. He did not want to continue fighting Bai Shusheng. This was because many forces were probably looking for him. If he delayed any longer, if he was blocked by those people from the major powers, at that time, only death would await them. Lin Feng released his sky-burning anger and condensed a four-colored fireball. Then, he took out the four-colored ball of flames. Bam! The four-colored ball of flames exploded. Lin Feng wanted to use the burning wrath of heavens to repel Bai Shusheng's murderous aura. However, he did not expect Bai Shusheng's murderous aura to be so powerful. It charged out of the explosion and continued to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Bai Shusheng is really persistent. Oh, the great path of sacrifice. I am willing to sacrifice the life of that sinner. May the great path of sacrifice last forever. Lin Feng made a strange sound. This sound. It was very ancient and contained a mysterious power. That mysterious power. It was the power of sacrifice. All the power of sacrifice enveloped Bai Shusheng's murderous aura. The murderous aura burned fiercely. The power of sacrifice wanted to sacrifice Bai Shusheng alive. This was the great sacrificial art that Lin Feng had mastered. It was an extremely domineering divine ability. The murderous aura that Bai Shusheng had transformed into had no choice but to retreat. Then, it continuously attacked the void 36 times. The power of sacrifice was completely forced out of Bai Shusheng's body. The murderous aura turned back into Bai Shusheng's body. At this moment, Bai Shusheng realized that Lin Feng had disappeared. His expression was incomparably gloomy. What a great sacrificial art. You actually want to sacrifice me? You lowly human cultivator, the next time I see you, I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Bai Shusheng turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Above the boundless sea, Lin Feng sat on the back of the 4 sacred birds. The 4 sacred birds quickly flew in the direction of the ultimate ruins battlefield. Beside his ear, the wind whistled. At this moment, the Black Bear Sage's voice sounded. We will reach the territory of the Evil Dragon Palace and Fusang Island in about 30,000 kilometers. Be careful. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and informed the 4 sacred birds. He told them to be careful. The 4 sacred birds said, "Don't worry, young master. Even if we encounter cultivators from the Evil Dragon Palace and Fusang Island, we can still defeat them even if we can't defeat them." The 4 holy birds had a rather straightforward personality. If they couldn't defeat them, they would run. If they could defeat them, they would fight. This kind of character was actually quite suitable for living in the world of cultivators. As he continued to go deeper into the sea, Lin Feng saw all kinds of scenery in the sea. For example, he saw an island with heavy snow. Not long after, he saw another island with flowers blooming. The weather in the sea changed very frequently. Although the distance was not very far, the climate was very different. Besides, Lin Feng also saw many rare and strange beasts in the sea. For example, there was a whale with purple scales that was 4,000 to 5,000 meters long. It could swallow an island with a single bite. There was also a giant crab with a diameter of more than 2,000 meters. Its huge claws clamped gently. It could easily kill any giant sea beast in the sea. 3 days later, Lin Feng saw an island. There were actually cultivators living on that island. This was because he saw a village in the depths of the sea. However, the village was not big. There should not be many people. Although the sea was dangerous, there were indeed many islands in the sea with residents. There was another principle in the sea world. Even pirates could not harass the residents at sea. This was because many pirates who lived in the sea all year round might be cultivators from some island. Therefore, pirates usually did not rob islands. The targets of pirates were cultivators, ships, and even fleets passing by on the sea. Lin Feng planned to land on the island in front of him to rest. At this moment, boundless ghost chi suddenly surged out from the island. Soon, the ghost chi covered the sky and the sun. Hey! A sinister voice came from the ghost chi. The 3rd prince of the ghost barbarian lands has finally escaped. Amidst the endless ghost chi stood an incomparably demonic young master. The young master's eyes were incomparably evil. At this moment, he was laughing eerily, like the roar of a malicious spirit. Anyone who heard it would feel their hair stand on end. Chapter 1889. What a terrifying ghostly aura. Could that demonic man be a powerful evil ghost? Lin Feng looked at the man in the ghostly aura and frowned slightly. Some evil ghosts would indeed be incomparably strange when they cultivated. Once they were born, they would be as demonic as that man not far away. No. This is a cultivator from the profound Yin ghost race. I didn't expect the profound Yin ghost race to exist in the 9 provinces. The Black Bear Devil King's expression turned grave. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat as he asked, "Profound Yin ghost race? What race is that?" The Black Bear Devil King said, "The profound Yin ghost race is said to be able to communicate with the ethereal ghost realm. They believe in the ghost immortal of the ghost realm, and this race seems to have grasped the method to open the gate to the ghost realm. Once the gate to the ghost realm is opened, countless living beings from the ghost realm will appear and cause great suffering." Lin Feng said, "When I was in the Sea of Lightning, I entered the passage to the ghost realm. If the living beings of the ghost realm want to cause chaos in the Yang realm, can't they come out from that passage?" The Black Bear Devil King said, "Of course not. Between heaven and earth, there is an order. The passage you saw is the passage from the Yang realm to the ghost realm, not the passage from the ghost realm to the Yang realm." Lin Feng understood the Black Bear Devil King's meaning. Entering the ghost realm and leaving the ghost realm were different. The Black Bear Devil King continued, "The living beings of the ghost realm can only come out from the gate to the ghost realm. This way, the living beings of the ghost realm will be supported by the laws of order of the ghost realm. At that time, when the living beings of the ghost realm appear in the Yang realm, they will not be harmed by the laws of order of the Yang realm. They can stay in the Yang realm for a long time, causing chaos in the world. Lin Feng suddenly thought of a saying. This saying was called humans and ghosts walk different paths. It meant that humans and ghosts walked different paths and lived in two different worlds. The Yang realm had its own laws. The Yang realm had its own laws. The living went to the Yang realm. They would die. Similarly, if the living beings of the Yang realm entered the Yang realm, they would die. The ghost realm belonged to the Yang realm. If the living beings of the ghost realm entered the Yang realm, they would be killed by the laws of the Yang realm. The Black Bear Devil Lord's words also proved these rumors. However, if these creatures of the ghost realm were to receive the blessing of the order of the ghost realm, that way, they would be able to withstand the attacks of the laws of the mortal realm. In this way, then, he would be able to live in the mortal realm. The Black Bear Devil Monarch continued, the profound Yin ghost race has opened the gate to the ghost realm more than once, and then the creatures of the ghost realm came out of the gate. Who knows what kind of terrifying slaughter they caused, even greater than the slaughter caused by the invasion of the heavenly demons. At that time, the land was completely scarlet, and ghosts ran amok. The world seemed to have turned into a purgatory. What benefits will the profound Yin ghosts gain by doing this? Lin Feng frowned. The Black Bear Devil Monarch said, the ghost immortal that the profound Yin ghost race believes in made them do this. It is said that the more people who die in vain, the stronger the resentment between heaven and earth, the stronger the ghost immortal will be. Because they are restricted by the laws of heaven and earth, the ghost immortal is unable to come out of the ghost realm. However, when their strength increases to a certain level, the ghost immortal will be able to escape. Therefore, the ghost immortal wants to continuously increase his cultivation, so he let the profound Yin ghost race open the gate to the ghost realm and release the creatures of the ghost realm to bring calamity to the world. Of course, the profound Yin ghost race will also benefit. The ghost immortal will descend with a powerful force, and the profound Yin ghost race will absorb the power of the ghost immortal, causing their cultivation to greatly increase. At this time, a cold shout came from the island, we must kill him, we must not let him escape. Cultivators soared into the sky one after another. They charged towards the cultivators of the profound Yin ghost race. There were a total of more than 20 cultivators. These cultivators were dressed in coarse clothes. If not for the fact that they were all holding magic swords, it would be easy for people to think that they were actually a group of ordinary island residents. Under the lead of an old man, more than 20 people began to besiege the cultivators of the profound Yin ghost race. Keik. The cultivators of the profound Yin ghost race laughed sinisterly. Your demon-sealing race has completely declined and is destined to be eliminated by history. Today, this crown prince will eat you all and then destroy your village. The cultivators of the profound Yin ghost race charged towards the cultivators of the island. Demon-sealing sword formation. The old man shouted in a deep voice. More than 20 people joined forces and displayed a kind of powerful sword formation. Sword chi crisscrossed the void. Every sword chi was surrounded by dense runes. Streaks of sword chi slashed at the cultivators of the mysterious Yin ghost tribe. However, the cultivator of the profound Yin ghost race was abnormally strong. He directly broke through the sword chi and arrived in front of an island cultivator. His sharp claws pierced through the cultivator's chest. Uganda. Many people were shocked and angry, and they quickly charged towards the cultivators of the profound Yin ghost race. The cultivator called Uganda looked down at his chest and couldn't help but laugh miserably. Then, the cultivators of the profound Yin ghost race devoured his flesh, blood, and soul essence in an instant. His body had turned into a dried corpse. The cultivators of the profound Yin ghost race had recovered a lot after devouring the flesh and soul essence of this cultivator. He licked his scarlet tongue and quickly dodged the attacks of the other island cultivators. Puff. The next moment, he arrived in front of a second island cultivator and pierced through his body with his sharp claws. In the blink of an eye, the flesh and soul essence of the second island cultivator. It was also devoured. The cultivators of the profound Yin ghost race were extremely terrifying. They wandered among the island cultivators, killing them and devouring their flesh, blood, and soul essence. More than 10 of the island cultivators died in the blink of an eye. Great. This is great. This feeling of becoming stronger is so comfortable. The cultivators of the profound yin ghost race let out sharp and eerie laughter. Endless ghost chi covered the sky and covered the sun. It enveloped the remaining cultivators as well. The cultivators of the profound yin ghost race wanted to wipe out the remaining island cultivators in one fell swoop. Suddenly, a dazzling sword chi tore through the ghost chi and slashed towards the cultivators of the profound yin ghost race. The cultivators of the profound yin ghost race suddenly froze. He turned around and punched out. Clang! After the cultivators of the profound yin ghost race destroyed the sword chi with a punch, he looked into the distance with his cold eyes and saw a young cultivator walking towards him. Keikakik, what a powerful bloodline. This crown prince can't wait to eat you. The cultivators of the profound yin ghost race laughed sinisterly. Ghost chi surged. The ghost chi covered the sky and enveloped Lin Feng, who was walking over from afar. Chapter 1890. Lin Feng looked indifferently at the profound yin ghost cultivator. You only have a portion of your origin energy left, yet you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Who gave you the guts? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the profound yin ghost cultivator laughed sinisterly. Despicable human brat. Who gave you the guts? How dare you be so arrogant in front of this crown prince? Lin Feng said indifferently. You're the self-proclaimed crown prince. You're already a prisoner, yet you still dare to call yourself the crown prince. Don't flatter yourself. The profound yin ghost cultivator shouted coldly. Impudent. In the immortal ancient era, if anyone dared to say such words to this crown prince, they would have died without a burial ground. This is no longer the immortal ancient era. Your era has ended long ago. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he punched at the profound yin ghost cultivator. Die. The profound yin ghost cultivator shouted coldly. With a sinister smile, he also punched at Lin Feng. Bang! When the two sides collided, a powerful shockwave swept through the world, shattering the void. This profound yin ghost cultivator was truly powerful. Lin Feng was actually unable to block his attack and was sent flying. Moreover, Lin Feng felt his blood and qi churn. He tasted something sweet in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This profound yin ghost cultivator was truly powerful. Keikakik, brat, I'm going to eat you. The profound yin ghost cultivator screamed. He quickly pounced at Lin Feng. However, the profound yin ghost cultivator soon discovered that there was a problem with his body. His body was rapidly aging. His strength was also rapidly depleting. The great reincarnation art. The profound yin ghost cultivator was experienced and knowledgeable. He instantly determined what kind of divine ability Lin Feng's punch was. The great reincarnation art could cause one's cultivation to rapidly age. Knowing that he had been hit, the profound yin ghost cultivator quickly retreated. He wanted to wait for the effects of the great reincarnation art to dissipate before attacking Lin Feng. Kill. A group of island cultivators shouted coldly. Under the lead of the old cultivator, they charged at the profound yin ghost cultivator. Sacred ancestor demon splitting sword. The old cultivator couldn't help but shout coldly. A light flashed in his hands. Instantly, a treasured sword flew out. It was a golden holy sword. There were numerous runes lingering around it. With a single glance, one could tell that it was an extremely powerful treasure. However, there was something peculiar about the sword. It was continuously devouring the old cultivator's longevity. Although this treasured sword was powerful, it was too harmful to the body. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it should not be used. The old cultivator knew that now was the best time to kill the profound yin ghost race cultivators, so he didn't hesitate to take out this sword. The old cultivator wielded the sacred ancestor devil splitting sword and blocked the path of retreat of the profound yin ghost tribe cultivators. Lin Feng took out the 10,000 elephant golden Buddha he had obtained at the auction. Strands of karma power surged into the myriad golden Buddha. With the influx of the power of karma, the 1,000-form golden Buddha began to be activated. Golden light surged into the 9 heavens. Billions of divine light, immortal. Namo Amitabha, a majestic voice resounded through heaven and earth. The 1,000-form golden Buddha flew out and quickly grew to 1,000 meters tall. It sat cross-legged in the void with a solemn expression. It was as if the Buddha of the great thunderclap temple had descended to the world. Sacred, solemn, powerful, rumble. Suddenly, the giant Buddha reached out with a large hand. That large hand descended from the sky. It slapped toward the profound yin ghost cultivator. Endless Buddhist light condensed on the ancient Buddha's palm. All the Buddhist light condensed into a swastika. The profound yin ghost race was a race between humans and ghosts. They were a race with an extremely dark attribute. Therefore, their race was greatly restrained by Buddhism. Facing the attack of the giant Buddha, the profound yin ghost cultivator's expression changed drastically. He threw a punch at the palm of the giant Buddha. A gate to the ghost realm condensed on the profound yin ghost cultivator's fist. The gate seemed to be able to communicate with the ghost realm. It seemed to be able to borrow the power of ghost immortals. The profound yin ghost cultivator's aura began to grow wildly. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. The profound yin ghost cultivator's methods were too strange. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't dare to hesitate and began to use the Great Karma Art. Great Karma Art. Everything in this world has a cause and an effect. The profound yin ghost cultivator communicated with ghost immortals in the ghost realm and killed living beings because of the cause. I represent justice and stop the profound yin ghost cultivator because of the effect. Please send down the power of karma and help me stop the profound yin ghost cultivator's scheme. Lin Feng suddenly roared. Waves of powerful energy descended from the sky. All of them surged into the profound yin ghost cultivator's body. Suddenly, the gate to the ghost realm on the profound yin ghost cultivator's fist shattered. The profound yin ghost cultivator's strength also began to weaken greatly. The Great Karma Art. You actually know the Great Karma Art. The profound yin ghost cultivator finally revealed a look of shock. One of the top 10 3,000 great Taos. Any one of them. They were all heaven-defying. But Lin Feng, he had already used 2 of the top 10 3,000 great Taos in such a short time. To be precise, he was using the top 5 3,000 great Taos. This was too heaven-defying. Bang! At this moment, the giant Buddha's attack came crashing down and collided with the profound yin ghost cultivator. Under the attack of the myriad golden Buddha, the profound yin ghost cultivator's body exploded. His body wasn't made of flesh and blood to begin with. He was only left with the last bit of his origin. Now, it was his own origin that had exploded. I am an immortal existence. The profound yin ghost cultivator roared in anger. The origin power quickly gathered together. It seemed to be reforming into a profound yin ghost cultivator. You have no chance. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he rushed over and used the great suppression art. He wanted to suppress the profound yin ghost cultivator's origin. Ah, no. I've worked so hard for so many years and finally escaped. How can I be suppressed again? Brat. You want to suppress me? Dream on. I won't be suppressed. Break. 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 The profound yin ghost cultivator roared. Endless ghost chi surged out of his origin, and the ghost chi let out sharp and ear-piercing screams. Countless skeletons and ghosts charged toward Lin Feng with bone swords. Anyone who saw this scene would probably lose their mind and retreat quickly. But Lin Feng's willpower was firm. He sneered. You want to scare me away with a mere illusion? How laughable. He raised his right hand and slapped the ghost chi. Bang! All of the ghost chi immediately collapsed. Lin Feng slapped the profound yin ghost cultivator's origin 9 times consecutively, completely dispersing the profound yin ghost cultivator's origin. The great suppression art directly suppressed the profound yin ghost cultivator's origin. Lin Feng took out the 4 ferocious cauldron and stored the suppressed profound yin ghost cultivator's origin. Chapter 1891. The sky gradually darkened, and a bonfire was lit in the village. Sobbing sounds could be heard from not far away. Many people in the village gathered in front of the bonfire, crying for the dozen or so dead cultivators. The corpses had already dried up and were placed in a row in the open space in front of the bonfire. There was an altar set up in the village. An old woman was wearing an ancient costume and was praying for the dead clansmen. After the ceremony was over, the corpses of the cultivators were thrown into the raging flames. Many people at sea liked to bury their dead at sea, because in the eyes of many sea residents, the sea was the incarnation of the sea god. Burying the dead at sea was equivalent to returning to the embrace of the sea god. Of course, not everyone believed in the sea god. Most of them believed in the sea god. That was why they buried their dead at sea. If they didn't believe in the sea god, there were many other burial methods. For example, burial, cremation, and so on. Late at night, the people in the village buried the ashes of the dead cultivators. Lin Feng had been watching all of this silently. At this moment, the old patriarch walked over and said, "I'm sorry for neglecting you. Please don't blame me. Old man, please don't say that. The most important thing is to take care of the dead." Lin Feng said, "Brother, if it weren't for Brother Lin, our entire village might have been wiped out today. We must thank little brother Lin properly," said the old man who had led more than 20 island cultivators to besiege the dark Yin Gao cultivators. Lin Feng had a simple conversation with the villagers and knew that this old cultivator was called Arhan. Lin Feng hurriedly said, "Once the dark Yin Gaos appear, they will definitely bring disaster to the world. What I'm doing is my duty as a cultivator." The old patriarch said, "There are fewer and fewer young and responsible people like you. Brother, rest for the night. Tomorrow, I'll take you to a place." Lin Feng was a little puzzled. Where did the old patriarch want to take him? However, Lin Feng guessed that it should be a very important place. "Angelina, take Brother Lin to his residence to rest for the night," continued the old patriarch. "Yes, grandfather." A beautiful woman walked over. This woman was Angelina. She was tall, voluptuous, and enchanting. Her eyes were especially charming and seductive. They looked like Persians. Persian women, on the other hand, were usually sexy and enchanting. It was the same for Angelina. "Mr. Lin, please come with me," Angelina said as she led the way, swaying her hips. Not long after, Angelina brought Lin Feng to her residence. This was a stone house. It was very simple and crude. There was only a bed, a table, and 2 chairs inside. There was nothing else. Angelina said, "If you need anything at night, you can call me. I'll be staying in the room over there." Angelina pointed to a stone house dozens of meters away. Lin Feng nodded and thanked him. Angelina didn't stay with him for long and soon left. The whole village was still in an atmosphere of extreme sadness. The village itself wasn't big. The elderly, women, children, and young adults added up to only about 300 people. More than a dozen people died at once. And the ones who died were the most powerful villagers in the village. These villagers were the pillars of the village. It was really a heavy blow to the village. The sky was very bright at night. The sea breeze blew. There was a faint fishy smell in the air. This was the fishy smell coming from the sea. This was the unique smell of the sea. Lin Feng lay on a smooth big rock, resting his head on his hands and looking up at the stars in the sky. "It's rare to see a monk go deep into the sea alone." A charming voice came. Angelina came over and sat beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng got up and sat on the rock. He could even smell the fragrance of Angelina's body. Angelina had a kind of exotic beauty. Enchanting, charming, and charming. Of course, Lin Feng was only admiring Angelina's beauty with the eyes of a man admiring a woman. It wasn't mixed with all kinds of other thoughts. He looked into the distance and said, "Yes, it's rare for a monk to go alone in such a dangerous place." After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng asked, "Has your tribe been here for many years?" Angelina nodded and said, "Our clan's mission is to look after the seal. It's said that it's been a very long time. It's been so long that even we don't know how long we've been here. I seem to have heard that profound Yin Gao cultivator call your tribe the demon sealers." Lin Feng looked at Angelina. This was the first time he had heard of the demon sealers. Even the black bear devil monarch had never heard of the devil sealing race. "Yes, we are the demon sealers. Our tribe's mission is to seal demons. Of course, The demons I'm talking about is a more general concept. I don't mean Skyfiends or earthen fiends, but those evil and dark creatures, such as creatures from the Wraith Realm, creatures from the Netherworld, or races like the profound Yin Gowls who want to open the gate to the Wraith Realm to release creatures from the Wraith Realm, etc. Angelina said. She couldn't help but sigh and say, for the sake of this mission, countless ancestors have died. Now, there are very few of our people left. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a deep admiration for the demon sealers. This obscure tribe. In order to seal those terrifying evil spirits, they had been silently contributing. Countless people had died because of this. However, they had never given up, nor had they wavered. Why have you persisted for so many years? Lin Feng asked. A long, long time ago, an ancestor once said that if our demon sealers didn't seal those evil spirits, perhaps no one in this world would do it again. However, our demon sealers are becoming weaker and weaker. Perhaps in a few more years, our tribe will be exterminated. At that time, we won't be able to do it again. Angelina's voice was faint, and her mood was somewhat low. Lin Feng patted Angelina's shoulder, hoping that she would feel better. After the immortal ancient upheaval, the world was in chaos, and the myriad worlds were plunged into misery and suffering. 100 ghosts roamed at night, and there were countless resentful spirits. At that time, our demon sealers were at their peak. The ancestors of the demon sealers took action and sealed 32 ghost immortals in the Wraith Realm. Now, countless years have passed, and our demon sealers seem to be like many other vanished races. We will be eliminated by the torrent of history and disappear from this world. Angelina sighed. Chapter 1892. The demon sealers were once incomparably powerful. To be able to seal 32 ghost immortals, one could see how powerful this race was back then. But no matter how strong they were, that was all in the past. It was gone forever. The current demon sealers. There were more than 300 clansmen left. Moreover, the bloodline of the clan had collapsed, and there were no more top-notch experts. This was the predicament that the demon sealers were facing now. Therefore, Angelina's worry was not without reason. In the long river of history, countless powerful races had appeared, but later, many races disappeared one after another. Would the demon sealers become such a race? Lin Feng comforted, the demon sealers will not disappear. As long as there is hope, it will always exist. I'm afraid that hope will be broken. If we lose hope, we won't be far from disappearing. There is hope in our hearts. Angelina muttered. Angelina muttered to herself. Her eyes gradually became firm. Our demon sealers. We will definitely continue to exist. Angelina said, as if she was talking to Lin Feng, but also as if she was cheering for herself. The next day, after a simple breakfast, Lin Feng walked towards the depths of the island under the guidance of the old patriarch and Arj-Han. Along the way, Lin Feng noticed that the old patriarch and Arj-Han both had solemn expressions. This made Lin Feng's heart skip a beat. Looking at the old patriarch and Argan's expressions, it was as if they were going on a pilgrimage. It seemed that the place that the old patriarch and Arj-Han were taking him to was not simple. When they arrived at the deepest part of the island, Lin Feng saw a huge valley. The valley was protected by a powerful restriction. On both sides of the valley, there were even 2 stone statues that were 1,000 meters tall. Of these 2 stone statues, one held the demon sealing sword, while the other held the sky-piercing hammer. The stone statue on the left was full of majesty. The stone statue on the right was full of dominance. The old patriarch and Arj-Han knelt down to the stone statues with incomparable devotion. Lin Feng guessed that these 2 stone statues were very likely the ancestors of the demon sealers. After the old patriarch and Arj-Han knelt down and kowtowed 9 times, they chanted an incantation. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The restriction of the valley began to crack. Come in. Arj-Han looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng nodded and followed the old patriarch and Arj-Han into the valley. In the depths of the valley, there was a huge tunnel. The passageway was very deep, and they walked for about 3 to 4 miles. Lin Feng saw a huge mountainside. After entering the mountainside, Lin Feng looked at the rock wall in surprise. On the walls of the mountain, it was filled with murals. God knows how many murals were painted on the entire mountainside. This is. Lin Feng looked at the murals in confusion. The old patriarch said, "Little brother Lin, this place is called the 10,000 Diagram Paradise. It's the inheritance land of our demon sealing clan. There are many murals here that record many secrets of our demon sealing diagram. Some of the murals even record the most powerful inheritance of our demon sealing diagram. However, little brother Lin needs to comprehend it himself." Ahan said, "I hope brother Lin can gain something." "Thank you, elders." Lin Feng thanked the old patriarch and Ahan. He knew what the 10,000 Diagram Paradise meant. In the past, the ancestors of the demon sealing clan could even seal ghost immortals. From this, it could be seen how powerful the demon sealing clan was. If he could obtain the ultimate inheritance of the demon sealing clan in the 10,000 Diagram Paradise, this was definitely a heaven-defying opportunity. The old patriarch handed a jade talisman to Lin Feng and said, "Little brother Lin, you're welcome. When you come out of seclusion, you can crush this jade talisman. At that time, we'll come here to pick you up." Lin Feng put away the jade talisman. He thanked them again. The old patriarch and Ahan left together. Lin Feng observed the murals. Are these murals painted by the ancestors of the demon sealing clan? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Many top forces had places similar to the 10,000 Diagram Paradise. There were ancient inheritances. However, disciples needed to comprehend them. Different people comprehended different inheritances. The inheritances they comprehended were usually the most suitable inheritances. For example, the Taishang Immortal Sect's Taishang 9 Heavens Palace was said to have tens of thousands of murals. Some murals directly described the history of the Taishang Immortal Sect. Some murals recorded some divine ability inheritances. There were also murals that recorded the insights left behind by the ancestors. There was also a Reincarnation Immortal Cave in the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. It was said to be very similar to the Taishang 9 Heavens Palace. However, the Reincarnation Immortal Cave was in the Reincarnation Immortal Sect's sacred ground. Lin Feng didn't know where the Reincarnation Immortal Sect's sacred ground was. Naturally, he couldn't enter it to cultivate. Now that he had entered the demon sealing clan's 10,000 Diagram Paradise to cultivate, it could be considered a great opportunity. Is this a ghost immortal? Lin Feng looked at a mural and couldn't help but frown. The mural depicted a three-eyed cultivator wearing a black robe. The eyes of the three-eyed cultivator emitted an endless cold aura. The left eye represented darkness. The middle eye represented coldness. The right eye represented death. It was said that the ghost immortal controlled the power of darkness, coldness, and death. When Lin Feng's divine consciousness was immersed in the mural, the world was spinning. Lin Feng found himself in another world. This world. Everywhere was filled with killing. The sun had turned blood red. The earth, oceans, lakes, and mountains had turned blood red as well. The towns had turned into purgatory. Demons, monsters, and evil spirits wreaked havoc everywhere. Lin Feng walked in this world for a very long time, but he didn't see any living creatures. He thought that he had come to a world of death. He didn't know how long he had been walking. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard earth-shattering roars. He quickly rushed forward and saw a shocking scene. The endless Xiosha army and the evil spirit army made up of demons, monsters, and evil spirits were engaged in a fierce battle. People kept dying. Corpses piled up like mountains. Under the leadership of the Ghost Immortal, the evil spirit army was invincible. That Ghost Immortal was the Ghost Immortal that Lin Feng saw. He was dressed in black armor and looked very young. His appearance was very handsome. But his three eyes made people's hair stand on end. The three eyes blinked slightly. Wherever the gaze swept, death would descend. No matter how powerful the cultivator was, being swept by the Ghost Immortal's three eyes, they would die immediately. The strength of this Ghost Immortal was unimaginably powerful. He was invincible and invincible. Under the leadership of the Ghost Immortal, the Xiosha army couldn't resist the invasion of the evil spirit army. Ancient cities were destroyed one after another, and countless races were wiped out by the evil spirit army. This ancient world seemed to have turned into a purgatory on Earth. Chapter 1893. Ghost Immortal was immortal and indestructible. No matter how many powerhouses came, they would all die in front of Ghost Immortal. With the invincible Ghost Immortal overseeing the evil spirit army, who could fight against him? Who could fight against him? Ghost Immortal seemed to want to completely turn this world into a world of undead. As the supreme powerhouse of the Ghost realm, Ghost Immortal was the incarnation of evil. He was much more evil than the King of Hell. Now, the order of the world was collapsing. There was only killing and death between heaven and earth. It was as if there was no more hope in this world. How many people died tragically in the war? How many people couldn't break free from their fate? How many people wanted to seek new hope? How many people ended up in despair? Until the experts of the demon sealing race appeared. When a great war broke out, the ancestors of the demon sealing race appeared, walking in the two realms of yin and yang, just to seal that evil vengeful spirit and return the world to its former glory. The 9 ancestors of the demon sealing race stepped forward. The 9 of them surrounded Ghost Immortal. Lowly ants, you want to seal this immortal with just the likes of you? What a fool's dream. All of you, die. Ghost Immortal's voice was cold. He was very arrogant because he had the right to be arrogant. After coming out of the ghost realm, Ghost Immortal was invincible. No one could fight against him. The 9 ancestors of the demon sealing race were naturally not taken seriously by Ghost Immortal. But soon, Ghost Immortal realized that he was wrong. The demon sealing race's methods were terrifying. This battle was incomparably tragic. The demon sealing race sacrificed 3 experts and 5 of them were severely injured to disperse Ghost Immortal's soul. I am immortal. Ghost Immortal roared. Seal the ghost realm forever. The ancestors of the demon sealing race cried out and opened the gate of the ghost realm, sealing Ghost Immortal in the ghost realm again. The ancestors of the demon sealing race appeared in various battlefields. The 32 invincible Ghost Immortals who swept through the heavens were sealed by the ancestors of the demon sealing race. The demon sealing race paid a heavy price, but for the sake of the world, they were willing to sacrifice. When his spiritual consciousness returned to reality, Lin Feng stood in a daze in 10,000 diagram grotto heaven. Every era, a group of heroes would emerge. Their sacrifice. So that the order of this world would not collapse. So that all the living beings in the universe could continue to live. The ancestor of the demon sealing race was undoubtedly such a character. It was a pity. With the passage of time, this clan had completely declined. It was difficult to see the glory of the ancestors. Lin Feng looked at the contents of many murals. Some of these murals were very straightforward depictions of things that happened in the past. Some were more profound and required one to comprehend the mysteries within. He sat cross-legged, comprehending the various wonders of the murals. After an unknown period of time, he vaguely heard an ethereal voice resounding in his ears. We are the guardians of the mortal realm. We shoulder the responsibility of protecting the mortal realm. We are willing to give our all for this. When the emissary of the underworld arrives, we are willing to enter that evil ghost world. Become the order that seals the world of ghosts. Close the gate to the ghost realm. May there be no more killing in this world. When the ethereal voice was heard, Yi Zichen's expression changed. Lin Feng was immersed in a mysterious and profound state of mind. He found that he seemed to have become a member of the demon sealing race. Child, our mission is to protect the mortal realm. Why do we have to shoulder such a mission? Someone has to make a sacrifice, from a child to a grown-up, to possessing great strength, and then to participating in the matter of sealing the evil spirit. To dying at the hands of ghost immortals. This life was short but brilliant. Time passed. Lin Feng experienced one life after another. Those were the lives of the ancestors of the demon sealing race in the murals. There were their joys and sorrows, their youthful frivolity, their silent sacrifice, and their no regrets even if they died. These lives allowed Lin Feng to see the rise and fall of the demon sealing race. I was born in the mortal realm, and I am willing to do my best for the living beings of the mortal realm. If I die, I am not willing to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. I am willing to guard the underworld and maintain the order of yin and yang. I will not let the order of yin and yang be disrupted. An unknown period of time passed. A blurry figure appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Everything in this world is opposite. If there is yang, there will be yin. Day is yang, night is yin, men are yang, women are yin, the blurry figure was speaking. He was explaining the relationship between yin and yang to Lin Feng. Yin and yang were opposite, but they also coexisted. Everything in this world could not be separated from the cycle of yin and yang. So, when it appeared in the mortal realm, an underworld would definitely appear. When day came, night would definitely follow. New life would be born. But there would definitely be a day when it would pass away. This was a mysterious and profound comprehension. In the end, in Lin Feng's mind, on the left was a dazzling world of light. On the right was a world of darkness that devoured everything. Light and darkness were opposite. However, light and darkness had an inseparable relationship. The light and darkness in Lin Feng's mind formed a huge yin-yang diagram. This yin-yang diagram. On the left was yang. On the right was yin. In the middle was a twisted dragon-shaped curve that separated the yin-yang diagram. Great yin-yang technique. Lin Feng opened his eyes. 2 dazzling rays of light shot out from his eyes. He had actually comprehended the great yin-yang technique. Among the 3,000 great Tao, it was second only to fate, karma, reincarnation, and creation. It was a heaven-defying ability of the 3,000 great Tao. Lin Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart. Then, he closed his eyes. He continued to comprehend the great yin-yang technique. After cultivating hard in the 10,000 diagram grotto heaven for a month, Lin Feng had gained a lot. He crushed the jade talisman. The old patriarch and Arhan arrived. The old patriarch smiled at Lin Feng and said, "It seems that you have gained something." "Yes. Thank you for bringing me to the land of inheritance of the demon sealing race. Otherwise, I wouldn't have obtained this opportunity," Lin Feng said sincerely. The old patriarch and Arhan smiled. Arhan said, "This is your opportunity." Lin Feng followed the old patriarch and Arhan out of the 10,000 diagram grotto heaven. In the evening, the old patriarch held a small bonfire banquet for Lin Feng to celebrate Lin Feng's successful exit from seclusion. Many young people twisted their bodies around the bonfire. The women of the demon sealing race were enchanting and charming, and their dancing was even more hot and moving. Angelina walked over and extended her slender hand to invite Lin Feng to dance with her. "Young man, let's go play together," the old patriarch said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded, then got up and went to the bonfire with Angelina. Angelina's charming body twisted around Lin Feng. This extremely exotic and hot dance made Lin Feng's heart burn. Angelina circled to Lin Feng's front and caressed Lin Feng's face with her jade-like hands. Lin Feng's hands wrapped around Angelina's soft waist and swayed with her. Chapter 1894. After the bonfire banquet ended, everyone dispersed. Lin Feng and Angelina lived relatively close to each other, so the two of them went back together. "The moon is very round tonight," Angelina said. Lin Feng looked up at the bright moon and couldn't help but nod. "Yes, the moon is very round today. People have their joys and sorrows, and the moon waxes and wanes. This has been difficult since ancient times, but I hope that people will last forever." Angelina's eyes lit up slightly, and she said, "What a beautiful sentence." She strode forward with her enchanting long legs and said, "In this world, there are too few people who can be happy and happy. Many things are filled with a kind of sadness." Angelina spoke with emotion. Her parents had passed away when she was young. Angelina had always lived with her grandfather. She had seen too many deaths since she was young. She looked strong on the outside. But there was a trace of weakness hidden in her heart. Looking at Angelina's eyes that were filled with sadness, Lin Feng suddenly felt a little sorry for this woman. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. What Lin Feng didn't expect was that Angelina actually took the initiative to hug him and give him a kiss. Perhaps it was just like Angelina's sexy and provocative figure. Even her personality. It was the same. She didn't know how to hide her feelings. When the sun shone through the window and into the room, Lin Feng opened his eyes. The beautiful woman beside him had long left. He rubbed his throbbing head. He couldn't help but sigh. He didn't want to provoke Angelina. But men. They were impulsive. Impulsive. They didn't care about anything else. After getting up, he washed up briefly and then went to the center of the village. It didn't take long for breakfast. He saw Angelina from afar. Angelina also saw Lin Feng and her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. Lin Feng was lying on the beach, and Angelina was in his arms. Lin Feng was lying on the beach, and Angelina was lying in his arms. I will establish my own force in Kyushu and bring all my family, friends, and lovers over, Lin Feng said. Angelina knew that a man as outstanding as Lin Feng couldn't only have one woman, so she wasn't surprised to hear that Lin Feng had other lovers. Angelina said, "The sea world is boundless, it's the most suitable place to establish a force." Lin Feng nodded. He had the same idea. But now, Lin Feng felt that the time might not have come yet. At night, Lin Feng sat down cross-legged on his bed and took out the cauldron. The treasure hovered in mid-air. "Kid, we have no grievances in the past, there's no need to fight to the death, right? Perhaps we can sit down and negotiate calmly. A negotiation that will benefit both of us." The barbarians' voices. "People of the profound Yin ghost race, you deserve death." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, unmoved. "Don't listen to the rumors of the demon sealers. They have a grudge against us, so they slandered me and injured me," said the barbarian's third prince. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? It's useless to talk about it now. Tell me all the top abilities of the Dark Yin ghosts and I'll give you a quick death. If you don't cooperate, you should know the consequences." The barbarian's third prince said with a gloomy expression, "Do you really want to kill me? If you kill me and my clansmen find out, you won't have a good ending." Lin Feng sneered and said, "Aren't your clansmen all dead? Do you still have clansmen?" The barbarian's third prince said coldly, "We have the protection of the ghost immortals. We're just recuperating, we'll reappear in the world. The ghost immortals are demons. How many creatures have they killed? Your Dark Yin ghosts believe in the ghost immortals, and you dare say that the demon sealers slandered you? A heinous person like you should never be able to reincarnate." Lin Feng directly took out the heavenly flame and began to refine the barbarian's third prince's origin. "Ah!" The barbarian's third prince immediately let out an incomparably mournful scream. "Heavenly flame! You actually used the heavenly flame to burn me. I curse you to die a horrible death." The barbarian's third prince cursed loudly. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. "Reckless thing, you actually dare to curse me now. This young master will let you have a taste of the heavenly flame burning your body." Hoo 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 hoo. The heavenly flame's temperature rapidly increased. Kai 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 kai. The barbarian's third prince's soul burned fiercely. The barbarian's third prince was being burned by the heavenly flame until he hovered between life and death. He bitterly cursed, "Little bastard. You want to obtain the inheritance of my Dark Yin ghost? That's absolutely impossible. Even if I die, I won't tell you. After I die, I will turn into an evil ghost. The great ghost immortal will let me return to the world of the living. At that time, I will kill you, I will kill you. Not only will I kill you, but everyone related to you will also die by my hand." Lin Feng sneered. "Turn into an evil ghost? How laughable. If you have a soul, you can still turn into an evil ghost. I will use the heavenly flame to burn your 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. How will you turn into an evil ghost then?" Hoo 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 hoo. The heavenly flame's temperature increased. The barbarian's third prince kept screaming. Not long after, the barbarian's third prince's soul was burned away. Lin Feng began to refine the barbarian's third prince's origin. The barbarian's third prince's origin was very pure. It had a significant effect on increasing one's cultivation. After Lin Feng had refined all the original strengths, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Lin Feng broke through from the fifth firmament of the divine fire realm to the sixth firmament. Feeling the majestic magic power increase in his body, Lin Feng's face revealed a happy expression. Although it was extremely difficult for him to break through. Every time he broke through, his battle prowess would increase unimaginably. After breaking through, Lin Feng planned to leave. After bidding farewell to the old patriarch, Ahan, Angelina, and the others, he continued to fly in the direction of the ultimate battlefield. What Lin Feng needed to do now was to search for opportunities and increase his cultivation. When he was strong enough, he would establish his own faction. At that time, he would bring over Shangguan Fei Liu Piaomiao, and the other women from the Qianwu continent. Of course, these were things to do in the future, not now. Right now, Lin Feng was only thinking about what he could obtain in the ultimate battlefield. Along the way, it was relatively safe. He did not encounter any cultivators from the evil Dragon Palace or Fusang Island. A month later, he finally arrived at the ultimate battlefield. It was a mysterious world. Immortal fog lingered around it, and it was enveloped by powerful restrictions. It was an ancient battlefield from the immortal ancient era. Countless experts from the immortal ancient era were buried here. This was the land of death in the ultimate battlefield. Currently, lightning covered the sky above the ultimate battlefield. Amidst the endless lightning, one could vaguely see an ancient and huge thunder city. It floated in the endless lightning and emitted a powerful emperor's might. That thunder city was rumored to be a city built by the ancient thunder god. It actually appeared in the ultimate battlefield. Chapter 1895. The ancient city built by the primordial thunder god was not simple. Rumor had it that it was an unimaginably powerful treasure. Because the material used to build the ancient city was said to be a type of thunderstone that the thunder god found in the endless sea of thunder. When Thunder God City was successfully built, the heavenly tribulation descended. 3 days and 3 nights. The heavenly tribulation was endless, wanting to destroy Thunder God City. But the heavenly tribulation could not destroy Thunder God City. Countless cultivators were watching Thunder God City from the periphery of the ultimate battlefield. There were also many people talking about Thunder God City. Now, the power of the restriction was declining. When the restriction dissipated, everyone could enter. They could even head to where Thunder God City was. The ultimate battlefield contains immortal laws that can kill giant gods and quasi-emperors, so you can't barge in. If the restriction is activated, don't leave the passage casually. We can only enter the inheritance ground of the Thunder God. Don't step into other places, otherwise, we will definitely die. An old cultivator warned the juniors beside him. Yes, Patriarch. We will remember, those juniors hurriedly said. The ultimate battlefield was extremely huge. The inheritance ground of the Thunder God was in the periphery of the ultimate battlefield. Moreover, and it only occupied a very small area. Countless experts from the immortal ancient era were buried in the ultimate battlefield. The Dharma treasures, inheritances, and wealth of those experts from the immortal ancient era. They were also buried in the ultimate battlefield. So, one could imagine, when the ultimate battlefield opened, many people would definitely enter the ultimate battlefield to search for opportunities. But this meant that they would risk their lives to enter the ultimate battlefield. But many people firmly believed that wealth came from danger. Even if they knew the danger, they were willing to take the risk. Hand over the mysterious life stone and I will spare your lives. A cold voice came from afar. A cultivator was surrounded by dozens of experts. That cultivator was shrouded in a black robe. It's him. Lin Feng was shocked. That black-robed cultivator was actually the cultivator who crossed the Sea of Thunder with him on the old Smoking Gun's ship. At that time, he felt that this cultivator was full of secrets. Later on Thunder Island, he saw him leave late at night and did not know where he went. He did not expect to meet this person again here. Moreover, this black-robed cultivator was surrounded by a group of cultivators. It's the cultivators of the Qinwu people. Someone whispered. The people surrounding the black-robed cultivator were all experts of the Qinwu people. The Kinwu people of the returning ruined sea region were a Leviathan-level force. Who dared to provoke them? Seeing that the cultivators from the Kinwu people had surrounded the black-robed cultivator, they immediately understood what was going on. The surrounding cultivators only dared to whisper to each other. They didn't dare to speak loudly for fear of offending the Kinwu people. From this, it could be seen how great the deterrence of Kinwu people was. Profound life stone? What is that? Lin Feng muttered in his heart. The cultivator from the Kinwu people had mentioned the profound life stone. However, this was the first time Lin Feng had heard of such a thing. He had heard of the Xian Pin sect before. Could there be a connection between the two? The Black Bear Devil King said, I've heard Demon Emperor Chonglu mention the profound life stone before. It's said that it's even older and more precious than the Chaos Stone. Demon Emperor Chonglu heard that there was a place where the profound life stone appeared, so he went to look for it. After going through many hardships and dangers, he finally arrived at that place. Who would have thought that he would only see a line of words? It was taken away by someone. What kind of words were left behind? Lin Feng was shocked. This Taoist grandpa was here. The Black Bear Devil King said with a bitter smile. It was taken away by a Daoist priest. Lin Feng muttered. The Black Bear Devil King nodded and said, that should be the case. After that, Demon Emperor Chonglu investigated for a long time, but he couldn't find any clues. That Daoist priest seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Lin Feng sighed, there are too many strange people in this world. At this moment, the black-robed cultivator who was surrounded by the Kinwu people said coldly, if you don't want to die, scram. Many people were shocked. This guy was surrounded by so many experts of the Kinwu people, yet he still dared to tell the Kinwu people to scram. Did he not want to live anymore? Lin Feng rubbed his chin and couldn't help but reveal a thoughtful expression. The black-robed man's face was covered, only revealing a pair of cold eyes. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, his eyes emitted a green light. Therefore, he shouldn't be a human cultivator. Does this person have something to rely on? Many people muttered in their hearts. The group of Kinwu people's cultivators had gloomy expressions. This person was surrounded, yet he still dared to tell them to scram. He actually didn't put them in his eyes. The Kinwu people's cultivators. How could they swallow this anger? The Kinwu people were one of the 3 overlords of the returning ruined sea region. Their lives were taken with a single thought. Who dared to be so impudent to the Kinwu people? The Kinwu people's cultivators looked at the black-robed cultivator as if they were looking at a dead man. You don't know what's good for you. Die. A Kinwu people expert attacked. He turned into a golden sword chi. It tore through the void. It was as fast as lightning. In an instant, it arrived in front of the black-robed cultivator. At this moment, the black-robed cultivator opened his large hand and suddenly grabbed. Crack. Everyone saw that the black-robed cultivator grabbed the golden sword chi. The golden sword chi turned back into the Kinwu people's cultivator. At this moment, the black-robed cultivator grabbed the Kinwu people's neck. The Kinwu people's cultivator looked at the black-robed cultivator in horror. He kept struggling, trying to break free from the black-robed cultivator's large hand. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. So strong. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. The black-robed cultivator's strength was unimaginably strong. He really hid his strength well. Let go of Jin Yang, or else you will die without a burial ground. The group of Kinwu people's experts roared angrily. Crack. The next moment, the neck of the Kinwu people's cultivator was instantly broken. Many people became excited when they saw this scene. The black-robed cultivator was not afraid of the Kinwu people's threat at all. He used this method to respond to the Kinwu people's threat. It was really domineering. You're courting death. Attack together. Tear him into pieces. The leader of the Kinwu people's cultivators roared angrily. Then, a group of Kinwu people's experts all rushed towards the black-robed cultivator. One by one, they began to condense powerful divine abilities. Terrifying divine ability fluctuations shook the void. Divine abilities that blotted out the sky and covered the earth surged out. They turned into a torrent of attacks. They flooded towards the black-robed cultivator. At this moment, the black-robed cultivator opened his mouth. He suddenly inhaled. Something that would make people pale with fright happened. All the attacks were directly swallowed by the black-robed cultivator. The bodies of the Kinwu people's cultivators also rose into the air. They flew uncontrollably towards the black-robed cultivator. And their bodies kept shrinking. More than 20 Kinwu people's experts. They were actually swallowed by the black-robed cultivator. Chapter 1896. Oh my God, how is this possible? Countless exclamations of disbelief rang out. Many people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They could not believe what they were seeing. However, this was the real situation. More than 20 experts of the Golden Crow tribe were devoured by the mysterious black-robed cultivator in a single bite. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. This guy was too terrifying, wasn't he? After devouring more than 20 Kinwu people experts, the black-robed cultivator let out a sinister laugh. He was still holding the corpse of the Kinwu people expert whose neck he had broken. He casually threw the corpse into the sea. A ferocious beast emerged from the sea and directly devoured the Kinwu people's corpse. Who is this guy? How can he be so powerful? As the overlords of the ultimate ruined sea region, how can the Kinwu people swallow their anger? This matter will not end like this. That's right. The Kinwu people will definitely send super experts to kill this person. Many people began to discuss. Originally, everyone thought that the black-robed cultivator would quickly leave this place. After all, he had killed so many Kinwu people experts. When the Kinwu people's top experts arrived, he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. However, the black-robed cultivator had no intention of leaving. He stood in the void and looked in the direction of the Ultimate Ruins battlefield, as if waiting for the Ultimate Ruins battlefield to open. This guy devoured so many Kinwu people experts, but he's not running for his life. Could it be that he has something to rely on? He's not afraid of the Kinwu people at all? That's very likely. However, this guy probably doesn't know how powerful the Kinwu people are, right? The Kinwu people even have giant god-level experts. Let's just wait and watch the show. The surrounding cultivators discussed animatedly. The Kinwu people's Jin Yexiao is here. Not long after, many cultivators' shouts came from afar. A group of Kinwu people experts had arrived. The leader was a middle-aged man. That middle-aged man had a heroic bearing and an imposing appearance. There was a golden flame burning between his eyebrows. Jin Yexiao was a famous figure among the Kinwu people. He was one of the top experts among the Kinwu people. Peak heavenly god. The Kinwu people were one of the Mesozoic cultivators most likely to enter the giant divinity realm. Who dares to kill my Kinwu people? Jin Yexiao's voice was cold and filled with endless killing intent. Since ancient times, the Kinwu people had always controlled many territories in the returning ruined sea region. They were powerful and no one dared to provoke them, even for a giant like the Supreme Immortal Sect. However, they would not provoke Kinwu people. Instead, they would take the initiative to mend their relationship with Kinwu people. From this, it could be seen how powerful the Kinwu people were. But now, unexpectedly, someone had swallowed more than 20 Kinwu people in one gulp. This was simply a slap to the Kinwu people's face. Jin Yexiao was naturally infuriated. It's him. The Kinwu people cultivator who led the way pointed at the black-robed cultivator standing in the distance. Jin Yexiao's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. He directly used the golden crow claw. A blazing claw was formed and grabbed at the black-robed cultivator. Jin Yexiao has made his move. I wonder if that black-robed cultivator can block Jin Yexiao's attack. Many people became excited. Once an expert like Jin Yexiao made his move, it would be like a thunderbolt. If the black-robed cultivator could block Jin Yexiao's attack, it meant that the black-robed cultivator had the strength to fight Jin Yexiao. A battle between experts of this level would naturally be exciting. The black-robed cultivator's cold gaze swept over. 2 rays of cold light shot out from his eyes. One ray of cold light shattered Jin Yexiao's golden crow claw. The other ray of cold light slashed towards Jin Yexiao. "You're courting death." Jin Yexiao could not help but be furious and threw a punch. Puff! The ray of cold light from the black-robed cultivator's eyes actually tore apart the magic power wrapped around Jin Yexiao's fist. Then, it pierced through Jin Yexiao's fist. Seeing this scene, countless people were extremely shocked. The black-robed cultivator's strength was too strong. Jin Yexiao was actually injured. Jin Yexiao turned pale with fright. His body directly transformed into a golden crow. Usually, these demons only atavism. Only then could they transform into their original body. Atavism required the awakening of their ancestral blood. The awakening of their ancestral blood was equivalent to a human cultivator having a special physique. Jin Yexiao could atavism, which showed that his bloodline was extremely powerful. After atavism, Jin Yexiao's physical body became extremely strong. He was able to block that ray of cold light's attack. Then, the golden crow wings suddenly flapped. Jin Yexiao turned into a ray of golden lightning and pounced towards the black-robed cultivator. Many people were guessing what kind of powerful technique the black-robed cultivator would use to fight against Jin Yexiao, who had atavism. But soon, the surrounding discussions came to an abrupt end. It was so quiet that one could almost hear a pin drop. Because everyone saw Jin Yexiao's attack. The black-robed cultivator swallowed Jin Yexiao in one gulp. It was exactly the same as the cultivators who had swallowed more than 20 Kinwu people earlier. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded and in disbelief. Jin Yexiao was an expert at the peak of the heavenly god realm. He did not even have the strength to resist and was swallowed in one gulp. This was simply too shocking. "You deserve to die." An angry roar shook the sky. The void cracked open. An old man charged towards the black-robed cultivator from the cracked void. Golden claw lights filled the sky and tore through the sky. The old man and the black-robed cultivator fought fiercely. Jin Yutian. He's one of the old farts of the Kinwu people. He's a giant god realm expert. Someone recognized the old man from the Kinwu people and immediately shouted in shock. It was an extremely intense battle. Jin Yutian was actually forced to retreat. Seeing this scene, many people's faces were filled with incomparable shock. Wasn't this too terrifying? Even a giant god realm expert like Jin Yutian was at a disadvantage. "Who exactly are you?" Jin Yutian looked at the black-robed cultivator with a gloomy expression. This black-robed cultivator's body was surrounded by a strange force that prevented anyone from probing him. Therefore, even Jin Yutian could not detect what race this black-robed cultivator was from. "Keik. You want to ask who I am? Do you have the right to ask?" The black-robed cultivator let out a sinister laugh. He did not even take Jin Yutian, who was at the giant god realm, seriously. This person was extremely arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Why does this person give me a familiar feeling? Lin Feng was puzzled. This familiar feeling was not the familiar feeling that came from crossing the Sea of Lightning together. Instead, it was a familiar feeling that came from a long time ago. Have I seen this person before? Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly as he pondered. He silently recalled the experts he had seen before. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. It's him. I remember who this person is. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He did not expect to see this person here. Chapter 1897. Back then, when he encountered the Snake Empress in the Netherworld Sea, he was almost killed by her. Later on, Lin Feng escaped to a valley in the depths of the island. Lin Feng discovered that the Snake Empress did not dare to enter the valley. Later on, he found an 8 trigrams diagram in the depths of the valley. Then, Lin Feng opened the 8 trigrams diagram. 5 yazes were released. Later on, he found out that the 8 trigrams diagram was connected to the Forbidden God Realm, a place where experts were imprisoned. That black-robed cultivator was one of the yazes. Where are the other 4 yazes? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. The yazes were the sons of dragons. Moreover, they were the sons of the true Dragon Emperor. Their bloodline was extremely powerful. Although the 5 Yazes trapped in the Forbidden God realm were much weaker, they were also unimaginably terrifying. It had been a few years since they were freed. It seemed that their strength had recovered quite a bit. The Yazes were not kind. Among the 9 sons of dragons, the Yazes were even more infamous than the Daotais. There was a saying that one would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. It meant that as long as there was a small grudge, one would seek revenge. From this saying, one could tell that the Yazes were vengeful. Jin Yutian did not know the identity of the black-robed cultivator. Now that he saw how powerful the black-robed cultivator was, he was afraid. However, the black-robed cultivator's contempt for him made Jin Yutian furious. He wished he could cut the black-robed cultivator into 1,000 pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. However, he also knew that if he continued to fight with the black-robed cultivator, both sides would suffer in the end. Although he was furious, Jin Yutian decided to swallow his anger for the time being. He and the Qinwu people quickly left. They were probably returning to Fusang Island to get reinforcements. Fusang Island's foundation was very strong. It was normal for them to have a few giant God Realm experts. If the Qinwu people sent out a few giant God Realm experts, they might really be able to kill the black-robed cultivator. In the next few days, more and more cultivators arrived. Every day, the fleet of the Myriad Immortals Island arrived. Countless cultivators came to the periphery of the end battlefield. A loud rumbling sound rang out, startling everyone. Everyone looked towards the ultimate battlefield and saw that the restrictions of the ultimate battlefield were rapidly breaking apart. After seeing this scene, many people became excited. Lin Feng saw some familiar faces one after another. For example, Liu Xiaohong and Dancing Butterfly Fairy. He even saw young Master Hanshan and the others from the Reincarnation Immortal sect. He also saw Wu Qiankuan and the others from the Supreme Immortal sect. However, Lin Feng did not appear. Once he appeared, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. On the Thunder Island, the experts of the Supreme Immortal sect would not let this matter rest. He stood far away and observed the restrictions on the sinkhole battlefield. He saw that the massive restriction that sealed the world was gradually cracking apart. About 3 days had passed. Finally, the restrictions of the sinkhole battlefield cracked open. Everyone saw a passageway that extended into the sinkhole battlefield. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one by one, silhouettes soared into the sky and rushed toward the passage. Lin Feng also flew towards the tunnel. This passageway was surrounded by restrictions. These restrictions formed a circular passageway. The surrounding restrictions would not harm the cultivator. This passage extended all the way to the location of a spatial door. Many cultivators disappeared into the spacetime gate. They should have entered the land of inheritance of the Thunder God. Lin Feng discovered that some cultivators were destroying the passageway, wanting to enter other places of the sinkhole battlefield through the passageway. Those people were nothing more than 2 types of people. The first type of people had obtained some clues and wanted to search for them. The second type of people wanted to take the risk and enter other places of the sinkhole battlefield to search for opportunities. Perhaps they felt that there were too many cultivators entering the land of inheritance of the Thunder God. Even if they entered, it would be very difficult for them to obtain opportunities. Therefore, they planned to enter other places. But obviously, it would be even more dangerous to enter other places of the sinkhole battlefield to search for opportunities. Of course, if they could obtain opportunities, it would be a great harvest. The restrictions that formed the passageway were not particularly powerful, so it was not particularly difficult to destroy them. After the passageway was destroyed, cultivators left from the passageway one after another. Lin Feng was here for the Thunder God's inheritance. He had no interest in other places of the sinkhole battlefield. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the spatial door. He entered the spatial door. Swoosh! There was a flash of light. The world spun. Lin Feng realized that he had disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, he arrived in a dense forest. He had just arrived and had yet to observe his surroundings. Cold light had already exploded around him. The dense cold light shot towards Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng even felt the threat of death. Someone in this forest was ambushing someone who came later. The dense cold light was a Dharma arrow that was shooting towards him. Heaven-mending technique. At the critical moment, the heaven-mending technique that Lin Feng used instantly disappeared without a trace. You! Exclamations could be heard from the dense forest. Fart! Fart! 2 consecutive ripping sounds could be heard. 2 cultivators were killed by Lin Feng, who suddenly appeared. Kill him! Not far away, a cultivator in blue robes roared angrily. Then, densely packed cultivators rushed over from all directions. There were about 300 to 400 of them, and they surrounded Lin Feng. F***ck. Seeing so many cultivators charging towards him, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Without thinking, he turned around and fled into the distance. Behind him, a large group of cultivators chased after him. The blue-robed cultivator said coldly, "You deserve to die for killing the people of my evil dragon palace. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings." The evil dragon palace of the returning ruins sea region was one of the 3 major forces of the returning ruins sea region. The masters of the evil dragon palace, the 9 great evil dragons, were just like their names. They were evil, greedy, evil, and murderous. This was a force that everyone in the returning ruins sea region talked about. In the returning ruins sea region, no one dared to offend the evil dragon palace, let alone kill their cultivators. Lin Feng didn't expect that the person he had just killed was an expert from the evil dragon palace. However, he didn't regret it. These people hid in the forest and ambushed the cultivators who had just entered the Thunder God's inheritance ground. Before him, there must have been many cultivators who had been ambushed and killed. Fortunately, he was vigilant. And he had even cultivated an absolute art like the heaven-mending technique. Or else, his fate would definitely be the same as those who had been killed before. In the end, he would die miserably in the forest. Since the people of the evil dragon palace were hiding in the forest to ambush other cultivators, they should have been prepared to be killed. Some of the cultivators who had entered the Thunder God's inheritance ground saw the group of cultivators from the evil dragon palace chasing after Lin Feng. All of them were pale with fright, afraid that they would be killed by the people of the evil dragon palace. So, they quickly fled into the distance. Seeing that the cultivators of the evil dragon palace didn't chase after them, those cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. Many people muttered in their hearts. Who was that kid who was being chased by 300 to 400 evil dragon palace experts? He was too unlucky. Being targeted by so many evil dragon palace experts, wouldn't he die without a doubt? Chapter 1898. The people from the evil dragon palace chased Lin Feng for a long time, but they were unable to catch up to Lin Feng. All of them had gloomy expressions. The blue-clothed cultivator was called Long Shungjie. He was a direct descendant of the evil dragon and was extremely powerful. However, after chasing for such a long time, he couldn't help but become furious. He roared, "Brat! Do you only know how to run? You're simply a coward." Lin Feng couldn't help but look at Long Shungjie speechlessly. He cursed, "F***ck, you 300 to 400 people are chasing me alone. Wouldn't I be stupid if I didn't run? If you have the guts, tell the people around you to scram. Let's find a place to fight one-on-one." Long Shungjie naturally wouldn't choose to fight one-on-one with Lin Feng. He had the advantage in numbers. Why would he fight one-on-one with Lin Feng? He wasn't stupid. Lin Feng continued to run, and the people from the evil dragon palace continued to chase. "It's that brat, kill him." Suddenly, a roar came from afar. It was actually an expert from the Long family of Dragonblood City. The leader was a man in his 30s. This man was called Long Wanyu. When he saw Lin Feng, his killing intent soared. Back then, after Lin Feng killed Long Wanhong, Long Jiao had put him on the wanted list. He didn't expect to see an expert from the Long family in the Thunder God's inheritance ground. "Ha ha ha ha, brother, you came at the right time. Quickly block this brat with us." After seeing Long Wanyu from the Long family of Dragonblood City, Long Shungjie immediately shouted excitedly. Due to the scarcity of the dragon race, they were more or less related. The ancestor of the Long family of Dragonblood City was also from the dragon race. It wasn't too unexpected that they were related to the evil Dragon Palace. In fact, if one traced back a few years, the relationship between these two races was very deep. Countless years ago, they were even the same ancestor. However, the development of the Dragonblood City branch was far less powerful than the evil Dragon Palace branch. Of course, there were still some connections between these two forces after being passed down for so long. Even without Long Shungjie's reminder, Long Wanyu wouldn't let Lin Feng go. He and a group of experts from the Long family of Dragonblood City pounced towards Lin Feng like wolves and tigers. F***CK, I'm so unlucky. I actually met the people from Dragonblood City. Lin Feng couldn't help but shout. He turned into a beam of light and flew away, breaking out of the encirclement. Damn it! How did you seal the route? You actually let this Barto escape? What a piece of trash! Long Shungjie shouted in exasperation. Long Wanyu's face immediately turned ugly. He said coldly, Long Shungjie, who are you scolding? Dragonblood Long family of Dragonblood City. Two young masters, please listen to this old servant and calm down. Right now, catching up to that brat is the most important thing, an old servant beside Long Shungjie said with a smile as he tried to smooth things over. Wanyu. To pursue to be. You're going too far. Long Shungjie's expression darkened. Although he called Long Wanyu brother, deep down, he didn't think much of Long Wanyu. Although Dragonblood City's Long family and Evil Dragon Palace had the same ancestor, in reality, since countless years ago, their branch had always been the main branch, and Dragonblood City's Long family was a vassal. However, an expert appeared in the Dragonblood City's Long family and they finally became independent. Long Shungjie and the rest also quickly chased after Lin Feng. These two forces were like maggots in the bones. They chased after him relentlessly. What made Lin Feng extremely depressed was that not long after, he actually met Wu Chenkuan and the rest from the Supreme Immortal Sect. Brat! It's time for you to die. After seeing Lin Feng, Wu Chenkuan and the other experts from the Supreme Immortal Sect all rushed towards Lin Feng with monstrous killing intent. Seeing Wu Chenkuan and the rest, Lin Feng wanted to cry. He quickly flew in another direction. Swoosh! Lin Feng's speed was pushed to the limit, and he was like a bolt of lightning. However, it was not easy to shake off the pursuit of 600 to 700 experts from three forces. Damn! What's going on? Along the way, many people watched this scene with their mouths agape. That's Wu Chenkuan, one of the Supreme Immortal Sect's three supreme geniuses. That's Long Wanyu from Dragonfire Province's Dragonblood City's Long family, right? That's Long Shungjie from Evil Dragon Palace, right? Damn! Who's that brat? He's actually being chased by the Supreme Immortal Sect, Dragonblood City's Long family, and Sinkhole Ocean's Evil Dragon Palace? Many people were dumbfounded. They were completely shocked. That's Lin Feng, the guy who rose to fame in Sinkhole Ocean some time ago. What? Is that Lin Feng? The Lin Feng who killed Lei Shaoli, Li Xiuyan, and used some strange method to kill Lei Wanli and Gongya Wenren? That's right, it's him. Many people were discussing this. In Sinkhole Ocean, there was no one who did not know Lin Feng. Lin Feng had been fleeing for a day and a night, but he still could not shake off the experts from the three forces. With Lin Feng's speed, shaking them off should not have been difficult. However, the cultivators from the three forces had their own treasures to increase their speed. As a result, Lin Feng could not shake them off in a short time. This made Lin Feng rather depressed. At that moment, Lin Feng saw a large river in the forest ahead. Many fiery demon rhinoceros crocodiles resided by the river. These fiery demon rhinoceros crocodiles were shrouded in flames. They had the body of a rhinoceros, but their tails were very similar to a crocodile's. They also had the same bloody mouth as a crocodile and sharp teeth that could instantly bite through anything. The most terrifying thing was that these fiery demon rhinoceros crocodiles were impervious to weapons. Their defensive power was shockingly strong. Lin Feng quickly flew above the fiery demon rhinoceros crocodiles and swooped down. He released a powerful magic power and directly wrapped around a newly born beast. Then, he quickly rushed into the distance. Roar, 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 the fiery demon rhinoceros crocodiles went berserk. The densely packed fiery demon rhinoceros crocodiles soared into the sky. A total of 7,000 to 8,000 fiery demon rhinoceros crocodiles chased after Lin Feng. Seeing the beast horde in front of them, the people from the Supreme Immortal Sect, Dragon Blood City, and Evil Dragon Palace quickly stopped. Now that the beast horde was in a state of rage, they naturally did not dare to approach. If they were crushed by the beast horde, everyone would die. That way. Suddenly, a disciple from the Supreme Immortal Sect pointed into the distance. Everyone looked over. Everyone saw it. Lin Feng was carrying a young beast and flying towards them from afar. Behind Lin Feng was a densely packed group of fiery demon rhinoceros crocodiles. The beast horde crushed the sky and chased after them. The void was crushed by the beast horde. Bastard, you actually led the beast horde to us. Run. When the experts from the three forces saw this scene, their faces turned gloomy and they cursed loudly. They did not dare to stay and quickly fled into the distance. Chapter 1899. Everyone, don't run. These fiery demon rhinoceroses want to have intimate contact with everyone, Lin Feng shouted loudly. To hell with intimate contact. You can have intimate contact with them yourself. The cultivators of the three major forces cursed loudly. They wished that Lin Feng would be trampled to death by the beast horde. What's that over there? It's a beast horde. Run. A cultivator pointed in this direction. When he saw the beast horde, his face turned pale and he turned to run. The fiery demon rhinoceroses were overlords. They had a strong appeal. The roars of these fiery demon rhinoceroses shook the sky. The ferocious beasts in the forest all rushed out when they heard the roars of the fiery demon rhinoceroses. More and more beasts gathered, and there was no end in sight. Along the way, more and more cultivators ran away. Kid, you're too wicked. You're being chased by the experts of the three major forces, and now we're all in trouble. Many people cursed Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, you didn't help me when you saw the experts of the three major forces chasing after me. Now that you're being chased by the beast horde, you deserve it. Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes. What kind of logic was that? Did they know him? Why should they help him? This kid was too shameless. Many people hated Lin Feng so much that they gritted their teeth. However, these cultivators who were being chased didn't dare to stay. They quickly fled into the distance, trying to stay as far away from Lin Feng as possible. That was because Lin Feng was carrying the baby fiery demon rhinoceroses. The beast horde's target was also Lin Feng. Lin Feng increased his speed and chased after the experts of the three major forces. It didn't take long for him to catch up with the experts of the three major forces. Everyone, you're on your own now. Lin Feng grinned. Then, he stepped on the 8 Directions world and pushed his speed to the limit, gradually widening the distance between him and the experts of the three major forces. Roar! The roars shook the sky. At this moment, the beast horde had already caught up to them from behind. Quick, spread out and escape. Don't run in the same direction as that bastard Lin Feng, Wu Qiankuan cursed in exasperation. It was rare to see an expert like Wu Qiankuan so angry. The experts of the three forces hurriedly fled in another direction. However, there were still many experts who were drowned by the horde of beasts. He died tragically in the beast tide. When Lin Feng saw that there were no more experts from the three forces behind him, only the herd of beasts remained, he placed the baby blazing demon rhinoceros crocodile on the ground. Then, he quickly rushed into the distance. After the horde of demonic blazing rhinoceros crocodiles discovered the cubs, they didn't continue to pursue Lin Feng. Instead, the mighty horde of beasts returned along the way. The moon was bright and clear. In the dense forest, the roars of beasts shook the sky. From time to time, the sounds of fighting between cultivators and ferocious beasts could be heard. There were also sounds of cultivators killing each other. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was lying on a large smooth rock, gazing at the bright moon in the boundless starry sky. 100-meter-long giant python was hiding in the tree behind Lin Feng. Its cold eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, who was resting on the rock. That python was simply the best predator. It didn't move, waiting for what it thought was the best time to attack. Finally, the python moved because it saw that Lin Feng had closed his eyes, as if he had fallen asleep. Therefore, the python thought that its chance had come. Its movements were very light as it carefully approached Lin Feng. It didn't make the slightest movement. Finally, it gradually approached Lin Feng. Then, its huge body quickly rushed out. It opened its bloody mouth. It directly swallowed Lin Feng. Lin Feng was awakened and couldn't help but open his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a pungent stench assaulted his nostrils. He even saw the huge fangs in the bloody mouth that were like sharp swords. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to be swallowed by this giant python. But he attacked as fast as lightning. In the void. With a light stroke. Puff. A ray of sword chi slashed out and instantly killed this giant python. Lin Feng jumped up. Then, he found some dry wood and started a bonfire. He cut open the giant python's stomach and cleaned it. Then, he took out all kinds of seasonings. He made 2 dishes. One was roasted meat, which he was best at. The other dish was snake soup, which was very nutritious. Bibi, Long Tu, the 4 sacred birds, the little mermaid, the soul-devouring beast, and the others couldn't resist the temptation of the delicious food and flew out of the mountain river ring. This group of fellows ate and drank. After having a full meal, they returned to the mountain river ring. Lin Feng lay on the rock and slept. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. In the morning, the air in the mountain forest was unusually fresh. Lin Feng chose a direction and started flying at full speed. He couldn't help but mutter, "Previously, when I was outside the ultimate battlefield, I could still see that ancient Thunder City. Why can't I see it after entering the ultimate battlefield? It's really strange." Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a group of cultivators flew over from afar. After seeing that group of people, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Those people were actually cultivators from the Evil Dragon Palace. Lin Feng hurriedly hid. These people from the Evil Dragon Palace looked like they were in a hurry. What were they going to do? Lin Feng couldn't help but be puzzled. He silently followed behind the Evil Dragon Palace cultivators. About 6 hours later, the people from the Evil Dragon Palace met up with another group of cultivators. They seemed to be from the Evil Dragon Palace too. Seeing the other group of people, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The Evil Dragon Palace had 9 great evil dragons and 9 branches. It wasn't strange that the direct descendants of the 9 great evil dragons didn't enter the ultimate battlefield together. This was because the direct descendants of the 9 great evil dragons were all in a competitive relationship. Each of them had their own followers. They weren't willing to search for opportunities with others. If they really found something and had to share it with others, they might as well search for it themselves. Even if they obtained it, it would still be their own. Long Shengjie said indifferently, "Why did you send an emergency message to call me?" There was also a young master in the group opposite him. His name was Long Shengju, and he was from the same generation as Long Shengjie. He said indifferently, "I found a place where a heavenly treasure has appeared. It's a bit troublesome to obtain it. How about you and I join forces?" Heavenly treasure? What kind of heavenly treasure is worth so much effort? Long Shengjie said disapprovingly. Spirit cleansing fruit. Long Shengju said. What? Spirit cleansing fruit? Oh my god, such a treasure actually appeared. Long Shengjie exclaimed, and his eyes shot out beams of light. Legend had it that the spirit cleansing fruit could cleanse a cultivator's dharmic powers. A single spirit cleansing fruit could make a cultivator's dharmic powers 10 times purer. And the increase in a cultivator's realm required tempering their dharmic powers. Their dharmic powers had to reach a certain level of purity. Only then would they be able to break through. Therefore, a heavenly treasure like the spirit cleansing fruit could help a cultivator break through their current cultivation, causing their cultivation to increase greatly. P.S. In August, I'm begging for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and reward. Chapter 1900. Long Shengju said, "There's no time to lose. Let's set off quickly. If you have any doubts, you can ask me on the way." Long Shengji nodded. Then, 500 to 600 people gathered together and headed towards the place where the spirit-cleansing fruit was. Spirit-cleansing fruit. What a good thing. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Any heavenly treasure that could directly increase one's cultivation was often priceless. And the spirit-cleansing fruit. It was definitely the rarest heavenly treasure, enough to make cultivators go crazy. Lin Feng quietly followed behind the evil dragon palace cultivators. Naturally, he could not miss the spirit-cleansing fruit this time. If he missed it, who knew how long he would have to wait to encounter such an opportunity again. The next day, the people of the evil dragon palace arrived at a huge mountain range. Just as they arrived, they heard the roars of beasts coming from the depths, as well as the cold shouts of cultivators. Long Shengju laughed sinisterly. The spirit-cleansing fruit is guarded by 3 scorpion-tailed wolves. It seems that some cultivators have also discovered the spirit-cleansing fruit and are currently fighting with the 3 scorpion-tailed wolf. Long Shengjie said, "This saves us a lot of trouble. Let's go and take a look." The people of the evil dragon palace lurked into the mountain range. Lin Feng also quietly lurked into the depths of the mountain range. In the depths of the mountain range, an intense battle broke out. There were about 4,000 to 5,000 wolves and they were abnormally strong. At this moment, the wolf pack had surrounded more than 1,000 cultivators. Those cultivators were obviously from 2 different camps. Now that they had temporarily teamed up, a great battle broke out between them and the wolf pack. This battle was incomparably tragic with flesh and blood flying everywhere. There was the aura of death everywhere, and blood and broken limbs were flowing everywhere. The wolf pack suffered heavy casualties, but the group of cultivators also suffered heavy casualties. "Use the arrows to kill these people," Long Shengju said in a deep voice. "All right." Long Shengjie nodded. The 2 of them gave the order. The cultivators of the evil dragon palace took out their arrows. The arrows of the evil dragon palace were blessed with the evil dragon mark, and were not something that ordinary arrows could compare to. The lethality of these arrows was extremely terrifying. Ordinary divine artifacts could be pierced through in an instant. It could be seen how powerful these arrows were. "Shoot! Fire!" Long Shengju and Long Shengjie gave the order at the same time. The 2 of them gave the order. In an instant, wave after wave of magic arrows shot towards the cultivators who were fighting the wolf pack. The cultivators didn't expect that someone would sneak up on them. Therefore, they were not well prepared. When the cultivators noticed the incoming arrows, their expressions changed greatly. They hurriedly used their magic treasures to block the arrows or used their divine abilities to try and break the arrows. However, the arrows were simply too powerful. The magic treasures were all pierced through by the arrows, and the divine abilities were also unable to destroy the arrows strengthened by the evil dragon runes. Puff, puff, puff. One cultivator after another was killed on the spot. Their deaths were incomparably miserable. Who's attacking us? Seeing the tragic deaths of their companions, many cultivators' eyes turned blood red. What answered them was a rain of arrows that blotted out the sky. "Dodge quickly," a cultivator shouted, wanting to avoid the attack of the arrows. However, there were simply too many arrows, and they were too powerful. There was simply no way to dodge them. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of flesh being pierced through could be heard. More and more cultivators died miserably. Of course, it wasn't just the cultivators who were killed. There were also many 3-headed scorpion-tailed wolves that were killed. Fight them to the death. Some cultivators' eyes turned blood red as they fearlessly charged towards the place where the arrows came from. Awoo, awoo, awoo. The wolf pack was also enraged, their roars shaking the sky. The wolf pack no longer attacked those cultivators. Instead, they pounced towards the place where the arrows came from. Su su su. However, there were simply too many arrows. It was as dense as rain. The sound of flesh being pierced through could be heard. Blood splattered everywhere. It was simply a one-sided massacre. Lin Feng stood in the distance and watched this scene, feeling his scalp go numb. Ordinary arrows. They couldn't hurt those cultivators at all. They couldn't hurt the wolf pack either. However, the arrows forged by the evil dragon palace were simply too powerful. They were simply unstoppable. As long as the cultivators of the evil dragon palace had enough arrows, they would be able to form an absolute suppression. If those cultivators and wolves rushed forward, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Corpses were everywhere in the forest. There were corpses of cultivators, as well as the corpses of three-headed scorpion-tailed wolves. The ground was dyed red by blood. It was truly tragic. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Some cultivators recognized this special arrow. They couldn't help but curse viciously, "Evil Dragon Mark, you are from the Evil Dragon Palace. My immortal martial states Zhong family will not rest until you are dead. My divine court states Liu family will definitely slaughter the Evil Dragon Palace one day and avenge our dead clansmen." Although the surviving cultivators of the two forces wanted nothing more than to cut the cultivators of the Evil Dragon Palace into 1,000 pieces, they knew that they could only break out of the encirclement now. There were still more than 100 people from these two forces. They joined forces to break out of the encirclement and escape. However, they were unable to escape at all. The arrows of the Evil Dragon Palace were too powerful. These cultivators were simply unable to block the arrows of the Evil Dragon Palace. Puff, puff, puff. The arrows pierced through their bodies. Everyone was shot to death. The wolf pack also suffered heavy casualties. Originally, there were 4,000 to 5,000 wolves, but now, there were only 1,000 left. The wolf pack fled in all directions. However, the people of the Evil Dragon Palace did not plan to let the wolf pack go. A dense barrage of arrows shot out. The people of the Evil Dragon Palace obviously wanted to kill them all, leaving no survivors. Puff, puff, puff. Arrows pierced through the bodies of the three-headed demon scorpion tail wolves. The ground was littered with the corpses of the three-headed demon scorpion tail wolves. Not long after, corpses were everywhere. The wolf pack was also massacred. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the cultivators of the Evil Dragon Palace came out from their hiding place. "Clean up the battlefield," Long Shengju ordered. "You guys go and clean up the battlefield as well," Long Shengjie also ordered. Their subordinates directly pounced on the dead cultivators. Their targets were the storage rings on the cultivators' bodies. As for Long Shengju and Long Shengjie, they headed towards a deep valley. Because the spirit cleansing tree grew in the valley. Look, that's the spirit cleansing tree. There are 7 fruits on it, but only 2 of them are mature. The rest still need to be nurtured for a period of time. Long Shengju pointed to a corner deep in the valley. There was a small tree that was more than a meter tall growing there. The small tree's body was as strong as a horned dragon. The branches were very dense, and there were 7 fruits hanging on the branches. Long Shengjie's eyes lit up. Long Shengju and Long Shengjie were about to go and collect the spirit cleansing tree. But at this moment, they saw a young cultivator appear in front of the spirit cleansing tree. He uprooted the spirit cleansing tree and quickly put it away. Seeing this scene, Long Shengju and Long Shengjie's eyes instantly turned blood red. Chapter 1901. Lin Feng. "You're courting death," Long Shengjie roared angrily. He had chased Lin Feng for so long with the experts of the Dragon Blood City's Long family and the experts of the Supreme Immortal sect, so he naturally knew Lin Feng. Now that he saw Lin Feng, his eyes turned blood red. Both sides had new and old grudges. "What? Is that Lin Feng?" Long Shengju was shocked. Obviously, he had heard of Lin Feng. Immediately after, Long Shengju cursed venomously. "Brat! You'd better hand over the spirit cleansing tree and spirit cleansing fruit. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." Lin Feng curled his lips and turned to fly into the distance. Long Shengju and Long Shengjie were flustered and exasperated as they chased after Lin Feng. Many experts of the Evil Dragon Palace also soared into the sky and chased after him. 6 hours later, Lin Feng successfully got rid of the experts of the Evil Dragon Palace. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Not only did he obtain the spirit cleansing fruit, he even obtained the spirit cleansing tree. Lin Feng planted the spirit cleansing tree in his mountain river ring and then plucked the 2 ripe spirit cleansing fruits. He found a secluded place and opened up a temporary cave abode. Then he entered the cave abode. He began to refine the spirit cleansing fruit. A spirit cleansing fruit could increase the purity of magic power by 10 times. The effect was very obvious. After Lin Feng refined the first spirit cleansing fruit, his cultivation had already broken through to the 7th level of the divine fire realm. When the second spirit cleansing fruit was completely refined, Lin Feng's realm had reached the peak of the 7th level of the divine fire realm. The second spirit cleansing fruit did not allow him to continue breaking through. Unfortunately, I'm only a step away from breaking through, but I'm still a little lacking. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. But then he felt relieved. This breakthrough could be considered an unexpected surprise, so there was nothing to be dissatisfied with. There are still 5 spirit cleansing fruits that haven't ripened. I wonder when they will ripen, Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart. If the other 5 spirit cleansing fruits were ripe, he estimated that it would not be a problem to raise his cultivation by 2 to 3 realms. Following which, Lin Feng exited his seclusion and continued walking towards the depths. On this day, Lin Feng saw a huge mountain range from afar. At the peak of the mountain, there was a huge golden palace. The palace exuded a boundless divine might. It was like an immortal palace. When he saw the palace, Lin Feng was shocked. He quickly soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the mountain. When he arrived, he discovered that there were already many cultivators gathered here. The mountain peak was surrounded by a huge restriction. It was a space where flying was prohibited. Therefore, he had no choice but to land. Many people entered the mountain one after another. Because the restriction on the mountain wasn't particularly strong, cultivators could go all the way up the mountain and reach the Golden Palace. Why is there a Golden Palace here? Lin Feng was very puzzled. This Golden Palace was filled with a sense of mystery, which made him feel even more puzzled, but at the same time, he could not help but feel some reverence. Because he felt that this palace was not simple. Lin Feng, like many people, entered the mountain peak. Roar! The roar shook the sky, and a ferocious beast pounced over. It was a silver-white ferocious beast with the head of a swanny, the body of a lion, the tail of a flood dragon, and a pair of huge wings. It was unknown what kind of ferocious beast it was, but it was unusually ferocious. Lin Feng attacked as fast as lightning and killed the ferocious beast. Then, he froze the beast so that he could roast it in the future. This ferocious beast's physique was so strong. The quality of its meat should be good. The roast meat made from it would definitely taste great. This mountain peak was very huge, extending for more than 10 miles, and there were many powerful ferocious beasts living here. Look, it's heavenly grace grass. A cultivator in the distance exclaimed as he discovered an extremely precious natural treasure. Roar! But then, the roar of a beast was heard. The natural treasure was guarded by a ferocious beast. A group of cultivators and ferocious beasts were fighting. Many precious natural treasures could be found in the forest from time to time, but most of them were guarded by ferocious beasts, so it was possible to see many life-and-death battles between the guarding ferocious beasts and cultivators. Lin Feng did not stop along the way and arrived at the top of the mountain. When he arrived, there were already many cultivators here. Everyone looked at the golden palace shrouded in golden brilliance. The huge palace was at least 300 meters tall, and it was majestic and heavy. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound was heard. The palace door opened. A huge golden dragon head poked out of the palace. There's a dragon living in the palace? Many people could not help but frown. The golden holy palace. It needs a new master, the golden dragon said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The golden holy palace? This palace is called the Golden Holy Palace. Judging from its appearance, it does fit the name of the Golden Holy Palace. Who are you? What's the origin of the Golden Holy Palace? A cultivator asked. I'm the weapon spirit of the Golden Holy Palace. The Golden Holy Palace is a supreme treasure created by the Golden Holy King, the dragon said. Golden Holy King? Who's that? Someone asked curiously. The Golden Holy King is a holy spirit born from an underground golden mountain in the depths of the great world of Qianyun, the dragon said. Hiss. Many people could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. It was actually a holy spirit. Its origin was too great. The Holy Spirit and the Stone Clan. These were two very special clans. They were both born from heaven and earth. These two clans could be said to have heaven-defying talents. Once they matured, they would be able to contend against great emperors. This golden holy king should be a Holy Spirit that had reached great success and could contend against great emperors. The golden holy palace in front of them. It was the inheritance of the golden holy king. This golden holy palace was not just a treasure left behind by the golden holy king. It should also contain the golden holy king's inheritance. Many people became excited. Now, the dragon was going to find a successor for the golden holy king. Everyone was naturally looking forward to it. Whoosh! At that moment, a cultivator flew over from afar. That cultivator descended from the sky and flew directly toward the golden holy palace. It was a young cultivator wearing a yellow robe. Moreover, this person had a crew cut. Usually, apart from monks, very few people would have such short hair. However, it was obvious that this cultivator with a crew cut was not a monk. You're courting death. Seeing that the cultivator with a crew cut actually wanted to enter the golden holy palace directly, many people were enraged. One by one, they attacked the cultivator with a crew cut. Chapter 1902. The attacks from so many cultivators were naturally terrifying. However, the youth with the crew cut looked indifferent. Facing the attacks of so many experts, he stepped forward in the void. I am the son of the Nether King who walks in this world. I represent the Nether King and exercise the rights of the Nether Realm. The youth with the crew cut used a very ancient, mysterious, and obscure language to recite a spell. The content of the spell. It seemed to be communicating with the Nether Realm. He reached out and tapped lightly. A cloud of black mist flew out from his fingertip. Then, the cloud of black mist covered the sky. It enveloped all the magic treasures. At this moment, a terrifying scene occurred. Catcher, catcher, catcher sounds could be heard from the black fog. Within the black mist. They were all magic treasures. Unexpectedly, all of them had collapsed. Hiss. When Lin Feng saw that, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Who was that youth with the crew cut? His methods were too strange. He actually destroyed so many magic treasures. You're the son of the Nether King, someone shouted in horror. What? He's the son of the Nether King? Immediately after, a series of horrified voices rang out. Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. The son of the Nether King, ranked second on the prodigy roll. It was said that the son of the Nether King was also a monster who broke out of the stone. It was rumored. The stone that sealed the son of the Nether King came from the Nether Realm. That was why he was called the son of the Nether King. The son of the Nether King's combat strength was incomparably heaven-defying. He was a heaven-defying monster who gave the older generation experts a headache. The son of the Nether King said indifferently, "Since you know who I am, you should leave quickly." He walked toward the golden dragon. At this moment, the golden dragon roared, "How dare you? You don't want to be tested. Who gave you the guts to enter the palace?" Rumble. A loud sound shook the sky as the golden dragon stretched out its claws. It attacked the son of the Nether King. Many people became excited when they saw this. They all prayed that the golden dragon could kill the son of the Nether King. That would be a happy ending. Facing the golden dragon's attack, the son of the Nether King attacked. He threw a punch. Behind him, black mist tumbled. Within the black fog, he could vaguely see a mysterious world. That world. It seemed to be a world of death. That world. It was also like the mysterious and ancient underworld. Nether Child punched out. It collided fiercely with the huge dragon claw of the golden dragon. Bang! A muffled sound of collision was heard. The golden dragon was actually sent flying back into the palace by Underworld Child. Immediately after, boundless black fog covered the entire golden temple. Soon after, the golden dragon's voice came from the golden holy palace. "I'm willing to submit." Boom. Immediately after, the golden holy land rose into the sky and flew into the distance. The artifact spirit of the gold temple was actually subdued by the Underworld Child. That weapon spirit is so powerful, Yet it's still no match for the underworld child. Isn't the underworld child's strength a little too terrifying? Lin Feng's face was full of shock and emotion. The battle prowess displayed by the underworld child. It was completely beyond his imagination. No wonder the underworld child was able to become the second on the prodigy roll. Underworld child, you've gone too far. After the underworld child left, some cultivators roared angrily. The underworld child had come in a domineering manner. Then, he arrogantly destroyed their treasures and snatched away the golden holy palace. Naturally, many people gnashed their teeth in anger. However, the underworld child was simply too powerful. Therefore, even if they were dissatisfied, these cultivators only dared to vent their anger after the underworld child left. Sometimes, when one's strength reaches a certain level, they can really snatch away the fortuitous opportunities from anywhere. They don't even leave a chance for others. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He didn't stop. He left the ancient mountain and continued to head deeper. The lightning god's land of inheritance. Many places had treasures and fortuitous opportunities. However, Lin Feng wasn't interested in ordinary treasures and fortuitous opportunities. He kept heading deeper, wanting to enter the lightning city to take a look. That evening, he felt as if someone was following him from afar. However, when Lin Feng looked behind him, he didn't see anything. Could I have sensed wrongly? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. But what if he hadn't sensed wrongly? When he thought of this, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He increased his speed and headed deeper. However, the feeling of being followed continued to linger. He used his divine will to search his surroundings, but he didn't find any traces of anyone. However, that special feeling, that mysterious feeling, definitely couldn't be wrong. Demon Lord. Lin Feng tried to call out to the Demon Lord. However, what made him shiver was, his connection with the Demon Lord was cut off. Then, Lin Feng tried to communicate with the Black Bear Devil King. He realized that he couldn't communicate with the Black Bear Devil King either. At this point, Lin Feng could basically confirm that there was a terrifying existence following him. Moreover, that existence. Its strength might even surpass the Demon Lord. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cut off his connection with the Demon Lord. This made Lin Feng's expression extremely gloomy. Just what is it that is following me? Why hasn't it appeared? Lin Feng took a deep breath, his expression extremely solemn. This person didn't come with good intentions. Logically speaking, the terrifying existence that was following him shouldn't have not appeared. Since it hadn't appeared, Lin Feng decided to go to a place with many people as quickly as possible. It would be best if he could find a few exceptional experts. Then, he would make a deal with those experts to deal with the unknown existence that was following him. Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit. But at this moment, he saw a shriveled old man in the forest in front of him with his hands behind his back. A pair of ghost-like eyes flickered with a pale green light. At this moment, he was staring at him without blinking. When he saw the old man, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. That old man must be the one that was secretly following him. He quickly retreated, wanting to escape. However, the old man's voice resounded in his ears. "We meet again, old friends. Why are you in such a hurry? Old friends?" Lin Feng muttered in his heart. He hurriedly felt as if his body had been frozen, unable to move. It was that old man who had imprisoned him. Rustling sounds could be heard from behind him. The old man was walking toward Lin Feng, step by step. Not long after, he arrived behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly realized that he could move. The old man had removed the imprisonment on him. At this moment, his expression was uncertain, but he didn't try to escape. Lin Feng knew that if the old man wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to escape. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and turned to look behind him. At this moment, he saw the old man's face clearly. It was a face that looked like a malicious spirit. "It's you." After seeing the old man, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Chapter 1903. Back then, Lin Feng and Liu Piaomiao had mistakenly entered the Luotian temple in the misty forest of the Tianwu continent. The scenes of the past were still vivid in their minds. There were 72 ancient coffins in the temple. There was also a divine servant who was still alive. The divine servant told Lin Feng and Liu Piaomiao the story of Luo Shen. Luo Shen, the daughter of Fuxi, a goddess of heaven. When Luo Shen traveled, she charmed countless gods. One of them was called Judas. He had a human face and a red snake body. He lived at the foot of Mount Zhong. He was an exceptionally powerful god. He began to pursue Luo Shen. However, Judas wasn't the only god who pursued Luo Shen. There was another god called the North Pole God Emperor. The two gods fought, and Judas defeated the North Pole God Emperor. He originally thought that he could be together with Luo Shen, but he didn't expect that Luo Shen would be involved in a great war between gods and demons. Judas killed his way to the battlefield and rescued Luo Shen, who was on the verge of death. However, Judas wasn't able to save Luo Shen. When Luo Shen died, Judas came to the Luo Shen temple and guarded Luo Shen's corpse day and night. The divine servant who didn't die was a divine servant of the Luo Shen temple. However, that divine servant wasn't the one who had served Luo Shen. Divine servants were passed down from generation to generation. The divine servant of the Luo Shen temple. He had been dead for tens of thousands of years before becoming a divine servant of the Luo Shen temple. Lin Feng remembered that the divine servant was nearing the end of his life. Furthermore, the divine servant had said that he couldn't leave the temple. He was struggling at death's door, waiting for his life to pass away. However, what shocked Lin Feng was that divine servant. Now, he had appeared in the 9 states, right in front of him. It was this old man in front of him, the divine servant of the Luo Shen temple. Obviously, back then, this divine servant had deceived Lin Feng and Liu Piaomiao. He could leave the Luo Shen temple. His life hadn't come to an end. Now, seeing this divine servant again, Lin Feng's heart was heavy. Because he felt that this divine servant didn't have good intentions towards him. Especially the way he looked at him. It made his hair stand on end. The divine servant let out a devilish laugh. He looked at Lin Feng with a sinister gaze and said, "It has been many years since we last met. How have you been, young friend?" Lin Feng suppressed the fear in his heart and looked at the divine servants as he said, "Everything is fine. Thank you for your concern, senior." The divine servant said, "I never thought that in just a dozen years, little friend's cultivation would have risen to such a level." How shocking. Lin Feng felt that the old man was implying something. Moreover, he felt that the old man's gaze towards him was becoming stranger and stranger. It was an indescribable feeling. It made his heart tremble. Although Lin Feng didn't know what the old man was up to, there was one thing he was clear about. The old man must be up to no good. However, Lin Feng was also a person who had seen great storms and waves. His expression was still very calm, and no one could see any special changes on his face. He said, "I was extremely lucky to be able to break through to my current cultivation." The divine servant said, "Little friend, you are too modest. Your talent is rarely seen in the world." As the old man spoke, he kept staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Soon, Lin Feng understood why the old man was so frightened. It was because the old man was looking at him as if he was a treasure, a personal item. What is this old man up to? Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He said calmly, "Senior, what business do you have in the 9 provinces?" The divine servant gave Lin Feng a meaningful look and said, "Yes, I have something to do, and it is an extremely important matter. This old man has been waiting for this for many years, and now, my wish is about to be fulfilled. I'm in a good mood." Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, "What is it? Is it convenient for senior to tell me?" The divine servant smiled enigmatically and said, "I can't say. I can't say." Lin Feng muttered in his heart. This old man didn't seem like a good person. He was probably thinking of something wicked. The divine servant looked at the moon that had risen in the sky and said, "Look, in a few days, it will be a full moon." Lin Feng looked at the moon and nodded. It was indeed going to be a full moon soon. However, the old man had suddenly mentioned a full moon. What was his motive? Lin Feng didn't think that the old man would mention a full moon for no reason. Every word of the old man's. They were all worth pondering. However, Lin Feng couldn't guess what the old man meant. "All right, that's all for today. We'll meet again if fate wills it," said the divine servant. He then turned and walked into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "His leaving just like that," Lin Feng muttered in his heart. He had a feeling that the old man was plotting something against him, but the old man had left so quickly. He didn't seem to have any ill intentions. This made Lin Feng extremely puzzled. What was the old man trying to do? At this time, Lin Feng realized that he could communicate with the Demon Lord and the Black Bear Devil King. "What do you think?" Lin Feng asked. The Black Bear Devil King said, "This old man isn't simple. His aura is sinister, like a human but not a human, like a ghost but not a ghost." The Demon Lord said, "It's obvious that this old man has other intentions towards you. You have to be careful. His methods are very strange." Lin Feng nodded. Now, he could only try his best to avoid this old man. "I hope that this old man's coming to the 9 prefectures has nothing to do with me," Lin Feng muttered to himself. He didn't stay any longer and quickly flew into the distance. 3 days later, Lin Feng finally saw the huge Thunder City. Endless lightning was rolling, and the Thunder City was above the lightning. Many cultivators were looking at the Thunder City. Everyone was waiting for the restriction around the Thunder City to disperse. The place of inheritance of the primordial thunder god. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He was looking at Lei Cheng with a burning passion in his eyes. The primordial thunder god was an existence that could fight against the primordial dragon-esque elephant. The primordial thunder god was one of the strongest human cultivators in the primordial era. The primordial thunder god's cultivation technique might be more suitable for humans to cultivate. Because the primordial thunder god was a human cultivator. His cultivation technique was created according to the structure of the human body. The primordial dragon-esque elephant's cultivation technique was created according to the primordial dragon-esque elephant's body. Therefore, it might be difficult for human cultivators to cultivate the primordial dragon-esque elephant's cultivation technique to the peak. But if they cultivated the thunder god's cultivation technique, they would definitely be able to cultivate it to the peak. Boom! A huge battle broke out in the distance. The 5 ancient experts of the Kinwu people were besieging a black-robed cultivator. This battle alarmed everyone. The black-robed cultivator who was besieged was the Yazi divine beast that had swallowed dozens of Kinwu people's experts. Chapter 1904. The Kinwu people's foundation was indeed incomparably powerful. They actually sent out 5 giant god realm experts. It was truly shocking. This race was the descendant of Shifter Emperor Di Jun. Shifter Emperor Di Jun was the existence who established the heavenly court. He was the emperor of all demons and one of the creators of the demon race's glory. However, he was also the main culprit behind the demon race's decline. Back then, Shifter Emperor Di Jun and Demon Emperor Tai joined forces to establish the supreme heavenly court in the heaven realm. The immortals bowed their heads and thousands of races came to congratulate them. Even the Nether King of the Netherworld and the King of Hell had to submit to the heavenly court. From this, one could see how powerful the heavenly court was at that time. Later, Demon Emperor Tai died unexpectedly. The power was controlled by Shifter Emperor Di Jun alone. Shifter Emperor Di Jun, who had absolute power, began to become obstinate and self-opinionated. He even allowed his son, the Golden Crow, to become the sun and rise to the 9 heavens. In the end, 10 suns rose to the sky and a catastrophe descended. The weather was extremely hot. Countless living beings died. Countless races were unable to adapt to the hot weather and were eventually wiped out. There was a man called Hu Yi in the witch race. He could not bear to see the people suffer, so he created the sun-shooting divine skill, later known as Hu Yi's bow, and the sun-shooting divine arrow. He shot down the 9 suns. Shifter Emperor Di Jun was furious. He vented his anger on Hu Yi and killed him. Hu Yi's death angered the witch race. As a result, the witch race and the heavenly court represented by the demon race broke out in an unprecedented Great Witch Race War. The Great Witch Race War swept across the heavens. Countless races participated in this war. In the end, the witch race was almost wiped out. This was the witch race. This race was a race that would never admit defeat even if they sacrificed their last soldier. The demon race also suffered heavy losses. At this time, the heavenly human race and the immortal race took advantage of the situation to rise. They killed their way into the heavenly court and killed shifter Emperor Di-Jun. They disintegrated the demon race's rule. From then on, the heavenly court changed hands. Why did the heavenly court suppress the demon race? It was because of the feud. Back then, the great sage, heaven's equal, and the sacred battle ape were suppressed. It was also because of this reason. Therefore, it could be said that Di-Jun's muddle-headedness had led to the decline of the monster race. However, Di-Jun's inheritance had not been severed. It was the Golden Crow clan that had inherited the inheritance from Di-Jun. Thus, this clan was exceptionally powerful. They could definitely be called one of the most powerful races in the universe. The Kinwu people had many branches, and the Sky Marshal continent also had branches of the Kinwu people. However, no matter where the Kinwu people were from, these Golden Crows would name the place where they lived Fusang Island. Perhaps he wanted to retrace the glory of the past. Back then, the demon emperor Di-Jun had bestowed the heaven realm's Fusang Island to his 9 sons. Therefore, the Kinwu people used to live on the heavenly realm's immortal island, Fusang Island. This group of Kinwu people in the Guishu Sea region was abnormally powerful. The 5 giant god experts could naturally be said to be extremely terrifying. The 5 experts joined forces to besiege the Yazi divine beast. A battle of this level was not common. Although that Yazi mythological beast was powerful, it was facing the siege of 5 mighty god realm powerhouses. A confrontation ensued. He could only passively take a beating. No matter how powerful he was, there was no way he could fight against 5 people at once. This great battle could be said to startle heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. The Yazi divine beast's clothes were torn apart, and one of its arms was almost chopped off. Demonic blood dyed the sky red. Kinwu people. Very good. I'll remember all of you. The Yazi divine beast's cold voice sounded. Then, he tore through the void and fled. Chase. The 5 mighty god experts of the Kinwu people naturally wouldn't let that Yazi divine beast go so easily. They quickly chased after it. Many people were discussing this battle excitedly. This pinnacle battle was truly shocking, causing many people to feel extremely excited. The only pity was that they couldn't see the outcome. Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his chin. The Kinwu people didn't know that the Yazi divine beast had 4 brothers. If they knew, they definitely wouldn't choose to kill that Yazi divine beast. They would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Once a grudge was formed, it would definitely be a situation where one party would fight to the death. If the other 4 Yazi divine beasts arrived, even if the Kinwu people were powerful, at that time, they would probably suffer heavy losses. More and more cultivators gathered in Thunder City. Many people began to talk about the Thunder God's inheritance. This was naturally an extremely exciting matter. The Thunder God's inheritance was too powerful, enough to make anyone go crazy. Once Thunder City opened, one could imagine, it was bound to be another bloody battle. About 7 days passed, a loud rumbling sound came out from the Thunder City. Immediately after, the restriction began to disperse. The gate of Thunder City began to open. Everyone's spirits were lifted as they quickly flew towards Thunder City. At this moment, a thunderstorm actually fell from the sky. This thunderstorm was very special. In every drop of rain, there was a thunderbolt power sealed. A cultivator exclaimed, "The power sealed in the rain is the power of the thunder attribute law. Quickly absorb this thunderstorm." Countless people were shocked. They began to devour the thunderstorm. However, the thunderbolt power sealed in the thunderstorm was very violent. Not everyone could absorb it. Of course, cultivators might be able to absorb it, but if they absorbed too much, their bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it. There would be a disastrous scene. Bang, 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 sounds of bodies exploding could be heard. Many people simply couldn't withstand the power of the thunder attribute law contained in the thunderstorm. Their bodies directly exploded, and they died on the spot. If you can't subdue the power of the thunder attribute law, don't try to absorb the thunderstorm. Otherwise, only death awaits. A cultivator shouted loudly. Many people turned pale and gave up on absorbing the thunderstorm. Even those who were absorbing the thunderstorm. Cultivators who had the ability to suppress the thunder attribute law. At this moment, they became much more cautious. Because of the thunderstorm. It was really strange. They had to guard against it. Many cultivators who stopped absorbing the thunderstorm directly entered Thunder City. Lin Feng didn't choose to enter Thunder City. He absorbed the thunderstorm outside. Moreover, he was devouring the thunderstorm from the sky at a crazy speed. A large amount of the thunderstorm was absorbed by Lin Feng. The power of the thunder attribute law contained in the thunderstorm began to wreak havoc in Lin Feng's body, wanting to destroy Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng operated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art and suppressed all the thunder attribute law. After a full day and night, the thunderstorm finally stopped. Lin Feng had absorbed enough of the thunderstorm. He floated in the air with his eyes closed, motionless. Cultivators flew over from afar and saw Lin Feng's chaotic aura. That kid seems to have a problem with his cultivation. Kill him and take his storage ring. More than a dozen cultivators rushed towards Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng still didn't open his eyes. When those people attacked, dense thunder attribute power gushed out of Lin Feng's body. The 108,000 pores on his body were spewing out thunder attribute power. Bang, 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 bang. The thunder attribute power that was spewing out of his body directly blew up the bodies of more than a dozen cultivators into ashes. Many cultivators who saw this scene in the distance were scared pale. Chapter 1905. The power of lightning constantly surged out from Lin Feng's body, and Lin Feng's body was shrouded by the power of lightning. In the end, a huge ball of lightning formed outside his body, and that ball of lightning directly distorted the void. After seeing this scene, many people were shocked. How many laws of lightning did that guy absorb to form such a huge ball of lightning? And the most unbelievable thing was that after absorbing so many laws of lightning, he still didn't die. Wasn't this a little too abnormal? It was simply unbelievable. This guy should be about to get an opportunity. Since there's nothing to see, let's enter the Thunder City to find our own opportunities, a cultivator said. Then, everyone left and entered the Thunder City. In the ball of lightning, Lin Feng's body was absorbing the laws of lightning in his body. These violent laws of lightning wanted to destroy his body, but they were suppressed by the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. The power of the laws of lightning was very domineering, and it was naturally not easy to absorb it. But fortunately, Lin Feng's means were extraordinary. The power of the laws of lightning in his body was constantly being devoured by Lin Feng. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A powerful fluctuation was emitted from Lin Feng's body, and it was the laws of lightning that Lin Feng absorbed. Immortal god of lightning, invincible. Suddenly, a majestic voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. In Lin Feng's body, all the laws of lightning condensed into a shadow of the god of lightning. The shadow of the god of lightning contained the will of the god of lightning. When the voice of the god of lightning was heard, the power of the laws of lightning suddenly shook in Lin Feng's body. Bath. Lin Feng was shaken to the point that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why did the laws of lightning contain the will of the god of lightning? Isn't this too much of a scam? Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. At this moment, the laws of lightning in his body began to brew even more terrifying power. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate and quickly circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. Archaic dragonesque elephant, suppress the gods. Suddenly, another voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. This time, it was the voice of the Archean dragonesque elephant. Within Lin Feng's body, an Archean dragonesque elephant phantom condensed. The primordial dragonesque elephant roared at the sky, its roar shaking the heavens and earth as it charged towards the primordial thunder god. Crossing the river of time and continuing the battle of the pass. The thunder god spoke as he walked toward the Archean dragonesque elephant. Hearing thunder god's words, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The battle of the past continued. What did Thunder God mean by this? That year, wasn't the God of Thunder defeated by the archaic dragon-esque elephant? Why did the God of Thunder say that they would fight again? This sentence clearly meant that the battle back then did not seem to have ended. Could it be that the rumors are false? The battle between the primordial dragon-esque elephant and the Thunder God back then didn't end? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The era of the archaic dragon-esque elephant and Thunder God was too long ago. That was billions of years ago. Regarding the battle back then, it was all seen in some Daoist scriptures. Hence, no one knew the exact situation. Perhaps only the top experts who had watched the battle back then knew the exact situation. However, those experts who had watched the battle back then had long since turned into ashes. No one knew how long they had been dead. The content recorded in the Daoist scriptures could naturally be false. Just like the history we speak of. Was the history recorded in the history books true? Some of it might be true. Some of it might not be true. Therefore, as long as something was written down, you might think it was true, but it might not be true. If you think it was fabricated, it might be true. As for the battle between the primordial dragon-esque elephant and the Thunder God, one could only deduce the result of the battle from words. Hence, if the world thought that the Thunder God had lost to the primordial dragon-esque elephant, did he really lose to the primordial dragon-esque elephant? Lin Feng had always believed in this rumor, but now it seemed that the rumor of the Thunder God's defeat was not credible. The primordial dragon-esque elephant and the Thunder God fought fiercely. Moreover, they fought inside Lin Feng's body. This was a battle of wills, spanning countless years. A will that could not be extinguished. Now, they were fighting together. However, Lin Feng suffered. All the bones in his body were broken and he was constantly coughing up blood. If his physical body wasn't strong enough. The battle between the primordial dragon-esque elephant and the Thunder God had long destroyed his physical body. I just want to refine some thunder laws to improve my strength. It's not easy for me either, okay? Don't torture me like this anymore, okay? I'm really going to be tortured to death. Lin Feng cried with a long face. He hurriedly operated the immortal divine body to heal his injured body. His physical body recovered quickly. But soon, it was destroyed into pieces. The battle between the primordial dragon-esque elephant and the Thunder God destroyed Lin Feng's physical body 9 times. However, Lin Feng's physical body was reborn 9 times. In this kind of back and forth of destruction and rebirth, Lin Feng's physical body, it became even more powerful. Originally, his physical body was equivalent to the early stage of the giant god realm. Now that his physical body had been destroyed 9 times and reborn 9 times, Lin Feng's physical body had reached the middle stage of the giant god realm. It had been upgraded by a full level and his physical body had become even more tyrannical. At this moment, the primordial dragon-esque elephant and the Thunder God finally stopped fighting and looked at each other. Unfinished mission, the primordial dragon-esque elephant said. You and I will fight side by side. I'll wait for your return, the Thunder God said. Lin Feng's face was full of shock. What did the conversation between the primordial dragon-esque elephant and the Thunder God mean? What was the unfinished mission? I'll wait for your return. Could it be that the primordial dragon-esque elephant and the Thunder God were still alive? Wasn't this too unbelievable? Lin Feng had always thought that the primordial dragon-esque elephant and the Thunder God had died long ago. However, the conversation between the primordial dragon-esque elephant and the Thunder God did not reveal any more information. Therefore, Lin Feng also had a smattering of knowledge. He couldn't figure out the truth of the matter. The primordial dragon-esque elephant's shadow finally dissipated. The Thunder God's shadow also began to disperse. Perhaps this is something destined by the heavens, as the last voice was heard. The Thunder God's shadow dissipated. At the same time, a message flowed into Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's divine telekinesis invaded the message and read it. His face was full of shock. This was because the message actually recorded a peerless absolute art. The peerless absolute art was called the Great Art of Thunderclap. The great art of thunderclap was ranked first among the 72 types of bombardment absolute art. It was ranked 11th among the 3,000 absolute arts. P.S. UN Group has launched a King of Fantasy contest. Coincidentally, the Primordial Dragonesque Elephant art is also eligible to participate. Old Steamed Bun has decided to participate in the King of Fantasy contest. From today onwards, there will be a minimum of 7 updates. Every day will be explosive until the end of the year. Old Steamed Bun wants to take first place. No one can take it away from Old Steamed Bun. Brothers, please comment and vote in the book review section. This year, fight with me. If God blocks us, kill God. If Buddha blocks us, kill Buddha. Chapter 1906. Lin Feng memorized the cultivation method of the great thunderclap art in his mind and sealed all the power of the law of lightning in his body. Lin Feng planned to use the power of the law of lightning to cultivate the great thunderclap art in the future. Once this 3,000 great Tao was successfully cultivated, its power would be incomparably terrifying. In terms of attack power, the top 10 3,000 great Tao were not comparable to the attack power of the great thunderclap art. For example, the third-ranked great karma art allowed the cultivator to grasp the power of the Tao of karma. For example, the fourth-ranked great reincarnation art allowed the cultivator to grasp the power of the past and the future. These Taos were not purely offensive Taos. They were very complicated and mysterious. Even comprehending them was extremely difficult. The great thunderclap art was purely an offensive Tao. It was an unbelievably powerful offensive Tao. Bang! The ball of lightning that enveloped Lin Feng directly exploded. Many cultivators who came from afar looked at Lin Feng and pointed at him while discussing. Lin Feng did not pay attention to those people. He soared into the sky. He directly entered the Thunder City. The Thunder City was very huge. Above it was the dense power of the law of lightning that sealed the void. Cultivators could not enter or leave the Thunder City from above. They could only enter and leave through the city gate. The Thunder City itself was an incomparably powerful Dharma treasure. However, it was extremely unrealistic to want to take the Thunder City. Unless one obtained the approval of the Thunder God. Only by becoming the true successor of the Thunder God could one have a chance to take the Thunder City. Lin Feng went all the way into the Thunder City and a great battle broke out in an old house in the Thunder City. This was because this old house had a treasure vault. It was said that someone had found a green immortal lotus. It was an immortal medicine that was nurtured by heaven and earth. It could rejuvenate a person and let them live a new life. Such a treasure would inevitably cause a storm of blood. Countless experts participated in this battle, including many of the older generation experts of the big forces. Treasures like the immortal elixir of immortality were extremely tempting to cultivators of the older generation. This was because the younger generation cultivators still had a very long lifespan. The cultivators of the older generation did not have many years left to live. There were even some ancient cultivators who were about to reach the end of their lifespans. Ordinary heavenly treasures or pills could no longer extend their lifespans. Only a supreme treasure like the immortal medicine of immortality could be used. It could allow them to regain their youth and live another life. Moreover, the immortal medicine also had a heaven-defying effect. That was after the immortal medicine of immortality helped cultivators regain their youth. After consuming the immortal elixir of immortality, the cultivator's cultivation would not decline at all. In other words, he had become what he was in his youth. However, his cultivation did not regress at all. Just thinking about it made him feel heaven-defying. The battle was very fierce. Lin Feng even saw a lot of experts he knew joining the battle. Supreme Immortal Sect, Dragon Blood City's Long Family, Evil Dragon Palace, Kinwu People, Myriad Immortals Island, and other forces. There were even a few ancestor-level experts from the Supreme Immortal Sect who were participating in this competition. 10,000 mortal worlds in a single thought. A low voice came from the distance. A woman in a purple dress walked over and joined the battlefield. The woman in the purple dress was abnormally powerful, and she had repelled many experts. That's the Red World Fairy's eldest disciple, An Qiang. A cultivator watching the battle from afar said. Lin Feng was shocked. The Red World Fairy's disciple? Lin Feng had heard a lot about the celestial master Hong Chen. He didn't know how many times he had heard about him. It was just that he had never seen the Red World Fairy before. He never thought that he would see the Red World Fairy's eldest disciple here. That Nqiang's cultivation was indeed powerful. Several experts from the Supreme Immortal sect went to besiege her, but they were all repelled by Nqiang. Lin Feng did not participate in this chaotic battle, because it was not an easy task to snatch the immortal medicine from the hands of so many experts. At this moment, waves of violent fluctuations came from the depths, shaking the void. A green lotus pushed back the surrounding cultivators and soared into the sky. The green lotus floated in mid-air, emitting endless immortal light. It was mysterious and holy, as if it had its own spirituality and thoughts. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the heavenly fiend clan's the Magic Lotus. The Magic Lotus represented evil, destruction, death, and darkness. As for the Azure Lotus, it represented justice, hope, new life, and light. A faint fragrance spread out. Many people felt extremely comfortable after smelling the scent of the green lotus. It was as if they were floating in the air. My internal injuries are healed. Soon, a cultivator exclaimed. Heavens, my internal injuries are also healed. In order to heal my internal injuries, I don't know how many spirit pills and miraculous medicines I've consumed over the years, but they were all useless. Now, just by smelling the green lotus's medicinal fragrance, my internal injuries are healed. It's unbelievable. Then, someone exclaimed in shock. As expected of the immortal medicine, it had such a miraculous effect just by smelling it. Many people went crazy over it. The green lotus is mine. Many experts soared into the sky and continued to fight for the green lotus. The allure of this immortal medicine of immortality was too great. No one could resist this temptation. Demon Lord, do you want to attack? Lin Feng transmitted to the Demon Lord. He wanted to join hands with the Demon Lord to obtain the green lotus. When the time came, they could split the ownership of the green lotus equally with the Demon Lord. Of course, it would be even better if they could use other things or conditions to exchange for the Demon Lord's share of the green lotus. Lin Feng believed that he understood the Demon Lord quite well. With the Demon Lord's personality, when he encountered a peerless treasure like the green lotus, there was no reason not to fight for it. The Demon Lord said, "Let's wait and see." This green lotus is not simple. Lin Feng nodded. He was not in a hurry to attack. The Demon Lord was experienced and knowledgeable. He could discover things that he could not. At this time, an ancestor-level expert repelled his opponent and quickly flew toward the green lotus. This green lotus is mine. That ancestor-level expert shouted excitedly and reached out to grab the green lotus. You're courting death. The others roared angrily. One after another, they used powerful abilities or took out treasures to attack that ancestor-level expert. However, that ancestor-level expert was already prepared. He took out a Star River ruler. With the ruler in his hand, he gently swiped it in the void. Suddenly, a Star River world appeared. All the attacks were swallowed by the Star River world. That ancestor-level expert was about to take the green lotus. Suddenly, the green lotus trembled slightly. Bang! The ancestor-level expert's hand that reached for the green lotus was directly shaken into a bloody mist. Ah! That ancestor-level expert let out an incomparably shrill scream. Chapter 1907. The green lotus was so terrifying that it instantly shattered the ancestor's arm. Many people turned pale at the sight of it. Even an ancestor couldn't withstand it. If it was someone else, wouldn't they die without a doubt? Ah! The ancestor roared. He wasn't willing to give up just like that. He took out a new treasure. It was a spatial pouch-like treasure with a space inside. The treasure sucked the green lotus into it. Success! The ancestor-level powerhouse was overjoyed. However, before the smile could fade, a voice suddenly rang out. Bang! A tearing sound was heard. The magic treasure that looked like a cosmos sack directly exploded. It couldn't withstand the attack of the green lotus at all. The green lotus gently swept through the void. That ancestor-level powerhouse was swept away by the green lotus and was sent flying. Then, the green lotus quickly flew into the depths of Thunder City. Chase. At this time, everyone came back to their senses and chased after the green lotus. Should we chase? Lin Feng asked. The demon lord said, no. The green lotus is demonic. It won't be easy to take it. The loss outweighs the gain. Since the demon lord said so, Lin Feng could only nod in agreement with the demon lord's words. The green lotus was indeed demonic. This was something that made people fearful. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show dispersed. Many people knew that they didn't have the ability to compete with those experts for the green lotus. So, they didn't participate in the fight for the green lotus at all. Lin Feng walked into the distance. He hoped to find the most powerful inheritance of the Thunder God in Thunder City. In the past, Lin Feng had obtained the inheritance of the Sky Tyrant Lightning Art. This inheritance was one of the inheritances of the Thunder God. The Sky Tyrant Lightning Art, the Sky Severing Lightning Art, and the Sky Destroying Lightning Art. These were the three great inheritances of the Thunder God. It was said that among these three inheritances, the Sky Tyrant Lightning Art was the foundation. After cultivating the Sky Tyrant Lightning Art, one could cultivate the Sky Severing Lightning Art and the Sky Destroying Lightning Art. The Sky Severing Lightning Art and the Sky Destroying Lightning Art were offensive divine abilities created by the Thunder God after integrating the great art of Thunderclap. It was the most terrifying divine ability among the many Lightning Dao divine abilities. Lin Feng had been eyeing these two abilities for a long time. Now that he had come to the Thunder God's land of inheritance, these two abilities were also his goal. As for treasures like the Thunder City or the Mjolnir, it would be best if he could get it. If he couldn't get it, there was nothing to regret. Lin Feng summoned the little guy, Dragon Rabbit. This little guy could sense where the treasures were. It could save a lot of time. Lin Feng communicated with Dragon Rabbit for a while. The little fellow understood tacitly and led the way. Under the guidance of the Dragon Rabbit, Lin Feng opened the doors of the treasury one after another. Then, he swept away all the treasures in the treasury. After collecting another treasure, Lin Feng was surrounded by a group of experts. These were the experts of the Kinwu people. There were about 20 of them, and all of them looked coldly at Lin Feng. Dragon Rabbit, you actually raised such a spirit beast. It seems that you have obtained a lot of good things in the Thunder City, said a strong cultivator of the Golden Crow clan looking at Lin Feng in a cold and detached way. His eyes were filled with greed. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What? Could it be that you want to snatch it by force?" "Ha ha ha ha, we're not snatching it by force. We're killing you and taking your treasures. Attack." The Kinwu people cultivator waved his hand and shouted in a deep voice. He took the lead and pounced on Lin Feng. The other Kinwu people cultivators also surrounded Lin Feng. One by one, they erupted with powerful combat strength. Many cultivators in the surroundings pointed in this direction. The Kinwu people were one of the three major forces in the bottomless ocean. If he was targeted by the Kinwu people, he would definitely not have a good ending. Therefore, many people looked at Lin Feng with pity in their eyes. Clearly, in everyone's opinion, Lin Feng was surrounded by a group of experts of the Kinwu people. It was almost certain that he would die. "You're courting death." Lin Feng shouted coldly and fought with the group of experts of the Kinwu people. The Death God armor appeared and wrapped Lin Feng tightly. With the defense of this supreme treasure, Lin Feng erupted with his strongest attack. He fought with more than 20 experts of the Kinwu people alone. The powerful attacks of the Kinwu people bombarded Lin Feng's Death God armor. Most of the attacks were blocked by the Death God armor. The remaining attacks were neutralized by Lin Feng's powerful physical body. However, the Kinwu people cultivators could not block Lin Feng's attacks. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of tearing could be heard. One by one, the Kinwu people cultivators had their bodies torn apart by Lin Feng. They died on the spot. Seeing this scene, many people could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng would die without a doubt. Now it seemed. It was not certain who would win. 10 of the 20 or so Kinwu people cultivators were torn apart by Lin Feng in a short time. More than 10 cultivators took out powerful magic treasures and attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He waved his right hand and the heaven-swallowing jar immediately flew out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The heaven-swallowing jar released an extremely powerful devouring power. All the magic treasures were swallowed by Lin Feng's heaven-swallowing jar. Then, the heaven-swallowing jar forcibly cut off the connection between the more than 10 Kinwu people cultivators and their magic treasures. The cultivators of the Kinwu people all suffered a backlash and could not help but scream miserably. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and rushed forward. He used his palm as a knife. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of tearing could be heard. One by one, the heads of the Kinwu people cultivators were chopped off by Lin Feng. Not long after, the remaining 10 or so Kinwu people cultivators were all killed by Lin Feng. Isn't this too cruel? Many people gathered around and looked at Lin Feng with horror. He even dared to kill the cultivators of the Kinwu people. And he killed more than 20 cultivators of the Kinwu people at once. He was simply audacious. This was the ultimate ruined sea area. The Kinwu people were so powerful. He had killed so many experts of the Kinwu people. It was almost equivalent to a definite death. Many people did not think that Lin Feng could leave the ultimate ruined sea area alive. He might not even be able to leave Thunder City alive. This was because there were also top experts of the Kinwu people in Thunder City. If the top experts of the Kinwu people found out about this matter, they would definitely kill Lin Feng personally. Lin Feng did not know what the surrounding cultivators were thinking. After he took the storage rings of the Kinwu people cultivators, he quickly left. When night fell, in Thunder City, a sobbing sound could be heard. That sound was like the sobbing of a woman. The cultivators in Thunder City all felt their hair stand on end. Why was there a woman's sobbing sound in Thunder City? Chapter 1908. Darkness shrouded the land as the cries echoed throughout the ancient city. It was so abrupt. It made people's hair stand on end. Many people found it hard to calm down. Weeping sounds could be heard coming from the Thunder City. This was too strange. What's going on? Many people were muttering to themselves, trying to find the reason for the cries. The cultivators who were originally scattered all over the place walked to the streets of Thunder City. However, the huge Thunder City was empty. At night, Thunder City looked extremely gloomy. In a courtyard, 40 to 50 people were gathered. Lin Feng was also resting here. When they heard the cries in the ancient city, everyone was awakened. Will something evil happen in Thunder City? A young cultivator said with a gloomy expression. This was the first night everyone spent in Thunder City. Therefore, they were not very familiar with Thunder City. Only by experiencing it would they know if something evil would happen in Thunder City. Of course. Everyone hoped so. In Thunder City, it was best to be quiet. They did not want anything strange to happen. However, the development of events was often uncontrollable. If something demonic and terrifying really happened, no one would be able to control it. An old cultivator said, "We shouldn't go out now. Let's wait for a while and see what will happen outside." The others nodded. Going out now was obviously not a wise thing to do. However, not long after, something happened in the courtyard that made everyone's scalp numb. A cultivator had died without a sound. This dead cultivator was found by Lin Feng because he was sitting next to Lin Feng. Originally, he was still talking to Lin Feng. However, not long after, Lin Feng suddenly found that the cultivator was not breathing. He was puzzled and looked at the cultivator. At that moment, he found that the cultivator had died silently. Lin Feng did not even know how he died. A group of people surrounded the dead cultivator to check his cause of death. However, no one found anything. This cultivator died in an extremely strange way. There were no clues left behind. You sat next to this person. Didn't you find anything? A cultivator looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. His eyes were scrutinizing Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I didn't find anything. Another cultivator sneered and said, "The cause of death cannot be found. However, only you were sitting next to him. It makes people suspicious," said Lin Feng indifferently. "Could it be that you don't trust me? I didn't say that. Are you going to admit it?" The cultivator sneered. Many people looked at Lin Feng with vigilance. Before an unknown, terrifying, and unexplainable event occurred, many people liked to find some reasons or excuses to explain it. This was because they wanted to use this method to hide the fear in their hearts, just like these cultivators. They wanted to hide the fear in their hearts, so they needed to find a way for them to vent it. Lin Feng became the scapegoat. They blamed it on Lin Feng. This way, they could feel at ease and think that the cultivator's death was caused by someone, and not something that couldn't be explained. Said Lin Feng indifferently. "I won't explain anything to you. Since you all think that I did it, I can leave this courtyard. But let me give you a piece of advice. Lei City is not a simple place. This courtyard is also extremely strange. Everybody should be careful. Do you want to leave so easily like this? Did we allow you to do so?" The cultivator who doubted Lin Feng sneered. He wanted to stir up the emotions of the others so that they could kill Lin Feng together. In a place like Thunder City, killing people to steal treasures was very common. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He stepped forward and instantly arrived in front of the cultivator. He grabbed his neck and lifted him up. The cultivator struggled violently and looked at Lin Feng in horror. He never thought that such a young cultivator like Lin Feng would have such a terrifying strength. "You reckless fool. Is this young master someone you can afford to offend?" Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. His voice was filled with killing intent. "Spare my life." The cultivator cried out in horror. "Fellow Daoist, someone died on our side. Our words may be a bit harsh. We did not deliberately target you. Please calm down and spare this person's life." Someone persuaded. Lin Feng threw the cultivator to the ground. Then he turned around and walked outside. "Fellow Daoist, please wait. We were just joking. We did not want you to leave." One after another, the cultivators tried to persuade Lin Feng to stay. Perhaps they saw how powerful Lin Feng was and wanted an expert like Lin Feng to stay. It would be safer for them. Moreover, for someone as powerful as Lin Feng, even if he wanted to steal someone's treasure, he could just kill them. There was no need for him to use any underhanded methods. However, Lin Feng left without looking back. After he left, the sound of cultivators complaining could be heard from the courtyard. Some were complaining about the cultivators who targeted Lin Feng. Some were complaining that Lin Feng was too arrogant. He actually left without looking back. However, not long after, all the voices in the courtyard stopped. Fresh blood flowed out of the courtyard. No one knew what happened in the courtyard. Thunder City was simply too big. When one walked on the streets, sometimes one would not see a single person for a long time. Other times, one would see a group of people. Something terrifying must have happened to the Thunder God back then. Rumor has it that the Thunder God went to do something big and never appeared again. The Thunder God's disappearance should be related to that matter, the Black Bear Sage said. Lin Feng nodded. He couldn't help but recall the simple conversation between the Thunder God and the immemorial dragon-esque elephant. From the conversation, it seemed like the Thunder God and the immemorial dragon-esque elephant didn't perish. However, there was one point that Lin Feng neglected. Now that he thought about it, the conversation between the Thunder God and the immemorial dragon-esque elephant had fused with the will of the Thunder God and the immemorial dragon-esque elephant. Therefore, they met again after billions of years. Therefore, they could converse and communicate. However, there was one thing that couldn't be ignored. That was their conversation the same conversation they were having now? Lin Feng suspected that their conversation was a conversation from billions of years ago. The conversation between these super experts billions of years ago was imprinted by the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, billions of years later, the conversation from back then was reproduced. When Lin Feng saw the conversation between the Thunder God and the immemorial dragon-esque elephant, he thought that it was a conversation from billions of years ago. In reality, it wasn't. It was a conversation from billions of years ago. Chapter 1909. In fact, Lin Feng was more inclined to believe that the god of thunder and the immemorial dragonesque elephant had fallen. This was because all the things that had happened indicated that they had indeed fallen. First of all, Lin Feng had obtained the demonic orb, which was originally a treasure from the immemorial dragonesque elephant. Unless the immemorial dragonesque elephant had fallen, who else could have taken this treasure away from him? Secondly, there was the appearance of the Thunder City. This was an ancient city built by the god of thunder, and it was also the city where the god of thunder had lived in the past. The god of thunder's most devout followers lived here. Now, the Thunder City had become a ghost town, and it was so strange. If the god of thunder was really alive, how could he have made the city he built become like this? Therefore, when Lin Feng recalled the conversation between the god of thunder and the immemorial dragonesque elephant, he felt that it was a conversation from hundreds of millions of years ago. It was just that it had reappeared in front of his eyes after hundreds of millions of years. Lin Feng did not know what had killed the god of thunder, but now that the Thunder City had become so strange, Lin Feng felt that it might have something to do with the god of thunder's fall back then. He continued to walk in the ancient city, and not long after, Lin Feng heard screams. When he went over, there were already dozens of cultivators gathered here. These cultivators gathered in front of him, discussing the strange things they had seen with solemn expressions. When Lin Feng went over, his expression changed slightly. There were dozens of puddles of blood on the ground, but there were no corpses. The dead people had disappeared without a trace. "We were a step too late, we couldn't see the murderer," someone said. "How did they die? Were they killed by someone? Or were they killed by something unclean?" someone said. Many people's expressions were uncertain, because the situation in front of them was too strange. At this time, a cultivator sneered and said, "I'm more willing to believe that these people died by someone's hand. In this world, the most terrifying thing is not demons, monsters, or evil spirits, but the human heart." This cultivator's words caused many people to ponder. Indeed. Just as he said, the most terrifying thing in this world was the human heart. The cultivator continued, "After killing and robbing, creating some strange things and causing chaos is not a difficult thing for many people." Many people nodded, feeling that this cultivator's words made sense. Even though the ancient city is strange, we don't need to be afraid. I'm sure that all of you have Buddhist or Taoist treasures with you. Take them out and protect yourselves. It's fine if those demons and monsters don't come. But if they do come, with so many of us and the Buddhist treasures we have, we can annihilate them. The cultivator continued. His voice was sonorous and powerful, capable of stirring up the emotions of others. Many people took out their Buddhist or Taoist magic treasures one after another, such as Buddhist kasayas, wooden fish, Buddhist scriptures, and other treasures. Taoist robes, talismans, horsetail whisks, and other treasures. All the treasures that could restrain evil spirits were taken out by the cultivators. Then, they either wore them on their bodies or held them in their hands. Lin Feng, on the other hand, took out the body bead and the All Manifestations golden Buddha. These two treasures would definitely play a key role in the battle if they were to encounter any terrifying divine spirits. The group of people walked together, heading deeper into the city. Not long after, they met some other cultivators one after another. Woo woo woo, that eerie sobbing sound still did not dissipate. "I cry for the king in front of the yellow mud platform." Vaguely, there seemed to be a sorrowful voice mixed in with the sobbing sound. Many people heard it and couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. "Did you guys hear that voice? What did it say?" someone said. Many people shook their heads, not hearing the specific content clearly. Lin Feng said, "I cry for the king in front of the yellow mud platform." His heart was not calm at all. What did this sentence mean? Lin Feng immediately asked the Demon Lord and the Black Bear Devil King, but they did not know what it meant either. The Demon Lord was only left with a portion of his remnant soul. He had lost his memories and could not remember many things. As for the Black Bear Devil King, although he followed the Chong Lu Great Emperor in the past. However, the Chong Lu Great Emperor died not long after becoming an emperor. Therefore, there were many secrets that the Black Bear Devil King did not come into contact with. Therefore, the Black Bear Devil King was not very clear about many things. However, the 3 words yellow mud platform left a deep impression on Lin Feng. He felt that the yellow mud platform was extremely extraordinary and must represent something terrifying and mystical. Therefore, he kept an eye on it. Cry for the king in front of the yellow mud platform? What is the yellow mud platform? Cry for the king? Is it crying for her husband? Someone said. Everyone shook their heads. No one knew what the true meaning of this sentence was. They could not simply interpret this sentence from its literal meaning. That would be too one-sided. The sobbing sound soon quieted down. Just like what had happened before, the sobbing sound did not sound out all the time. It would only appear again after a period of silence. Lin Feng and the others walked deeper into the city. Their group grew in number. Originally, there were only a few dozen people, but it did not take long for 300 to 400 people to gather. With so many people gathered together, it was only natural that they became bolder. At this time, screams came from afar, alarming everyone. Everyone rushed over and saw cultivators falling one after another. After those cultivators fell, their corpses disappeared. There was only a bloodstain on the ground. After seeing this scene, many people felt their scalps go numb. A mystical event had occurred. Lin Feng and the others had seen such bloodstains before. However, there were no corpses. Now, a mystical event had happened before their eyes, making many people uneasy. What a bunch of tricks! More than 10 people flew over from afar. These people were all Taoists. The old Daoist in the lead scattered a cloud of golden powder in front of them. Then, a gust of wind swept over. The golden powder danced in the air. At a corner, more than 20 cultivators suddenly appeared. They were dressed in black and were originally hidden in the void. No one could find their traces, but now, after their bodies came into contact with the golden powder scattered by the old Daoist, they were completely revealed. This scene alarmed everyone. Then, the surrounding cultivators became furious. They were actually deceived by this group of people. Many people roared angrily and charged towards the 20 or so cultivators. The expressions of the 20 cultivators changed drastically. They turned around and fled. However, many cultivators chased after them relentlessly. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Many things that couldn't be explained were indeed caused by people. Some people liked to pretend to be mysterious. It caused chaos. This was more conducive for them to do things. Suddenly, an incomparably shrill scream came from the front. It was like the scream of a malicious spirit. Everyone's expression changed. It was the scream of the 20 cultivators who fled and the people who were chasing them. What happened in front? Chapter 1910. Everyone rushed forward. Soon, they arrived at an intersection and found nearly 100 people lying on the ground. There were more than 20 cultivators who had escaped and 70 or 80 people who had chased after them. These people were all lying in a pool of blood. Why are they all dead? It's like they died instantly. Is this man-made? Or did something unclean appear? Many people were horrified. If there had been a fight and so many people had died, they might not have been so frightened. But now, there was no fight. After a scream, everyone's lives had gone to the yellow springs. This was too strange. Anyone who saw such a thing would feel their hair stand on end. Some people wanted to go forward and check the cultivators' corpses, but the old Daoist shouted, "Wait, don't touch those corpses for now." The cultivators who wanted to check the corpses all stopped. Daoist methods had always been mysterious, so ordinary cultivators were very respectful to Daoist experts. "Daoist, what did you find?" Someone asked, praying that they wouldn't find anything terrifying. The old Daoist observed for a long time, then pointed at the corpses and said, "Look, these corpses are all facing down. It's too strange." Everyone looked over and found that the corpses were all facing down. If the old Daoist hadn't said anything, no one would have noticed it. "Daoist. Facing down, what does it mean?" Someone asked with a trembling voice. The old Daoist said, "This is called burial ground." Burial ground? What does that mean? Many people were puzzled. Lin Feng heard the words burial ground and couldn't help but change color. He had heard Daoist Wu Liang mention burial ground before. Daoist Wu Liang had once told Lin Feng something he had experienced. It was something that happened many years ago. Daoist Wu Liang had found an ancient tomb, so he entered the tomb to look for treasures. After entering the tomb, he saw a huge burial pit. This kind of burial pit was relatively rare. When an emperor died, there would often be many palace maids, eunuchs, and even ministers and concubines buried with him. When some people from large families died, there would also be servants and maids buried with them. Although it was inhumane to be buried with others, it was something that could not be prohibited. However, the tomb that immeasurable Daoist had entered was very different. The people who were buried with him were not cremated or buried. Instead, they were all facing downwards. This method of burial was called burial earth. It was said that this burial method was not as simple as simply being buried with the dead. It was also a type of sacrifice. It was equivalent to a very special sacrifice. By sacrificing these offerings with expectations, one day, the owner of the tomb could be resurrected. When the dead were resurrected, they would be nothing more than evil corpses, ghost corpses, or ghost corpses. Therefore, burial earth was the most preferred method of burial for evil cultivators. Back then, the immeasurable Daoist had encountered a ghost corpse in the tomb. The only fortunate thing was that the ghost corpse had just evolved. His strength was limited. In the end, he was burned to death by Taoist Wu Liang using the true Samadhi fire of Taoism. Now, a burial ground had appeared in this place. That was terrifying. Lin Feng said, "It seems that we have to leave Thunder City. No matter what treasures there are in Thunder City, we should not be greedy." The old Daoist nodded. He had the same idea as Lin Feng and planned to leave Thunder City. Many people asked the old Daoist what burial earth was, but the old Daoist did not answer at all. Burial earth itself was a secret. The old Daoist would at most tell the people around him its name. As for what burial earth was, he naturally would not tell others. Lin Feng and the old Daoist left. Many cultivators followed behind them and headed out of the ancient city. However, there were also many people who did not leave. What are you afraid of? There are so many cultivators in Thunder City. Why would we be afraid of evil spirits? Those cultivators said. If they were to leave now, they would naturally be unwilling because there were too many treasures in Thunder City. Treasure troves were one after another. Moreover, the Thunder God's legacy, magic treasures, and even this Thunder City were all ownerless items. Naturally, many people were eyeing them covetously. This group of people quickly headed towards the depths of the city. However, they did not even walk 100 meters. Thump, thump, thump. One by one, the cultivators fell to the ground without a sound. These people were exactly the same as those who had died before. Their faces were all facing down. Burial earth appeared again. It was extremely strange. "Little friend, how should I address you?" The old Daoist narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the old Daoist warily because this old Daoist actually knew about burial earth. What did this mean? This meant that this old Daoist must have visited other people's burial grounds. Taoists were more noble and virtuous. Therefore, Taoists usually would not go to places like burial grounds. However, there was a type of Daoist who would go there. Mountain-moving Daoist, who searched for dragon veins, set tombs, and dug up ancestral graves. Therefore, Lin Feng suspected that this old Daoist in front of him was mountain-moving Daoist. Facing the old Daoist's question, Lin Feng said without batting an eyelid, "I heard a friend mention it before." The old Daoist looked at Lin Feng meaningfully and nodded. In front of the yellow platform, "I cry for the king." Suddenly at this time, the crying sound once again resounded in Lei City. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Thunder City was really a strange place. "Leave Thunder City tonight and come back tomorrow during the day," someone said. During the day, nothing strange happened in Thunder City. It was mainly at night. It was really scary. Soon, Lin Feng and the rest arrived at the city gate. What made them change their expressions was The gate of Thunder City was actually closed. Not good, the gate of Thunder City is closed. We can't get out. Many people cried out in horror. The atmosphere suddenly became incomparably heavy. The gate of Thunder City was closed. This meant that everyone was trapped inside. Thunder City is too strange. Lin Feng took a deep breath. What exactly happened in the past that made Lei Cheng become so strange? Also, why would Thunder God's land of inheritance appear in the ultimate battlefield? Everything was a mystery. Whoosh! Suddenly, waves of cold wind blew in Thunder City. Many people looked at the old Daoist with uncertain expressions. Senior, what should we do now? Many people asked. They no longer had any ideas and could only place their hopes on the old Daoist. The old Daoist said indifferently, misfortune is a blessing in disguise. The old Daoist walked inside, and many people followed behind him. Chapter 1911. The sudden appearance of the blood-red clothed woman caused Lin Feng's expression to change abruptly. Daoist priest! Lin Feng shouted. The old Daoist priest turned his head and looked at Lin Feng. He saw where Lin Feng was pointing. However, it was already empty. What do you want me to see? The old Daoist priest looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Everyone also looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Lin Feng said, I saw a cat. What the? Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes. Was a cat worth making a fuss about? Wait a minute. A cat? Where did the cat come from? Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Someone asked. I don't think so. Let's go and take a look. Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded and followed Lin Feng to the left side of the street. After arriving there, they didn't find anything. Maybe it's a pet kept by some cultivator, someone explained, easing the tense and oppressive atmosphere. The rest of the people also nodded. They were more willing to believe this explanation from the bottom of their hearts. In this dangerous place, they really didn't want to experience any more strange things. Lin Feng didn't say anything about the blood-red clothed woman. Because this would cause panic. Everyone walked towards the interior of Thunder City. At this time, the old Daoist priest deliberately stayed at the back and asked softly, what did you see? The old Daoist priest obviously didn't believe Lin Feng's excuse of seeing a cat before. Lin Feng said, I saw a blood-red clothed woman. The old Daoist priest's expression suddenly changed. He took a deep breath and said, the situation in Thunder City is much more complicated than we thought. Don't tell anyone about this matter, in order to avoid causing more panic. Lin Feng nodded. At this time, the old Daoist priest took out a copper bell. He gently shook the copper bell. Then, he heard the clear clanging sound of the copper bell. Lin Feng found that the copper bell in the old Daoist's hand was not simple. The bell was surrounded by dense runes, and it was obviously an extremely powerful treasure. This is the soul-suppressing bell. I hope it can scare away those evil things, the old Daoist said. Lin Feng asked, Daoist priest, do you think something terrifying will happen tonight? Look at the moon. The old Daoist pointed at the sky. Full moon. Lin Feng was shocked. The divine servant's aged face suddenly appeared in his mind, and he thought of the divine servant's awe-inspiring gaze as he sized him up. Lin Feng's body couldn't help but tremble. At that time, the divine servant had said that the night of the full moon was approaching. At that time, Lin Feng felt that the divine servant mentioning the full moon was an extremely strange matter. Right now, the full moon arrived. However, something strange was happening in Thunder City. Did the divine servants already know what was about to happen? Now, Lin Feng was starting to doubt the identity of the divine servant. Such a powerful cultivation. Was he really just a divine servant? Lin Feng was starting to have doubts. He felt that the divine servant's identity wasn't simple, but he didn't know what the divine servant's identity was. The group continued to walk deeper into the city. I was born before the yellow clay platform. Not long after, the sound of crying once again resounded above the ancient city. It was so mournful. Just who was crying? Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. Today was the night of the full moon, and his mood was heavy. Look in front. One of the cultivators pointed to the front. Everyone walked over with solemn expressions. One cultivator after another died tragically. All of them were lying face down. Burial ground. Lin Feng coldly spat out these two words. It seemed that all the cultivators who died in Thunder City died in this way. They became sacrifices. Heavens, earth, I beg the heavens to protect me. Please don't let demons and ghosts find me. Some cultivators were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they began to pray. But what was the use of praying? Perhaps it was more of a comfort to the soul. Where the burial ground appears, it must be a place where great evil is born. In Thunder City, I'm afraid there are unimaginable and terrifying creatures buried there. These are all sacrifices, the old Daoist said. We should go and find those giant God Realm old antiques. They are strong enough to deal with all kinds of dangers, Lin Feng said. The old Daoist nodded. He also agreed with Lin Feng's words. The most important thing now was to find those giant God Realm experts and follow them. Even if something terrible happened, he would still be able to survive. There would also be giant God Realm experts who would take action. There was a saying that even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone tall to hold it up. Then, the group of cultivators united and walked deeper into the city. They wanted to find those giant God Realm experts. Along the way, they saw many cultivators who died tragically. These cultivators were all lying face down. Their deaths were more tragic than the last, and it made one's hair stand on end. When they passed by the intersection of two streets, suddenly, a cold wind swept through the world. Many people were blown to other places. Lin Feng quickly took out the hurricane pearl and stabilized his body with great difficulty. He looked around and found that everyone had disappeared. Damn it! Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. The cold wind was getting stronger and stronger. He held the hurricane pearl in his hand and ran wildly in the cold wind. He tried to find other people, especially the old Daoist. This old Daoist was most likely a mountain-moving Daoist. The mountain-moving Daoist had many unimaginable abilities. If he was with the old Daoist, it was the safest. If something really happened, he could also deal with it with the old Daoist. But after searching for a long time, Lin Feng still couldn't find the old Daoist. A corpse blew over and landed at Lin Feng's feet. Lin Feng looked at the corpse and found that the corpse had no face. His facial features had all disappeared. It was really strange. Later, Lin Feng checked the other corpses and found that they had all lost their facial features. How did these dead people lose their facial features? The burial ground is really strange. Lin Feng's expression was solemn. He continued to run deeper. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a cold aura enveloping him. Behind, something seemed to have appeared. Go, go, go! Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate and ran crazily into the distance. He stepped on all sides of the world. His speed had reached its limit. However, he found that he couldn't get rid of the unknown creature chasing after him. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a corpse in front of him. When he saw the corpse, his expression changed drastically. Wasn't this the first corpse he saw? Although Lin Feng had seen many corpses without facial features, from the clothes, body shape, clothing, and a series of other details, he could still tell that this was the first corpse he saw. Ghost hitting the wall? Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. This was troublesome. He had encountered a ghost hitting the wall. Ta, 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 ta. The sound of footsteps came from behind. Lin Feng didn't continue to run. He held the two treasures, the body bead and the 1,000-form golden Buddha, in his hands. Then, he turned around with difficulty and looked behind him. What Lin Feng didn't expect was that the one who appeared behind him, it was actually the divine servant. Little friend, we meet again, the divine servant said sinisterly. That pair of sinister eyes carefully sized up Lin Feng, as if he was looking at a treasure. His eyes were shining. The gaze of the divine servant. Lin Feng's heart suddenly sank. Chapter 1912. Lin Feng said without batting an eyelid. Yes, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see Senior here. In truth, Lin Feng really wanted to curse the old man in his heart. Why do I have to see an old fart like you here? I can tell with a single glance that you're not a good person. Of course, he only dared to curse in his heart. He definitely did not dare to curse in front of the old man. If he cursed in front of the old man, wouldn't he be courting death? The divine servant laughed strangely and said, "It's not a coincidence. I've come here specifically for you, young friend. You've come here for me." Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. As expected, this old fart was up to no good. What was he planning to do by coming here for him? Lin Feng's expression turned extremely grave. He looked at the divine servant warily and asked, "Senior, is there something you need from me?" The divine servant smiled sinisterly and said, "Of course. I want to talk about life with you. F***ck your life. Even if I want to talk about life with someone, it'll be with a pretty girl. Who would want to talk about life with an old fart?" Lin Feng cursed in his heart. However, no matter how much he cursed, he could only keep it in his heart and not say it out loud. He looked at the divine servant with a fake smile and said, "What does Senior want to talk about?" The divine servant suddenly sighed and said, "It's good to be young." Lin Feng said, "Senior, you're still very young." Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed to say such words that went against his heart. "I'm already old. I can't compare to a young man like you. Your life has only just begun." Lin Feng said, "Senior's cultivation is heaven-defying. You'll definitely be able to change your fate and have an endless lifespan." The divine servant said, "There's a problem with my body. I can no longer change my fate." At this point, the divine servant looked at Lin Feng again, sizing up Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine when he was stared at by the divine servant. The divine servant continued, "You have a long lifespan, tens of millions of years. In the future, you might even have a lifespan of tens of millions of years. Your body is so powerful, your bloodline is so powerful, and your talent is unparalleled. Over the years, I have seen many amazing people, but only a handful of them can compare to you in terms of talent." Lin Feng said, "Senior, you praise me too much. There are countless geniuses in the 9 prefectures, especially those on the prodigy list. Junior's talent is far from being comparable to theirs." The divine servant said, "Little friend is too modest." Lin Feng said, "I suddenly remembered that I have something to deal with, so I won't stay any longer. I'll take my leave first." After saying that, Lin Feng turned around and flew off into the distance. However, Lin Feng hadn't moved very far when he realized that he couldn't move anymore. His expression became incomparably ugly. The old man had imprisoned his body, making it difficult for him to move. This put Lin Feng in an extremely bad mood. He had a feeling that the old man was about to make a move, although Lin Feng didn't know what the old man was planning to do to him. "Senior, what is the meaning of this?" Lin Feng asked. The divine servant said, "Little friend, don't be in such a hurry to leave. This old man still has something to say to you." Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. "Young master, I have nothing to do with you. Why do you have so much to say to me? Can't you find someone else to say it to?" After feeling depressed for a while, Lin Feng said, "Does Senior have any other orders?" "It's not an order. It's a conversation between equals, just like how old friends are." The divine servant laughed. He pointed at the sky and said, "Look, the full moon is starting to change." Lin Feng looked at the full moon in the sky. Sure enough, it was starting to change. The full moon was gradually turning into a blood-red moon. It was extremely strange. Why is this happening? Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The divine servant said, "This is because the blood moon is often a sign that something terrifying is about to happen." Lin Feng frowned. The divine servant's words made a lot of sense. The blood moon was indeed often a sign. The divine servant continued, "But now, the blood moon represents something else." "What is it?" Lin Feng asked. "Keik." The divine servant suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Lin Feng dared to swear that. He had never heard such a sinister laugh before. Even if it was the screams of malicious spirits or the weeping of evil spirits, none of them could compare to the divine servant's voice. If the divine servant was an evil corpse, Lin Feng didn't doubt it at all. A gloomy and cold qi surrounded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng had the feeling that he was in hell. His heart trembled. Was the divine servant about to make a move? Suddenly, at that moment, the cold aura enveloping Lin Feng's body quickly dissipated. Lin Feng found that he could move again. He looked at the divine servant. He saw that the divine servant had turned his head and was looking at a street in front of him. Lin Feng also looked in that direction. On that street, a woman wearing a blood-red dress with her hair draped over her shoulders. She was looking in his direction. It's her. Lin Feng was shocked. He had caught a glimpse of her at the city gate. But then, she had disappeared without a trace. After that, she never appeared again. It was obvious that she had appeared in front of him again, which made Lin Feng extremely surprised and shocked. When the divine servant saw the blood-red dress woman, he acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He even ignored Lin Feng, who was beside him. Should I use my sword to kill this old thing? Lin Feng found that the divine servant's attention was on the blood-red dress woman, and his heart suddenly became active. From time to time, a ferocious look could be seen in his eyes. However, this thought was immediately dispelled. The divine servant's cultivation was too terrifying. Even if he used his sword to kill him, he probably wouldn't be able to hurt the divine servant. In the end, he would probably be killed by the divine servant with a single slap. So, it was better to be honest. Whoosh! The divine servant quickly flew away. He seemed to be very afraid of the blood-red dress woman. So, he didn't even care about Lin Feng and quickly left. Seeing the divine servant leave, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. But when he thought of the blood-red dress woman in the distance, his heart that had finally calmed down was raised again. The blood-red dress woman was able to scare the divine servant away. From this, it could be seen how terrifying she was. If the blood-red dress woman attacked him, wouldn't it be a situation where he would definitely die? Lin Feng turned to look at the blood-red dress woman, and found that she had disappeared without a trace. She left. Lin Feng was shocked, and then he frowned and fell into deep thought. Why did the blood-red dress woman appear beside him twice? Chapter 1913. The night was not peaceful, but fortunately, the night passed peacefully. When the darkness dissipated and the day arrived, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Hey, where are the corpses? Lin Feng was puzzled. He found that many of the corpses lying on the ground had disappeared without a trace, which was extremely strange. Cultivators appeared one after another, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go to the city gate and see if we can get out, someone said. Many cultivators gathered together and walked towards the city gate. Yesterday's events had left a deep impression on everyone. There were already many cultivators who wanted to retreat. They did not want to continue staying in the Thunder City because the Thunder City was simply too dangerous. Moreover, many people had gained a lot after entering Thunder City. The most precious things were the Green Lotus, the Thunder God's orthodoxy, the Thunder God's magical treasures, and the ownership of Thunder City. However, these things were not something that ordinary cultivators could obtain. Therefore, many people decided to leave. As for these treasures, they could leave if they wanted to. Many cultivators understood that a man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Coupled with the fact that Thunder City was too dangerous, this was the main reason why a large number of cultivators gathered together to leave Thunder City. However, when they arrived at the city gate, they found that the gate was still closed, which made many people's faces turn ugly. The gate was closed, and they could not leave. For a moment, everyone in Thunder City was in a state of panic. At this time, someone said, "The gate can't be closed all the time. Let's wait here. With so many of us gathered together, why should we be afraid of danger? If there is any danger, we can deal with it. That's right, we have a lot of people. There is no need to worry." Then, there were other cultivators who responded. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Those people's thinking was too simple. The dangers in Thunder City were much more terrifying than they had imagined. If something strange really happened, it would be useless for so many cultivators to gather here. Lin Feng walked towards the depths of Thunder City. It was useless to worry about it now. It was better to take advantage of this opportunity to continue looking for treasures. If he could find the Thunder God's orthodoxy and magical treasures, it would be even better. As for the ownership of Thunder City, Lin Feng did not think about it. The Thunder City was too strange, and it was not an easy task to control it. Under the lead of the Dragon Rabbit, Lin Feng found one treasure vault after another. There were all kinds of treasures in these treasure vaults. Immortal iron, divine stone, heaven and earth treasures, etc. Everything was available. Some treasure vaults even had many magic treasures. Lin Feng found a total of 3 treasure vaults that stored magic treasures. In the 3 vaults, he found a total of about 10,000 divine artifacts. Lin Feng now had more than 20,000 deity-level magic weapons, which was enough to form a huge army. Of course, the rest of the treasures and resources were piled up like mountains. Therefore, it was necessary to raise a dragon rabbit, because this little guy could take you to find all kinds of hidden treasures. Although raising a dragon rabbit would consume countless natural treasures, as long as he could find an ancient treasury, he would be able to earn it back. More than 10 cultivators flew over from afar. Lin Feng looked from afar and discovered that they were the experts of the Qinwu people. He kept the dragon rabbit into his mountain river ring, turned around, and flew into the distance. Among the group of Golden Crow clan cultivators, there were 2 ancestor-level powerhouses. This was an existence at the peak of the heavenly god stage. Lin Feng was still not a match for cultivators of this level. Naturally, he would not sit down and wait for death. "Brat, you killed our Qinwu people's people. You deserve to die 10,000 times," one of the Qinwu people's patriarchs said angrily, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent, and he coldly replied, "They were killed by me because they were not skilled enough. You didn't have the strength, yet you still came out to kill people and steal their treasures. You deserved to die. Let's see if you still have the same courage when we catch you later," the ancestor-level expert from the Golden Crow clan said in a cold voice. The group of Qinwu people quickly chased after Lin Feng, alarming many people along the way. Many people pointed at him and whispered. Many people looked at Lin Feng with pity. Being targeted by the Qinwu people would definitely not end well. Thunder City was very large, and Lin Feng finally managed to shake off the Qinwu people. "Hey, it's An Qiang." Lin Feng saw a peerless beauty. An Qiang was tall and slender, with fair skin and beautiful features. She was definitely a rare beauty. Of course, her identity was even more extraordinary. She was the Red World Fairy's eldest disciple, and her cultivation could be described as unfathomable. An Qiang also saw Lin Feng and asked, "Are you planning to sell your dragon rabbit?" This woman had probably seen Lin Feng's dragon rabbit before this. Anyone who saw a treasure like the dragon rabbit would have thoughts about it. Lin Feng said, "Sorry, I'm not planning to sell it." An Qiang said, "You seem to have encountered some trouble. Sell the dragon rabbit to me, and not only will you obtain a large amount of wealth, I can also help you solve the problem." Lin Feng said, "In my opinion, the dragon rabbit is no different from my family. No matter what difficulties I encounter, I will not seek refuge by selling the dragon rabbit." An Qiang fell into deep thought. Lin Feng ignored An Qiang and quickly left. Not long after, several Qinwu people's experts found Lin Feng. Fortunately, there were no ancestor-level experts around. Although there were 2 heavenly gods, they were not enough to pose a threat to Lin Feng. Lin Feng killed 3 Qinwu people's experts, then shook off the other 2 heavenly gods and headed deeper into Thunder City. Boom! In the evening, a burst of astonishing energy fluctuation was transmitted from the depths of Thunder City. The Azure Lotus once again appeared in everyone's sight. Many experts rushed toward the Azure Lotus, wanting to fight for it. There were more than 20 ancestor-level experts, and there was also an expert like An Qiang. Although An Qiang was young, her strength was heaven-defying, and she was not any weaker than an ancestor-level expert. There was also someone like Underworld Child. He was a shocking genius with a supreme treasure that could contend against an ancestor-level existence. About 60 to 70 experts were fighting for the Azure Lotus. Those experts used powerful restrictions to seal off the void. The Azure Lotus was trapped, and it could not escape. A group of experts fought each other, and it was difficult to tell who would win. It was very rare to see so many experts fighting in a chaotic battle. However, these experts had already fought more than once for the sake of the Azure Lotus. Many cultivators stood in the distance and watched, not daring to get close for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Chapter 1914. Lin Feng was itching to make a move. He wanted to snatch the green lotus that was trapped in the void while those experts were fighting. However, he still remembered the words of the demon lord. The green lotus was very strange. He must not underestimate it. Therefore, Lin Feng was in a state of observation. The green lotus belongs to me. Underworld child unleashed his godly might and summoned the golden sacred palace. This golden sacred palace was truly powerful and sent experts flying one after another. The golden temple was left behind by a holy spirit and was very powerful. Back then, the underworld child forcefully suppressed the artifact spirit of the golden temple and became the new owner of the golden temple. Now that the golden sacred palace was displaying its godly might, the underworld child gradually approached the green lotus palace. This shocked Lin Feng. The underworld child's cultivation was really strong. He could actually unleash the power of the golden temple. Lin Feng estimated that he needed to be at least at the level of a patriarch to be able to unleash the power of the golden temple. As expected of the expert ranked second on the prodigy roll. His combat strength was heaven-defying. Junior, you're courting death. Seeing that the underworld child was about to take the green lotus, many people roared in anger. With so many experts fighting for the green lotus, if a junior took it away, it would make many people feel like they had lost all faith. Boom, boom, boom. All kinds of powerful attacks bombarded the underworld child. All kinds of Dharma treasures also bombarded the underworld child. No matter how powerful the underworld child was, he could not block the attacks of so many experts. He had no choice but to temporarily avoid the attacks. The immortal medicine of immortality, the peerless green lotus. This treasure is mine. In the distance, a cultivator walked over. This cultivator was very mysterious. He was shrouded in a ball of golden light. His appearance could not be seen clearly. He took a step and appeared more than 10 miles away in the next moment. His speed was unbelievably fast. The mysterious cultivator took 3 steps and arrived beside the green lotus. Stop him. All the experts fighting for the green lotus were furious. How could they allow the green lotus to be taken away by someone else? Therefore, one expert after another attacked. All kinds of powerful attacks bombarded the green lotus. The power was enough to destroy the world. It was truly frightening. However, when all the attacks landed on the mysterious cultivator, a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. All the attacks were repelled by the golden light surrounding the mysterious cultivator's body. Regardless of whether it was a divine ability attack or a magic treasure attack, all of them were reflected back. Such a method. Everyone turned pale with fright. The experts who had launched their attacks were all in a sorry state as they tried to block the rebounding attacks. Some of the unprepared cultivators were even injured by the reflected attacks. Giant God Realm. Many people looked at the mysterious cultivator in shock. To be able to instantly deflect the attacks of 60 to 70 top experts, other than Giant God Realm existences, other cultivators simply couldn't do this. Is this the battle prowess of a giant god? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath, his heart filled with shock. He had heard someone mention it before. Even if they were at the peak of the heavenly god realm, although they were only a step away from the giant god realm. However, in front of a giant god cultivator, a peak celestial god cultivator was like an ant. They weren't on the same level at all. A giant god realm cultivator was a huge transformation, a huge leap. Once the transformation was successful, one's battle prowess would increase to a heaven-defying level. That was why giant god realm cultivators were so powerful. Many people didn't dare to attack anymore. If they still attacked a giant god realm expert, they would be courting death. Even a fearless existence like Underworld Child had a gloomy gaze at this moment. Although he was extremely unwilling, he didn't fight for it anymore. Because Underworld Child also knew very well what the words Giant God Realm represented. The mysterious cultivator didn't pay attention to the top experts around him. In the eyes of others, Underworld Child and the others were top experts, but in his eyes, they were probably just a little more powerful than ants. The mysterious cultivator reached out to grab the green lotus. His emotions fluctuated violently, and he was obviously very excited. This was a supreme treasure that could allow him to live a second life. It would be strange if he wasn't excited. For these giant God Realm experts, it was extremely difficult for them to break through to the Great Emperor Realm. Since ancient times, over the long years, it was unknown how many giant God experts had appeared in the myriad of worlds. But Great Emperor Realm cultivators could be counted with one's fingers. Even in the most glorious eras, such as the Primordial Era, Immortal Era, Primordial Era, Bronze Era, Stone Era, and so on. For dozens of great emperors to appear, it was already quite heaven-defying. But in those dazzling great eras, giant God Realm cultivators were like carps crossing the river. Therefore, breaking through to the Great Emperor Realm was too difficult. But after obtaining the Green Lotus, it was different. In this life, he had lived until old, and his lifespan was almost up. Perhaps he couldn't break through. At this time, he consumed the Green Lotus, returning to his youth, living another life. In his second life, he might be able to comprehend the mysteries of the Great Emperor Realm and finally break through to the Great Emperor Realm. It wasn't like this hadn't happened before. Seeing that the mysterious expert was about to take the Green Lotus, suddenly, the Green Lotus that was originally imprisoned began to grow larger. As the Green Lotus grew larger, all of the restrictions formed by the cultivators were destroyed. The Green Lotus swept towards the mysterious expert. Bang! Both sides collided. The mysterious expert of the giant God Realm was sent flying. After seeing this scene, many people revealed looks of disbelief. That was an expert of the giant God Realm. But now, he was actually sent flying by the Green Lotus. This Green Lotus was too abnormal, wasn't it? It was simply inconceivable. It was simply shocking. But this was the truth that happened in front of everyone's eyes. The expert of the giant God Realm had a look of astonishment on his face. Obviously, he didn't expect to be sent flying by the Green Lotus. Demon Lord, this Green Lotus is so strong. Isn't this an immortal medicine? How can it be so powerful? Lin Feng asked Lin Feng. The Demon Lord said, this Green Lotus seems to be a little different from ordinary immortal medicines. Look, the Green Lotus is opening. Suddenly, someone shouted. He pointed at the Green Lotus. The petals of the Green Lotus were opening one by one. This caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Was the Green Lotus about to bloom? As the petals of the Green Lotus gradually opened, the sound of the great Tao resounded through the world. This is the sound of the heavenly Tao resonating. Lin Feng was shocked. This Green Lotus was really too extraordinary. It was actually resonating with the heavenly Tao. Soon, the petals of the Green Lotus were completely open. A dense mass of energy appeared in everyone's sight. Everyone saw that within the dense mass of energy, there was actually a young girl curled up. Heavens, the Green Lotus gave birth to a fairy. Countless people roared in shock. The Green Lotus giving birth to a fairy was a story in myths and legends, and now it was actually happening. Chapter 1915. A fairy was born from the Green Lotus. She had yet to awaken, but she was already showing her immortal charm. Perhaps the reason why the Green Lotus was so powerful was related to this fairy. Now, this fairy appeared in everyone's sight. For everyone. Their hearts were filled with shock. Perhaps we should call her a Holy Spirit, someone said, feeling that it was inappropriate to call her a fairy. It would be more accurate to call her a Holy Spirit. Born from heaven and earth. It was a Holy Spirit. Of course. The Green Lotus was a celestial lotus. That woman was born from the celestial lotus. It was not strange to call her a fairy. Suddenly, the fairy opened her eyes. The dense light dissipated, and she appeared in front of everyone. This was a face so beautiful that it took people's breath away. She had an otherworldly temperament that was untainted by the mud. Her eyes were so pure that it made people's hearts tremble. There had never been a woman who could give Lin Feng such a shock. She was wearing a snow-white long dress, which accentuated the temperament of this fairy. A fairy born from the immortal medicine of immortality was truly unimaginable. Many people were guessing what cultivation level this fairy had. The reason why the green lotus was so powerful must have a lot to do with this fairy. Lin Feng couldn't help but admire the demon lord's foresight. The demon lord was indeed powerful. He could see the extraordinariness of the green lotus at a glance. Now, the green lotus had given birth to a fairy. It proved the demon lord's extraordinary power. "Why are you all here? Why are you all looking at me?" The fairy opened her mouth and looked at the surrounding cultivators with pure eyes. Many people were left speechless by the question. "Wife, come here quickly. Those people have bad intentions towards you. Come into your husband's arms. Your husband will protect you." Lin Feng waved his hand. Was it really good to deceive such a pure and delicate little flower? Lin Feng asked himself and comforted himself. He was not deceiving her. He was protecting her. Lin Feng felt that he should have the obligation to protect such a pure little fairy sister. Of course. As a reward for protecting her, this fairy would give him the green lotus. That would be a happy ending. Damn, who is this kid? How could he be so shameless? Many people rolled their eyes and cast sidelong glances at Lin Feng. They even had the thought of slapping Lin Feng to death. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen such a shameless person. "Wife. Husband. Are you my husband?" Fairy Maiden looked at Lin Feng and asked curiously. Many people almost fell to the ground. It couldn't be. "Little fairy. Aren't you too naive? You believe whatever others say." With such a pure personality, it was easy for her to be taken advantage of. Many people couldn't help but wail in their hearts. Then, they were incomparably regretful. Why didn't they take the initiative to say what Lin Feng had said? Perhaps not only would he be able to win the beauty's heart, but he would also be able to obtain the green lotus. Don't believe him. He's lying to you. Bastard, how dare you lie to such a pure little fairy? Are you even human? Many people cursed. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "When did I lie? She's not my wife now, but she might be in the future. I'm just calling her my wife in advance." Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes. How could a complete stranger call another person his wife in advance? What kind of logic was that? Why didn't the heavens send down divine lightning to strike this shameless guy to death? "Brat, it's you. Die." At that moment, a voice filled with killing intent came from afar. More than 10 experts from the Kinwu people rushed toward Lin Feng. "It's him. Kill him." The experts from Dragonblood City's Long family also discovered Lin Feng. "Don't let him escape." Following that, the people from the Evil Dragon Palace also discovered Lin Feng. A group of cultivators from the Taishang Immortal sect also saw Lin Feng and rushed toward Lin Feng. "You're really lucky. But now, it seems like you've reached the end of the road. Wife, I'll leave first. See you later." Lin Feng waved at Fairy Maiden, then turned into a streak of light and rushed into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. The experts from the various factions all chased after Lin Feng. Who the hell is that guy? How did he provoke so many factions to hunt him down? Many people looked at each other in dismay. Kinwu people. Dragonblood City's Long family. Evil Dragon Palace. Taishang Immortal sect. Which one of them wasn't a famous faction? Yet, it was all because of a young cultivator. They made such a big fuss. It was truly inconceivable. That guy is Lin Feng. Lin Feng from the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Someone said. What? His Lin Feng. The Lin Feng who killed Lei Shaoli and Li Xiuyan, and who knows what strange method he used to kill Lei Wanli and Gongye Wenren? That's right, it's him. This guy caused such a huge disaster in the Sinkhole Sea region, yet he still dares to come to Thunder City. He's really not afraid of death. Indeed, he's not afraid of death. Moreover, he seems to have provoked the experts from the Kinwu people and the Evil Dragon Palace. However, He's still alive after offending so many factions. That's really inconceivable. That's right. However, it'll be hard for him to escape today. Many people began to discuss among themselves. With so many experts chasing after Lin Feng, it wouldn't be easy for him to escape. If he was in the outside world, it would be more troublesome for him to escape. However, in Thunder City, it was much simpler. This was because Thunder City was filled with dangerous places. Some courtyards were extremely dangerous, while some courtyards were densely covered with restrictions. If Lin Feng hid in one of them, it would be easy for him to deceive everyone. Therefore, even though the experts from the various factions were searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts. However, Lin Feng still managed to evade them. Night fell. It was the second night since they entered Thunder City. Lin Feng walked out of the courtyard where he was hiding. Hiding in the courtyard at night wasn't necessarily safe. It might be better outside. Lin Feng looked up at the sky and saw the moon appear again. What made his expression change slightly was that the moon today was still a full moon. There should only be one full moon every month. Why is the moon today still a full moon? Lin Feng frowned. The Demon Lord said, "It's because of this Thunder City. Perhaps there's an inexplicable connection between the moon and Thunder City. I'm guessing that if you want to open the gates of Thunder City again, you'll have to wait for the moon to return to normal." Lin Feng nodded. Not long later, the full moon in the sky turned into a blood moon. In Thunder City, the gloomy atmosphere was dense. Suddenly, a mournful cry came from one of the courtyards. Lin Feng was alarmed because the courtyard was very close to him. It was only a few hundred meters away. He looked towards the courtyard and discovered that dark red blood was flowing out from the courtyard. This made him shiver and he wanted to leave quickly. Suddenly, a gloomy aura spread out from the courtyard. Following that, it enveloped his body. Chapter 1916. Lin Feng felt his hands and feet turn cold, his body almost unable to move. This feeling was too terrible. Some terrifying evil spirit appeared in the courtyard, causing all the cultivators in the courtyard to die and blood to flow out. Now, that terrifying and strange evil spirit must be targeting him. This made Lin Feng's face turn ugly. What exactly is it? He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense but found nothing. Lin Feng's heart became heavier as he realized that the cold aura shrouding his body was getting stronger. Lin Feng hurriedly operated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. His body regained its mobility and he took out the 1,000-form golden Buddha. This treasure was activated and the Buddha's light surged out. The 1,000-form golden Buddha floated above Lin Feng. The Buddha's light formed a defensive light to protect him. Clang! Clang! Then, a terrifying scene appeared. In the darkness, something seemed to be attacking the defensive light shield protecting Lin Feng. The light shield formed by the Buddha's light trembled violently and was about to crack. This was the defensive light shield strengthened by the 1,000-form golden Buddha. The 1,000-form golden Buddha was a powerful magic treasure, but it couldn't withstand the attack of the unknown evil spirit. The evil spirit in Thunder City should belong to the category of evil spirits, and the 1,000-form golden Buddha was the nemesis of evil spirits. However, the evil spirit was able to resist the attack of the evil spirit. How powerful must the unknown evil spirit be to be able to suppress the All Manifestations golden Buddha? Just the thought of it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Clang! 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 A series of violent collision sounds could be heard. The unknown evil spirit began to attack the Buddha's light formed by the 1,000-form golden Buddha. Catcher, catcher! The Buddha's light formed by the 1,000-form golden Buddha cracked faster and faster, and the extent of the cracks became bigger and bigger. It wouldn't take long for the defense system of the 1,000-form golden Buddha to be destroyed by the unknown evil spirit. What the hell is it? Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He opened the heavenly demon snake eye, hoping to see the terrifying evil spirit hidden in the darkness. The heavenly demon snake eye could see through the void. It looked directly at the source. Therefore, when Lin Feng's heavenly demon snake eye opened, he saw a mass of darkness. There seemed to be a terrifying evil spirit hidden in the darkness. However, Lin Feng couldn't see what the evil spirit was. He could only see a pair of eyes, a pair of blood-red eyes. Those blood-red eyes were filled with endless coldness and killing intent. Keikakik. Suddenly, the evil spirit let out a burst of sinister laughter. Then, the evil spirit began to madly attack the defensive light shield formed by the 1,000 golden Buddhas. Crack, crack. The light shield formed by the Buddha's light continued to crack, as if it couldn't hold on any longer. Lin Feng's expression became extremely ugly. At this critical moment, Lin Feng discovered something that made him very surprised. At this moment, a strange thing in the mountain river ring was actually emitting waves of fluctuations. Metal box. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The metal box sealed the corpse. The black metal box was fished out by Lin Feng from a courtyard in the ancient starship. The metal box sealed the corpse of an unknown person. It was extremely strange and terrifying. Lin Feng didn't expect that the metal box would actually emit fluctuations. Now that the situation was critical, he couldn't care so much and directly took out the metal box. Then Lin Feng hugged the metal box. Crack. At the same time, the defensive light shield formed by the 1,000 golden Buddhas shattered. A cold wind swept over. The terrifying evil spirit rushed towards Lin Feng. Suddenly, the runes on the metal box seemed to be resurrected, emitting waves of violent fluctuations. The runes intertwined. Waves of immortal light. Terrifying ripples burst out from the ground. Screech. A sharp and ear-piercing cry came out from the darkness. The evil spirit let out a horrified cry and quickly retreated. The cold wind blew towards the distance and soon disappeared without a trace. The evil spirit was scared away. Lin Feng's face was full of shock. This metal box was really not simple. It actually scared away the evil spirit. Of course, it could also be because the corpse in the metal box was not simple. Whether it was the metal box or the corpse, this strange thing would definitely play a big role in Thunder City. Lin Feng fixed the two ends of the metal box with a rope and then carried the metal box on his back. He continued to walk towards the depths. Lin Feng found that after carrying the metal box, he didn't encounter any more strange things. Lin Feng was extremely happy. Even though it was night time, Lin Feng was still brave. He started to explore some of the ancient houses which were sealed by the forbidden qi. Some of the ancient houses gave Lin Feng a bone-chilling feeling. There seemed to be some unknown and terrifying evil spirit in the ancient houses. But those evil spirits didn't provoke Lin Feng, who was carrying the metal box. Lin Feng explored dozens of ancient houses in a row and had a very rich harvest. Once again, he found 15,000 divine weapons. There were also 79 giant god-grade weapons. What a windfall! And the rest of the treasures, such as origin crystals, immortal iron, divine stones, and so on, were piled up like a mountain. If it was someone else's storage ring, they wouldn't be able to hold so many treasures. Not to mention storage rings. Even if it was a spatial porcelain bottle with a large storage space, it wouldn't be able to hold so many treasures. Fortunately, Lin Feng had the mountain river ring. The mountain river ring formed a small world, and no matter how many treasures there were, it could hold them. Demon Lord, the metal box I'm carrying, have you seen it? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. I can't remember. The Demon Lord said. Hearing the Demon Lord's answer, Lin Feng wasn't disappointed because this was also within his expectations. The Demon Lord suddenly said, but the formation patterns on the metal box are somewhat familiar. The formation patterns on the metal box were very strange, and Lin Feng didn't know where they came from. Now, the Demon Lord had an impression of the formation patterns on the metal box. Didn't that mean that he could find some clues about the metal box? He couldn't help but ask, what is the origin of these formation patterns? The Demon Lord said, this should be a kind of dark rune passed down from the underworld. Dark rune? It has something to do with the underworld. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Could it be that the metal box was something from the underworld? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but slightly change his expression. Something from the underworld was definitely not a small matter. No wonder the metal box was so strange and could even scare away the evil spirits in Thunder City. Rumble. Suddenly, The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Lin Feng quickly rushed out of the courtyard. He saw that the entire huge Thunder City was shaking violently at this moment. He didn't know what was happening. Chapter 1917. Many people rushed to the streets, looking shocked and uncertain, not knowing what was going on. The entire ancient city was trembling. It was too strange. Crack, crack. Then the earth began to crack. Black fog filled the air. The huge Thunder City was covered by the black fog. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. Thunder City was already strange enough. Now it was covered by the black fog. This was too terrifying. Many people were scared pale. Bang, bang, bang. In the darkness, a terrifying force surged out from the cracked earth. Then, cultivators fell to the ground one by one. Those cultivators all died on the spot with their faces down. There were also many cultivators around Lin Feng, but none of them were spared. They all died tragically. Burial ground, sacrifice. Seeing this scene, his face revealed a look of horror. Burial ground, sacrifice. Had appeared before. The scene of cultivators dying tragically with their faces down. However, the number of cultivators who died was not particularly high. But now, something strange happened in the ancient city. The earth of the ancient city cracked, and black fog filled the air. A large number of cultivators died tragically. They didn't even know how they died. It was as if there was an invisible force that took away their lives in an instant. It was really inconceivable, but at the same time, it gave birth to a deep sense of uneasiness and horror. The demon lord said, "This is troublesome. I'm afraid that the terrifying existence suppressed under Thunder City is about to come out." Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. A place where burial ground appeared meant that a terrifying undead spirit was going to be sacrificed. Now, a large number of cultivators were being sacrificed. Indeed, as the demon lord said, it was very likely that the terrifying existence was about to come out. Suppressed under Thunder City. Lin Feng couldn't help but guess, was that terrifying evil spirit suppressed by Thunder God? Or even, the fall of Thunder God might be related to that evil spirit. Now, the evil spirit was about to come out. Once it really reappeared in the world, no one would be able to live. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly felt a terrifying energy enveloping his body. That energy was very strange. It seemed to want to destroy his life force. This was an extremely terrifying thing. Is this the energy that killed so many people? Was this the burial ground, a sacrifice? Are you going to bury me here? Lin Feng's voice trembled slightly. His body also began to be invaded by this strange energy, which made Lin Feng feel very bad. Lin Feng's expression was uncertain, but at this time, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the iron box on his back was beginning to absorb the strange energy that was flowing into his body. All the energy. They were all absorbed by the iron box. What a powerful metal box. Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. He quickly rushed into the depths. Because of the rolling black fog in the Thunder City. Therefore, the visibility was very low. Crash, crash. Suddenly, he heard the clanking of chains. A gloomy and cold aura permeated the air. It seemed that some terrifying evil spirit was approaching from the darkness. Lin Feng summoned the 9 demons painting. The monarch weapon floated above his head while he held the All Manifestations golden Buddha in his hand. Rays of Buddhist light emanated and enveloped him within. Finally, the clanking of chains in the darkness gradually faded away. The terrifying evil spirit in the darkness did not attack Lin Feng. So many corpses. At this time, Lin Feng looked around. The ground was densely packed with corpses. He did not know how many cultivators had died. All of them were lying face down. Rumble, the ancient city began to shake violently again. Crack, crack. The ground continued to crack. Roar, suddenly. An earth-shaking roar came from the depths of the ancient city. It startled everyone. Something is really coming out. Lin Feng's expression was very ugly. The predicament he was facing now was that he could not get out of the Thunder City. Yellow clay platform, 10,000 spirit blood, Suddenly, a gloomy and cold voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. When the voice came out, his consciousness suddenly became blurry. That voice seemed to have a magic that no one could resist. Anyone who heard it would be lost in it. Lin Feng's body seemed to be pulled by a mysterious force and walked forward uncontrollably. He passed through one street after another. He walked towards the deepest part of the Thunder City. In the deepest part of the Thunder City, there was a huge square. Originally, this square was densely covered with restrictions, but now these restrictions were all broken. Many powerhouses walked towards the square. These were the true powerhouses. The weakest was at the true God Realm, and there were many heavenly God Realm powerhouses. There were even giant God Realm powerhouses. But now, everyone seemed to have lost themselves. After entering the square, the cultivators walked towards the center of the square. In the center of the square, there was a yellow clay platform. The yellow clay platform was about 1 meter in diameter and half a meter in height. It was not particularly big, but it was incomparably demonic. Bang! 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 When the cultivators came near the yellow clay platform, their bodies directly exploded into blood mist and they died on the spot. Then, the yellow clay platform absorbed all the blood mist. This was the most tyrannical kind of sacrifice. Using living people as a sacrifice. Bang! 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 Cultivators' bodies were constantly exploding. Cultivators were constantly dying tragically. All the flesh and blood essence left behind after the bodies of the dead cultivators exploded. They were all absorbed by the yellow clay platform. The yellow clay platform was dyed with a demonic bloody luster. It was really too demonic and terrifying. Not long after, Lin Feng also came here. He also entered the square. People who entered this huge square, regardless of their strength, lost themselves. Even Lin Feng was no exception. Namo Amitabha. Suddenly, a majestic voice resounded between heaven and earth. It woke up some of the powerful cultivators or those with abnormally strong willpower. But most people were still in a state of confusion. Heavens, the yellow clay platform. Lin Feng was awakened. When he saw the yellow clay platform, his face changed again and again. In front of the yellow clay platform, I cry for the king. He still remembered the sobbing sound he had heard before, and it was not the first time he had heard that sobbing sound. Now, the yellow clay platform appeared in front of him. Lin Feng looked around and saw in Qiang, the little fairy born by the Green Lotus, the experts of the Supreme Immortal Sect, the experts of Dragon Blood City, the experts of the Evil Dragon Palace, the experts of the Kinwu people, the Underworld Child, the mysterious expert of the giant god realm shrouded in golden light, the old Daoist, several old monks, and several other unfathomable experts. It was very likely that they were also experts of the giant god realm. Now that these people had all woken up, everyone looked at the yellow clay platform in the square with a solemn expression. Everyone's face was incomparably ugly. The yellow clay platform was too demonic and terrifying. Chapter 1918. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bodies exploding rang out incessantly as cultivators died tragically. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen such a tyrannical sacrificial method, so he was incomparably shocked. The others were the same. Even the giant God Realm experts had ugly expressions at this moment. They felt that the situation was very bad. Because, they had also lost themselves before. If it wasn't for the old monk waking everyone up, they wouldn't have been able to wake up. Grandmaster, what should we do now? Someone asked. The old monk said, this is a sacrificial technique. I'm afraid that something terrifying is being suppressed below. Now, so many cultivators have died tragically in order to sacrifice that terrifying existence, allowing it to break free. Many people's expressions changed drastically. If that terrifying existence really broke free, everyone here would die. No one would be able to survive. Grandmaster, what should we do now? Someone continued to ask. The old monk looked at the old Daoist standing not far away, put his palms together, and said, Daoist Wujie, have you thought of a way to deal with it? The yellow platform is the key. We need to seal the yellow clay platform. The old Daoist said. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the yellow platform. Now, There were still countless cultivators rushing to the yellow platform one after another. Their bodies collapsed, and their flesh and soul essence were absorbed by the platform. All of this seemed to indicate that the yellow platform was the culprit. Can we destroy the yellow platform? Underworld Child's eyes flickered as he asked. His expression was unsightly. Underworld Child had always been in control of his own fate. But now, he felt that his fate was no longer in his own hands. This feeling was very terrible. This feeling made Underworld Child infuriated. No. If I'm not wrong, the yellow platform should be the center of the entire ancient city. It should be the core of the formation. Once it's destroyed, the terrifying existence under Thunder City will definitely come out. At that time, only death will await us. The old Daoist said in a deep voice. Lin Feng was shocked. He carefully looked at the yellow platform and then at the surroundings. Then he nodded. It was as the old Daoist had said. The yellow platform was the core of the formation. Ordinary people couldn't see it at all. Even Lin Feng only realized the mystery after the old Daoist's reminder. This old Daoist was indeed not simple. The most important thing now is to stop these people from continuing to sacrifice. If he continued to sacrifice, that terrifying being that has been suppressed might really be about to come out, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. This included the Supreme Immortal Sect, Evil Dragon Palace, Kinwu people, Dragon Blood City, and other forces that had enmity with Lin Feng. However, they were not in the mood to settle their grudges with Lin Feng. The most important thing now was to work together to resolve the current predicament. Little Fairy also saw Lin Feng and naturally remembered this man who claimed to be her husband. Little Fairy couldn't help but lightly snort twice. The old monk said, "Everyone, recite the clear heart mantra with me. Perhaps we might be able to awaken them." "All right." Everyone nodded. Apart from this method, no one had any other viable options. So far, this was the only feasible method. The old monk and a few other monks beside him began to chant the Buddhist heart-cleansing mantra. Kowtowing to Su Shidi, the head and face of Emperor Su Shida, today I commend the great Kundi for his benevolent protection, Nanwu Sa muttered. Third contempt for third body. Ju Shu murmured. His nephew. To be ruthless is to be ruthless. Jun Ti Sa Po He. After Lin Feng and the rest heard it once, they memorized it in their hearts and chanted the clear heart mantra with the old monk and the rest. Everyone's voices gathered together like the divine voice of the heavenly Tao. Heaven and earth shook. Endless Buddhas' light shone upon each other. The lost cultivators on the square felt as if they had been hit in the head. They all began to wake up. "I'm still alive, I didn't die," many people cried out in disbelief. Some people saw their companions die one after another, and then they lost themselves. "Before I got lost, they all thought that they were going to die. But now, he found that he was still alive." He was pleasantly surprised. The clanking of chains could be heard. It shook the void. The sound came closer and closer. The black fog rolled. The endless black fog enveloped the entire huge square. In the black fog, there were some terrifying evil spirits hidden. "Everyone, stop those evil spirits outside. We will go and seal the yellow mud platform. Life and death will depend on this battle." The old monk shouted loudly. "Kill," facing the danger of life and death. Everyone's bloodthirstiness and the ferocity in their bones were stimulated. One cultivator after another rushed towards the evil spirits outside the square without fear of death. "Let's go and seal the yellow mud platform," the old monk shouted loudly. All the cultivators above the heavenly god realm moved out and rushed towards the yellow mud platform. There were more than 200 people in total. Bang bang bang, when they got close to the yellow mud platform, the bodies of the cultivators exploded. Even the heavenly god realm powerhouses couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure around the yellow mud platform. And the cultivators outside the square who were fighting with the evil spirits suffered even more casualties. Although the cultivators had the advantage in numbers. However, those evil spirits were too terrifying. It was simply a one-sided massacre. If it weren't for the small number of evil spirits, The cultivator army would have long been wiped out. But the cultivators outside who were fighting with the evil spirits might not be able to hold on for long. Once the evil spirits entered the square, all hope would be cut off. "Ignite my battle blood! Fight to the death!" Many people roared, frantically burning the blood essence in their bodies. Through this method, they could increase their battle strength. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the monks died tragically. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the Taoists died. Bang, bang, bang. The powerhouses of the Supreme Immortal Sect, Dragon Blood City, Kinwu people, and other forces died one after another. It was really too difficult to get close to the yellow mud platform. Not long after, there were only 40 to 50 people left out of the 200. Most of the powerhouses had yet to get close to the yellow mud platform. He had died tragically on the way. This kind of death and injury. It was really too tragic. Why? 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 A great elder-level expert from the Supreme Immortal Sect roared. He didn't understand why so many experts were still unable to resist the terrifying aura emitted from the yellow mud platform even though they were burning their blood essence to increase their combat strength. This yellow mud platform looked so ordinary, why was it so terrifying? Bang! The body of that powerhouse from the Supreme Immortal Sect also directly exploded. He died tragically on the spot. Everyone's face was incomparably gloomy. If this continued, all of them were going to become sacrifices for that terrifying evil spirit. Everyone was extremely unwilling to accept this. But what was the use of being unwilling? The terrifying pressure emitted by the yellow mud platform was simply impossible to resist. Chapter 1919. Break. A giant god realm powerhouse roared, and his body turned into a giant axe. Then, he tore apart the terrifying pressure in the void and quickly rushed to the yellow platform. Seeing this scene, everyone's spirit suddenly shook, and they all followed behind the giant god realm cultivator. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying destructive force emanated from the yellow clay dais, and then fiercely bombarded the yellow clay dais formed by the giant divinity stage cultivator. The giant god realm cultivator was actually beaten back to his original form, and one of his arms directly exploded. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was an existence at the giant god realm, yet he couldn't resist the destructive power emitted from the yellow clay platform. The yellow platform was really too heaven-defying. Did everyone still have hope of sealing the yellow platform? Even the most optimistic people. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel despair. They really couldn't see any hope. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, the bodies of the powerhouses exploded one after another. Perhaps there was no need for the evil spirits outside to rush in. Lin Feng and the others would be killed by the pressure emitted from the yellow platform. However, no one chose to retreat. Because there was no other way for them to choose. They would rather die in battle. They would never retreat. Boundless Tao Master, the old Daoist roared, and his body emitted endless divine light, and began to turn into a stone body. Not long after, the old Daoist turned into a stone man. Everyone looked at each other. What kind of method was this? Could it be that the old Daoist's original body was a stone man? This is the Great Petrification Technique. A giant god realm powerhouse said. Great Petrification Technique, one of the 3,000 great Taos. This divine ability was very strange, and it was said that it could petrify others. However, it could also petrify oneself. If others were petrified, their body would be imprisoned, and they would become a stone man, unable to move an inch, and would be killed in the next moment. If the original body was petrified, it could move freely, and its defense would greatly increase. Just like what they saw in front of them. The old Daoist used the Great Petrification Technique and turned into a stone man, and his defense was raised to the peak. He walked towards the yellow platform step by step. The terrifying pressure emitted by the yellow platform was blocked by the old Daoist. Buzz. Suddenly, a destructive force gushed out from the yellow platform. Just now, the destructive force gushing out from the yellow platform seriously injured the giant god expert. From this, one could see how terrifying this destructive force was. Therefore, the yellow clay platform once again surged with destructive power. Everyone was also extremely worried that the old Daoist would not be able to withstand the attack of the destructive power. Clang! The destructive force blasted the old Daoist, producing a sonorous collision sound. It was as if he had struck a piece of metal. To everyone's surprise, the petrified old Daoist was able to withstand the destructive attack. Everyone was overjoyed. Everyone seemed to have seen hope. The old Daoist increased his speed. Finally, he arrived in front of the yellow clay platform and shot out numerous runes to suppress it. But at this moment, something terrible happened. On the yellow clay platform, dense destructive power spread out. The destructive power destroyed the runes that the old Daoist had cast and then bombarded the old Daoist's body. After the old Daoist was petrified, his defense was extremely strong. But even so, it couldn't withstand so many destructive attacks. That was why the old Daoist priest suffered a calamity. Crack, crack. His petrified body began to crack. Wah! The old Daoist spat out a mouthful of blood and wanted to retreat, but he found that he couldn't. Namo Amitabha. The old monk put his palms together, and his body surged with Buddhist light. He rushed in and grabbed the old Daoist. Then, he quickly retreated. Puff! But a destructive force swept over. It directly cut off one of the old monk's legs. Blood immediately gushed out. The old monk lost a leg, and the old Daoist's body collapsed. Both the old monk and the old Daoist had extraordinary means, but now they were also seriously injured. Boom! An even more terrifying pressure spread out from the yellow clay platform. Feeling that pressure, many people showed deep despair. They really couldn't resist. The giant god couldn't resist. The old monk and the old Daoist couldn't resist. Not to mention the others. Suddenly, Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Because he found that the iron box on his back had changed again. The iron box seemed to be emitting violent fluctuations, but this fluctuation was sealed by the iron box. It couldn't escape. The iron box is really not simple. The broken corpse sealed in the iron box is even more so. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Now that the iron box was acting strangely here, Lin Feng couldn't help but have a thought. Could he use the iron box to get close to the yellow clay platform? Now, this might be the only way. Everyone, please try your best to burn your lifespan or blood essence source, and add all your energy to my body. I will seal the yellow clay platform. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said. He didn't know if the iron box could withstand the attack of the yellow clay platform. But now, there really wasn't much time left. The cultivators outside who were fighting with the evil spirit were about to collapse. The evil spirit could come in any time. Once the evil spirit came in, they would have to face the evil spirit's attack. But at that time, they would lose the opportunity to seal the yellow clay platform. Moreover, Lin Feng found that the Thunder City hadn't shook violently for a long time. Could it be? The terrifying evil spirit suppressed under the Thunder City had begun to break out of the seal? If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. Now, it had reached the point of no delay. It was time to fight to the death. You're going? Many people frowned. Is there a better way? Lin Feng asked. The others nodded gloomily. Burn my lifespan. Burn my blood essence source. One cultivator after another began to burn their lifespan. No one was stingy. They burned millions of years of lifespan at once to support Lin Feng. After burning their lifespan, they burned their blood essence source to support Lin Feng. Then, they began to burn their lifespan for the second time, burning their blood essence source to support Lin Feng. Everyone was going all out. Energy as majestic as the sea poured into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng continued to pour this energy into the iron box. The nether pattern on the iron box actually began to distort. He walked towards the yellow clay platform. When the terrifying pressure spread out, Yi Zichen was stunned. The iron box shook slightly, and all the pressure was scattered. Waves of destructive power swept towards Lin Feng. At this time, the nether pattern on the iron box emitted waves of devouring power. It actually managed to devour the terrifying destructive power directly. It's the iron box on his back that helped him resolve the attack of the yellow clay platform, everyone exclaimed, and couldn't help but look at the pitch-black iron box on Lin Feng's back. Chapter 1920. Seeing that the iron box on Lin Feng's back was so extraordinary, everyone couldn't help but be excited. With the help of the box, Lin Feng was able to withstand the terrifying attacks of the yellow platform. Then, could Lin Feng seal the yellow platform? This was naturally what everyone was looking forward to. This concerned everyone's life and death. More and more of the destructive power spread out. He then moved towards Lin Feng. But the iron box on Lin Feng's back was really too extraordinary. The dark runes twisted. No matter how much destructive power surged, it was all swallowed by the iron box. The iron box was sealed in a pond in the courtyard of the ancient starry sky city. It was unknown who sealed the iron box. When Lin Feng obtained the iron box, he knew that the iron box was strange. Now, the iron box gave him too many surprises. Back then, Lin Feng had tried to open the box, but he had only managed to open a small crack and had almost died. After he sealed the iron box again, he wanted to throw it away. But he didn't expect that the iron box couldn't be thrown away at all, as if it was glued to Lin Feng. It took the initiative to enter his mountain river ring. Now, Lin Feng was a little glad. Fortunately, he didn't succeed in throwing it away. Or else, perhaps he would have been killed in Thunder City. Finally, he successfully arrived in front of the yellow platform. This yellow platform exuded an ancient aura. It was unknown how many years it had existed. It looked like ordinary yellow mud piled up. But Lin Feng found something special. In the yellow platform, there seemed to be a kind of extremely terrifying blood integrated. When he sensed the ancient blood integrated into the yellow platform, the sovereign emperor blood in Lin Feng's body actually awakened. This is. Lin Feng's expression was wild. He clearly knew how powerful and ancient his sovereign emperor blood was. Now, the blood integrated into the yellow platform could actually make the sovereign emperor blood actively awaken. What level of divine blood was this? It made Lin Feng's heart tremble. The yellow platform was stained with blood. Whose blood was it? Could it be? Was it also the blood of an expert of the same era as Pangu and Nua? There was no way to know all of this. Of course, all these thoughts occurred in a split second. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He hurriedly used the Heavenly Master Dao's 8 forbidden seals to seal the yellow platform. Strands of divine runes intertwined and sealed the yellow clay platform. While using the 8 seals, Lin Feng also used Emperor runes. The 8 divine seals combined with the Emperor runes to seal the yellow clay platform. The effect was even better. This guy actually knows Emperor runes. Many people were shocked, finding this hard to believe. Emperor runes were mysterious and unfathomable. Without breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, it was almost impossible to grasp monarch runes. Of course, in this world, there was no lack of astonishing geniuses. Perhaps they might be able to grasp Emperor runes ahead of time. However, such people were truly too rare. Such a character might not even appear once in a trillion years. Right now, when everyone saw that Lin Feng actually grasped Emperor runes, they naturally felt incomparably shocked. Screech! Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing cry came from below the Thunder City. This sound seemed to be the voice of the suppressed evil spirit. That evil spirit was unwilling to continue being suppressed. It released a sound wave attack. Miserable screams rang out. Several weaker cultivators had their divine souls directly shattered and died on the spot. Even the powerful underworld child and the others held their heads and screamed in pain. Even the faces of the giant god powerhouses were contorted in pain. Lin Feng was the first to bear the brunt of it. Because of that sound wave attack. The main target of the attack was Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was ferocious. He felt as if his soul was about to explode. This was an unbearable pain. If his soul wasn't strong enough, just now, his soul would have been directly shattered. Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Protect my true body. Lin Feng coldly shouted. Buzz. His natal magic treasure, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, flew out. Last time, Lin Feng obtained a piece of Primal Chaos Ancient Jade. Later, Lin Feng integrated the Primal Chaos Ancient Jade into his magic treasure, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. After integrating the Primal Chaos Ancient Jade, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp immediately completed a transformation and directly upgraded to the divine weapon level. Its power greatly increased. In addition, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp's material was precious, and after successfully refining, it was integrated with the Dark Yellow Ancestral Qi. The Dark Yellow Ancestral Qi and the Primal Chaos Ancestral Qi were yin and yang. After integrating the Dark Yellow Ancestral Qi, it could achieve the cycle of yin and yang. Therefore, although the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was still a divine weapon, it was more powerful than many giant god weapons. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp poured down rays of primal chaos light to protect Lin Feng. Screech. The second sound wave resounded again. Clang clang clang. This sound wave attack was blocked by the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Lin Feng let out a long breath. He continued to seal the yellow mud platform. Despicable ant, you dare to stop me from escaping? An angry roar came from below the Thunder City. Immediately after, the Thunder City shook violently. Clouds of black gas gushed out. It turned out to be the Origin Qi. The Origin Qi condensed into an illusory body. One could vaguely see that it was a man with 3 eyes of death. Ghost Immortal of the Ghost Realm. When he saw the man, Lin Feng was so scared that his whole body trembled. Below the Thunder City, it was sealed. It turned out to be a Ghost Immortal. This was too terrifying. Lin Feng knew how terrifying a Ghost Immortal was. Ghost Immortal. An existence that could kill a great emperor. The Ghost Immortal walked towards Lin Feng step by step, wanting to kill Lin Feng. Stop him. The old Daoist shouted. He took the lead and rushed towards the Ghost Immortal. His body began to burn. He was burning his life, increasing his battle strength. Then, the old monk with only one leg also rushed towards the Ghost Immortal. Then, there were several giant God Realm experts. Anqiing, Little Fairy, Underworld Child, Supreme Immortal Sect experts, Dragon Blood City experts, and so on. Everyone. They all ignited their life force to increase their battle strength and rushed towards the Ghost Immortal. A bunch of ants. The Ghost Immortal's voice was cold. Although he was only formed from the Origin Qi. But it was also unimaginably terrifying. Swoosh. The Ghost Immortal attacked. The ghost Qi that filled the sky condensed into a dense and terrifying killing light that slashed towards everyone. Puff, puff, puff. Tearing sounds could be heard. One by one, the experts were killed by the Ghost Immortal. The Ghost Immortal was too powerful to fight against. Go to hell! The Ghost Immortal roared. A punch was thrown out, enveloping the last dozen or so experts who were still alive. Bang! The Ghost Immortal's punch sent more than a dozen experts flying. Whoa! Everyone was coughing up blood. A few cultivators who were seriously injured. They fell to the ground and died. This battle was really too tragic, and the casualties were also disastrous. Kid, it's your turn. The Ghost Immortal laughed sinisterly and charged towards Lin Feng. No. The rest of the people's eyes were about to pop out. If Lin Feng was killed, the Ghost Immortal would definitely appear. When the time came, everyone would die. But they were already powerless to stop it. If you want my life, I'll take yours first. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He took down the iron box. He began to open this terrifying iron box. The iron box had been opened by Lin Feng once, so he was very familiar with the restrictions on the iron box. Lin Feng quickly broke the restrictions. Then he opened the iron box. The moment the iron box was opened, a terrifying aura spread out from the iron box. Lin Feng was shocked by the terrifying aura emitted from the iron box, causing him to vomit blood. When the Ghost Immortal saw the minced meat in the iron box, his expression changed drastically. How could this be? This is actually... The Ghost Immortal cried out in horror. He seemed to know what this was. But immediately after, his body was shattered by a ray of bloodlight that swept out from the minced meat. And Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. The moment the Ghost Immortal was killed, he quickly closed the iron box. Chapter 1921. Ah, kid. Do you know who the corpse in the iron box is? You have no idea. If you know, then you will know that bringing this metal box with you will be a disaster. However, if you leave now, I can let you leave Thunder City, and I can even help you get rid of this metal box. What do you think? Beneath Thunder City, the Ghost Immortal's seductive voice could be heard. This Ghost Immortal's methods were terrifying. Just a body formed from the essence was already so terrifying. It was hard to imagine this Ghost Immortal's true body. How strong was it? Once it was born, was there anyone in the world who could contend against it? Lin Feng sneered. I won't believe your nonsense. He resealed the iron box. Then, he carried the iron box on his back. Next, he sealed the yellow clay platform. The Ghost Immortal shouted, "This seat can make an oath. I will definitely not harm you. I can even give you endless wealth and various abilities. How about it?" The Ghost Immortal continued to tempt Lin Feng. But Lin Feng was unmoved. He sneered. I have no interest in your proposal. Didn't you want to kill me? If you can't kill me, I will seal you and let you die under Thunder City. Swish. 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 Swish, divine light flashed. Divine runes intertwined. The Celestial Master Sect's sealing technique was unparalleled under the heavens. With the help of divine runes, the yellow clay platform was about to be sealed by Lin Feng. Courting death. The Ghost Immortal roared furiously. Waves of destructive power surged out, shaking the void. The destructive power condensed into the law of destruction. Then, the Edict of Destruction intertwined with each other and turned into chains. Pa! 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 The chains of order whipped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out the Reaper armor and carried the iron box on his back. Above him floated the 9 demons picture and the revered sword tomb. He was doing 3 things at once. On one hand, he sealed the yellow clay platform. On the other hand, he used the 9 demons picture and the revered sword tomb to block the incoming law of order. The revered sword tomb opened, and 4 swords flew out. Together with the 9 demons picture, they blocked the attacks of the law of order. But the Ghost Immortal had condensed too many law of order. The dense law of order whipped towards Lin Feng. Even with Lin Feng's powerful body and the Reaper armor, he couldn't withstand the attack. He coughed out mouthfuls of blood. Fight. Old Daoist, Underworld Child, several giant God Realm experts, Old Buddha, and Qiang, Little Fairy, and the others all climbed up from the ground and burned their lifespan to increase their battle prowess. He threw himself at the cosmic energies attacking Lin Feng. They wanted to buy time for Lin Feng. At this moment, the Ghost Immortal sneered. He condensed even more order laws. These precepts of order blasted towards Old Daoist, Old Buddha, Underworld Child, and the others. The powerful cosmic energies surrounded the old Taoist priest, the Old Buddha, the Prince of Hell, and the others. They couldn't go and help Lin Feng. Both sides continued to fight. Lin Feng's body shattered again and again. He activated the immortal divine body to recover his body. After 36 consecutive times, Lin Feng couldn't hold on any longer. Am I really going to fail? It's all for naught. Lin Feng roared. He was extremely unwilling. His dharmic powers were about to dry up. He couldn't continue to support the operation of the immortal divine body. Bang! He was sent flying by a law of order and fell to the ground, coughing out a mouthful of blood. But then, Lin Feng got up from the ground. Give up just like that? It wasn't Lin Feng's character. He wasn't willing to give up just like that. Persevere. Work hard. Never give up. He rushed towards the yellow clay platform. He continued to reinforce the array patterns. Bang! But soon, he was sent flying again by the law of order. Lin Feng wanted to borrow the power of the Demon Lord. But Ghost Immortal was very terrifying. He had already cut off Lin Feng's connection with the Demon Lord and the Black Bear Demon King. As for Bibi and the others in the Mountain River Ring, Lin Feng didn't summon them. Such a battle. They couldn't participate. Once summoned, they would die without a doubt. I'm willing to sacrifice myself in exchange for great power and seal Ghost Immortal here forever. Lin Feng roared. He used the great sacrificial art. His body began to burn. He began to sacrifice himself. This was the only way Lin Feng could think of. Through the most domineering sacrificial art. In a short period of time. In exchange for great power. Lin Feng's lifespan was burning crazily. By sacrificing himself. His strength began to increase crazily. It's useless. No matter how much your strength increases, you're still like an ant in my eyes. Ghost Immortal's sinister voice sounded. Chains of order quickly rushed towards Lin Feng and wrapped around Lin Feng's legs and arms. He was struggling violently. But it was difficult to break free. And in the process of struggling, the power obtained through the sacrifice was quickly dissipating. I'm really unwilling. Lin Feng roared. The sky fire in his body also surged out, burning the chains of order. But these chains of order were very terrifying, blocking the attack of the sky fire. Despair. Despair. Ghost Immortal laughed sinisterly. Cry for the king in front of the yellow mud platform. At this moment, just as Lin Feng was about to lose all hope, a voice suddenly appeared. A faint voice rang out. It resounded through heaven and earth. A woman in blood clothes appeared on the square. She walked over step by step. It's her. When he saw the woman in blood clothes, Lin Feng's expression was full of shock. The first time he saw this woman in blood clothes on the left side of the city gate. The second time was when that old monster, the divine servant, wanted to murder him. He saw this woman in blood clothes. And this woman in blood clothes scared away that old monster, the divine servant. Now, the woman in blood clothes appeared again. It turned out that sorrowful voice. It was the sound of her crying. Immortal Emperor Blood. The woman in blood clothes looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Was the woman in blood clothes referring to his sovereign Emperor Blood? Lin Feng circulated his qi, holding the sovereign Emperor Blood in his body, and spat it on the yellow platform. Puff. The sovereign Emperor Blood sprayed on the yellow platform. No. Ghost Immortal let out a terrified cry. At the same time, the ancient god blood in the yellow platform, after sensing Lin Feng's sovereign Emperor Blood, actually emitted a shocking fluctuation. Then, an illusory figure appeared. It was a stalwart man. No one knew who he was. He stood on top of the yellow platform. Although it was just an illusory figure. But it made people feel. It was as if he was the center of this universe. The yellow platform was stained with blood. It was stained with the mysterious man's blood. Eternal seal. The mysterious man spat out 2 words. Lin Feng's sovereign Emperor Blood turned into streaks of blood marks. They fused into the yellow platform. I should have thought of all ways to kill you before you came to the square. The heavens didn't wait for me. Ghost Immortal roared unwillingly. You, the descendant of the sinner's blood, shouldn't be alive in this world. Your clan shouldn't be alive in this world. You, the descendant of the sinner's blood, must die a horrible death. Ghost Immortal kept cursing Lin Feng. But soon, his voice came to an abrupt stop. Ghost Immortal was sealed again. Chapter 1922. Now Lin Feng finally understood why the Ghost Immortal had tried to entice him to leave. The reason was because his sovereign emperor's blood could activate the ancient god's blood on the yellow clay platform and seal it. It was just that he didn't know. That mysterious shadow quickly dissipated. And the woman in red also disappeared without a trace. The black fog in Thunder City dissipated. The terrifying evil spirits in the black fog all retreated. Seal Ghost Immortal. Benefit the world. Merit of 10,000 generations. Reward. Suddenly, a loud voice that sounded like the voice of the heavenly Tao resounded between heaven and earth. Immediately after, a long river of providence flew over from outer space. Majestic providence surged into the bodies of every living cultivator. Oh my God, this is the providence of heaven and earth. Many survivors shouted excitedly, so excited that their bodies were trembling. Only by seizing the providence of heaven and earth could one go against the heavens and change one's fate. Those cultivators who became peerless experts, which one of them didn't have great providence? Why were some cultivators able to find the cave abodes of ancient cultivators when they went out? And why were some cultivators flying in when they went out? Why were some cultivators able to rise to the top and break through to a high realm and become a peerless expert? And some cultivators couldn't break through no matter how hard they tried. Although there might be many reasons, but there was an extremely important reason. That was providence. Everyone was different. Everyone's providence was different. It was like when two people passed by the same place, the first person didn't find anything, but the second person found a divine artifact. This was because the two people's providence was different, resulting in two completely different results. Cultivators seized the providence of heaven and earth, broke through the shackles of heaven and earth, and constantly broke through. And what was the prerequisite for constantly breaking through? It was to seize the providence of heaven and earth. And now, everyone didn't have to seize the providence of heaven and earth. Because providence was descending endlessly. Of course. Everyone's providence was different. This time, Ghost Immortal was sealed. Whoever put in more effort, whoever obtained more karmic luck would be able to obtain more. So, among everyone, Lin Feng received the most providence. After Lin Feng, it was the old Daoist, the old Buddha, several giant God realm powerhouses, the underworld child, little fairy, and Qiang, and the others. A steady stream of providence flowed into his body. Lin Feng smiled. Accumulating providence. He became a character that was born with the times. This was the foundation of becoming a great emperor. Since ancient times. Which great emperor wasn't born at the right time? Lin Feng was advancing on this path. Swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, one after another, balls of light flew out of the river of destiny. Then, he flew towards the cultivators in Thunder City. Is it a treasure or a legacy of the Thunder God? Many people shouted excitedly. Sealing Ghost Immortals. The first reward was the blessing of providence. The second reward was the item in the light ball. The cultivators in the Thunder City also did not go to check it out. In a place where there were too many people, it was naturally not convenient for them to check what was sealed inside the clump of light. So as not to attract the attention of others. Lin Feng didn't check either. He stored the ball of light into his mountain river ring. When the river of destiny in the sky disappeared, waves of spacetime teleportation power enveloped everyone. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Every cultivator was sent out of the ancient city by the spacetime teleportation power. A light flashed. Lin Feng had already appeared in the sea. In the distance. It was the endless battlefield of the ruins of End. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The Thunder City seemed to be disappearing. The Thunder God's hammer hasn't appeared. And the Thunder City hasn't chosen a new master. It seems that the true successor of the Thunder God hasn't appeared yet. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. While no one was paying attention to him, he quickly flew into the distance. Along the way, Lin Feng was still a little worried that he would encounter that old fart, the divine servant. Fortunately, he didn't meet him along the way, so Lin Feng could finally feel a little more at ease. When night fell, the sky turned dark. Lin Feng landed on an island. He took out the ball of energy that he had obtained in the Thunder City. Inside the ball of energy, two things were sealed inside. Of these two things, the first thing was a book made of bronze. The second thing was a metal ball of light surrounded by purple lightning. Lin Feng looked at the book. He opened the book. On the first page, there were 5 words written in large letters. Primordial Thunder God Path. Lin Feng read these 5 words. Then, he carefully flipped through the contents, and his face immediately revealed an expression of incomparable surprise. Primordial Thunder God Path. It was one of the 7 great legacies of the Thunder God. The basic cultivation technique of the Primordial Thunder God Path was the Sky Tyrant Thunder Art. There were also 2 supreme divine abilities recorded in it. The first divine ability was called the Sky Slaying Thunder Art. The second divine ability was called the Sky Destroying Thunder Art. Seeing these 2 supreme techniques, Lin Feng was surprised and happy. Originally, I had always thought that the 3 great legacies of the Thunder God were the Sky Destroying Thunder Art, the sky-destroying thunder art, and the sky-destroying thunder art. Only today did I find out that these three great thunder arts were actually a type of inheritance, and they were closely linked. Moreover, the thunder god also had 6 other supreme legacies. Unfortunately, this ancient book only briefly mentioned that the thunder god had 6 other powerful legacies, but it didn't say what the other 6 legacies were. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. His gaze then turned towards the mysterious metal ball that was surrounded by purple lightning energy. Lin Feng tried to use his divine sense to invade the purple lightning metal ball. But he found out. The purple lightning metal ball had actually blocked the probing of his divine will. This caused Lin Feng to frown. The purple lightning metal ball was very strange. What do you think? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord said, "Your contribution in sealing the ghost immortal is the greatest, so your reward will definitely be the best. From this, we can infer that this metal ball must have a great origin. However, we can't find out the secret of this metal ball now. It's very likely that it's not the right time yet. Or maybe our cultivation is not enough." Lin Feng nodded and could only temporarily put away the metal ball. The Demon Lord didn't say anything else. Lin Feng began to study the cultivation method of the sky-destroying thunder art and the sky-destroying thunder art. The Demon Lord sat on the lonely grave and pondered. After this awakening, the Demon Lord became even more silent. Lin Feng cultivated on the island for half a month. He finally gradually mastered the 2 supreme divine abilities, the sky-destroying thunder art and the sky-destroying thunder art. This made Lin Feng feel very happy. Calculating the time, the Red World Fairy should be celebrating her birthday soon, right? I don't need to go back to the returning ruins sea. I'll go directly to the Red Dust Immortal sect in the Southern Immortal Sea to celebrate the Red World Fairy's birthday. Thinking of this, Lin Feng flew in the direction of the Southern Immortal Sea. The southwest of the returning ruins sea was connected to the southeast of the Southern Immortal Sea. The Red Dust Immortal sect was located in the space-time flow between the 2 seas. Chapter 1923. Waves rippled across the boundless ocean. The 4 sacred birds flew through the air at high speed. Lin Feng sat on one of the 4 sacred birds, and beside him sat a beautiful girl with long, light blue hair. This girl was none other than the Little Mermaid, Naza. The Little Mermaid originally lived at the border between the returning ruined sea region and the Southern Immortal Sea region. Therefore, Lin Feng happened to pass by Naza's home on his way to the Red Dust Immortal sect. Naza told Lin Feng about this matter. Lin Feng decided to go with Naza to her home to take a look. Naza was indeed beautiful. Unlike the beauty of Eastern women, she looked like a Western woman. She was as beautiful as an angel. Her figure, her face, she was almost perfect. Staying with such a beauty, even if they did nothing and just sat there quietly, was a kind of enjoyment. They traveled south. The sea beasts they encountered were getting stronger and stronger. Lin Feng even saw an evil dragon undergoing its tribulation. The lightning tribulation was about 100 miles long. That evil dragon was probably undergoing its heavenly tribulation. This place is the territory of the 9 great evil dragons, Naza said. When she mentioned the 9 great evil dragons, her beautiful eyes were filled with fear. The 9 great evil dragons. Their cultivations were exceedingly high. And the most important thing was, the 9 great evil dragons had many experts under them. The sea creatures. When people talked about the 9 great evil dragons, their expressions would change. The evil dragon that lived in the evil dragon palace was the boss of the 9 great evil dragons. He was also the backbone of the 9 great evil dragons. The other 8 great evil dragons looked to the 9 great evil dragons as their leader. The other 8 great evil dragons each had their own territory. Therefore, they did not live in the evil dragon palace. Only when something big happened would the 9 great evil dragons gather in the evil dragon palace to discuss matters. Lin Feng asked, which evil dragon is the ruler of this sea region? This sea region is ruled by the 9th evil dragon, so it's also known as the 9th evil dragon sea region. Many China countries around it have to pay tribute to the 9th evil dragon, Naza said. There are many countries under the sea here. Lin Feng was shocked. Nazha nodded and said, "That's right. This place has already reached the southern region of the returning ruins sea region. In the southern region of the returning ruins sea region, there is an extremely dense distribution of underwater countries. There are many underwater countries, so the power structure is very complicated." Lin Feng asked, "These underwater kingdoms are paying tribute to the ninth evil dragon. Have they all submitted to the ninth evil dragon?" Nazha shook her head and said, "These underwater kingdoms are all independent, but the ninth evil dragon's forces are enormous, so the ninth evil dragon forced them to pay tribute to him. These underwater kingdoms were naturally unwilling, so the ninth evil dragon led an army to annihilate a few of them. The remaining kingdoms were afraid that the ninth evil dragon would annihilate them, so they had no choice but to compromise. Have these underwater kingdoms never thought of joining forces to fight against the ninth evil dragon?" Lin Feng could not help but ask. Nazha said, "Of course I have. But that's just a thought. With so many countries, it's very difficult for them to work together. Such an alliance can be easily disintegrated. There's no way they can unite to fight against the ninth evil dragon." Lin Feng nodded slightly. What Nazha said was right. To put it bluntly, the alliance between different factions was for the sake of benefits. There were simply too many ways to break up these forces that had joined together. Therefore, the only way the underwater kingdoms could unite to fight against the ninth evil dragon was if they could find a leader that all the underwater kingdoms accepted wholeheartedly. Otherwise, the alliance could easily disintegrate. 10 days later, Lin Feng saw a cluster of islands that looked like the stars in the sky. "Big brother Lin, I've arrived," Nazha said. Lin Feng had the 4 holy birds return to the mountain and rivers ring, while he and Nazha dove into the sea. After entering the sea, Nazha immediately turned into a mermaid. Nazha led the way in front. The two of them dove down. They dove down to a depth of 200,000 meters before coming to a stop. This was the deep sea. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to reach such a depth. The water pressure was simply too terrifying. Ordinary treasures would not be able to withstand such powerful water pressure. However, it was not a problem for oceanic cultivators to dive this deep. Because they lived in the water, some of the structures of their bodies were different from other races. They could adapt to the powerful water pressure. "Is that an island?" After descending to the bottom of the sea, Lin Feng saw a huge object in the distance. There were mountains, trees, and even some palaces on it. Lin Feng asked, "Is that where you used to live?" Nazha shook her head and said, "It's a sunken island. It's sealed with restrictions and is very dangerous. When I was young, my aunt warned me not to go to that sunken island, so I've never gone there." Lin Feng nodded. Nazha led the way. After a short time, Lin Feng saw a cave at the bottom of the ocean. Nazha said, "Big brother Lin, this underwater cave is where I used to live." The two of them entered the cave. There were restrictions outside the cave, so the water could not enter. Although they had been gone for many years, the cave was still very clean and dust-free because there was a cleansing array set up inside. The cave was very simple. There were 2 rooms and a living room. Of the 2 rooms, one was Nazha's room, and the other was Nazha's aunt's room. In Nazha's aunt's room, Lin Feng saw a painting. It was the painting of a woman. She had long golden hair, a perfect and hot body, a beautiful face, and a charming smile. She was really a rare beauty. "This is my aunt," Nazha said sadly. When Nazha was in her teens, her aunt had already passed away. After that, Nazha had always lived alone. In the deep sea, danger lurked everywhere. Nazha must have experienced many dangers. Lin Feng kept the painting. He did not want Nazha to think of her and continue to be sad. "Big brother Lin, I still have a few friends. Can we stay here for a few days? I want to visit my friends," Nazha asked in a low voice, afraid that Lin Feng would not agree. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Of course." Hearing Lin Feng agree, Nazha immediately revealed a charming smile. Lin Feng could not help but mutter in his heart, this girl was really something. The mermaid clan really lived up to their reputation. Each one was more beautiful than the other. Lin Feng said, "You rest here for a while, I'll go take a look at that sunken island." Naza's pretty face slightly changed, and she said worriedly, "Big brother Lin, that sunken island is too dangerous, it's better not to go." Lin Feng rubbed Naza's head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." This intimate action caused Naza's beautiful face to suddenly turn pink. Her eyes were watery, and she did not dare to look at Lin Feng. Chapter 1924. The restriction outside the sunken island was very powerful. And it was very well preserved. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years ago this island had sunk. So many years had passed. It seemed that no one had explored it. However, it was quite normal. This was the deepest part of the sea. Basically, no one would come here. One had to know that even the sea race would not easily enter this part of the sea. Most of the sea race would choose to live in places 80,000 to 100,000 meters deep in the sea. The place where Naza lived was 200,000 meters deep in the sea. Lin Feng studied the formation that sealed the sunken island. Then, he spent more than 2 hours to break the formation. The formation that enveloped the island was very powerful. He did not know who set it up. After entering the formation, Lin Feng walked toward the depths of the island. "Hey, this is..." Lin Feng was surprised. He picked up some stones that were scattered on the ground. Star stones. Looking at these stones, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. This was a kind of awe in the starry sky world. Why were they scattered on this island? Lin Feng continued to walk on the island. Soon, he found that there were many such star stones in many places. This made him very confused. Could it be that the cultivators who lived on the island in the past scattered these star stones? Whoosh! Suddenly, a pitch-black light rushed out of the dense forest and shot toward Lin Feng. It was too fast. It was like a pitch-black lightning bolt. It made Lin Feng feel a little scared. Fortunately, he was fast enough to slash out a sword chi. It directly slashed at the pitch-black light. Poochie! A tearing sound was heard. The pitch-black light turned into a pitch-black insect. Now, the pitch-black insect was cut in half. It fell to the ground. The insect was not dead yet. Its claws were still waving. This is a dark star insect. Lin Feng looked at the insect in surprise. Dark star insect. A small insect in the starry sky world. It was highly poisonous. In the past, Lin Feng had seen dark star insects in many places during his travels through space. What puzzled him was, why would there be dark star insects on this sunken island? This was a bug that lived in the starry sky world. This island was full of strange places. Not long after, Lin Feng discovered something else that surprised him. He had actually found a small mineral vein. And the mineral veins were rich in star stones. Did this island fall from the starry sky? Lin Feng couldn't help but have a thought. Other than this explanation, there was really no other explanation for why this island not only had starstones but also dark star worms. Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his chin. If this island really fell from the starry sky, it would be too shocking. Which era did it fall from? He headed towards the depths of the island. In the depths of the island, Lin Feng saw a group of palaces. These palaces were extremely ancient. It was obviously not the current architectural style. In a plaza, Lin Feng saw a huge statue of a god. This statue had a human body. The head of a centipede. It was extremely strange. What the hell is this? Is there anyone who builds a statue like this? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. After some wild beasts cultivated their cultivation, they would often take human form. If they built a statue of a god, they would build it in the form of a human. Therefore, this statue before him was very strange. The demon lord said, tracing back to the primordial era, some wild beasts looked down on the human race, so they were unwilling to take human form. However, they needed the faith of the human race, so they took on a half-human, half-beast form. Perhaps. This island is an island from the primordial era. The primordial era was even more ancient, much older than the immortal era. The gods of all the worlds fought for their people to believe in them. And the human race was definitely one of the main targets of the gods. There was a reason for this. Because of all the races. The human race's reproductive ability was the strongest. For some races, such as the dragon race and the phoenix race, they might not be able to give birth to a descendant even after thousands of years. Moreover, even if they succeeded in giving birth, the probability of them dying was also very high. But the human race was different. The human race could easily give birth to children. And they could easily survive. Therefore, even though there were many races in all the worlds, but in reality, the dominant race was still the human race. The human race accounted for more than 95% of the population in all the worlds. As for the other races, such as the devil race, the beast race, the celestial race, the immortal race, the sea race, and so on, they only accounted for about 5% of the population at most. There were too many human beings. How much power of faith could they produce? Therefore, many experts would fight for the human race. To make the human race believe in them. To produce an endless stream of faith. To help the gods increase their strength. After hearing the demon lord's explanation, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. They look down on the human race and still want to obtain the faith of the human race. Aren't they too shameless? The demon lord said, these races think too highly of themselves. They think that because of their outstanding talent, they are superior. But in reality, as time passes, countless races have been wiped out, but the human race has always been prosperous. This is enough to explain too many problems. The human race seems to be the race that is most adapted to the changes in the world, the race that is most adapted to natural selection and the survival of the fittest. Lin Feng agreed with the demon lord's words. The human race's body was weak and couldn't be compared to other races. In order to survive, the human race. So they began to look for ways to borrow the power of the world. Therefore, the human race created all kinds of cultivation systems. Later, other races also imitated the cultivation systems created by the human race and created their own cultivation systems. Moreover, in order to make up for their physical weakness, the human race would focus on cultivating the soul and developing the brain. Therefore, the human race's comprehension was extremely strong, and other races couldn't compare to it. This was also the reason why, among the top experts, there were so many of them. For example, the great emperor realm experts. The number of great emperors of the human race was far more than the great emperors of other races. Perhaps this was the fundamental reason why the human race had been prosperous for so long. Lin Feng walked forward and smashed the god statue with a human body and a centipede's head into pieces with a punch. What the hell? Looking down on the human race. I'll kick you away. Lin Feng muttered. Then, he kicked the centipede's head away. Then, he walked toward the palaces. There were about 20 palaces in the palaces. He opened the first palace. There were dozens of corpses lying here. These corpses had long been reduced to bones. He didn't know how long they had been dead. That's... Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. Chapter 1925. It was a jade seal with the diagram of 9 true dragons drawn on it, causing Lin Feng to be greatly shocked. Could it be the legendary true dragon seal? The true dragon seal was not simple, it was a supreme treasure created by the True Dragon clan. Although the True Dragon clan was extremely few in number. But over the long years, the appearance of 9 true dragon great emperors showed just how tyrannical this clan was. If it was really the true dragon seal, then it would be too shocking. Ordinary emperor weapons would not be able to compare to it. Lin Feng's 9 devils diagram. It could not even contend against the true dragon seal. He quickly walked over and held the true dragon seal in his hand. Then, he began to carefully observe the true dragon seal. The 9 true dragons drawn on it were lifelike, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, as if they were about to come back to life. It made one's heart tremble. Lin Feng could feel a powerful energy fluctuation from the true dragon seal. He felt it. The energy contained within the true dragon seal was as boundless as the sea. What a good treasure! I'm rich! I'm rich! Lin Feng shouted excitedly. The value of such a treasure was unimaginable. Looking at the true dragon seal, Lin Feng really couldn't put it down. But soon, his expression became ugly. Lin Feng had realized that there was something wrong. A crack actually appeared on the true dragon seal in his hand. Although the crack was very small, Ordinary people might not be able to notice it, but it was seen by Lin Feng, who was observant. It's not the true dragon seal. Lin Feng couldn't help but be disappointed. A treasure like the true dragon seal naturally wouldn't have a crack. Normally, treasures of this level would have the ability to repair themselves, or completely destroy the true dragon seal. Just like the heaven-swallowing jar. It was broken by someone. In this way, a treasure of this level would lose its ability to repair itself. If it was an ordinary crack, it would quickly recover to its original state. This was also the reason why Lin Feng determined that this treasure wasn't the true dragon seal. The demon lord said, "It is indeed made according to the appearance of the true dragon seal, but this treasure is not the true dragon seal. I guess that this treasure is most likely a powerful forbidden artifact. Your divine sense can invade it to sense it." Lin Feng nodded, and his divine sense invaded the seal. He obtained the information of this seal. Indeed, it was as Yarrow Jun had said. This seal was a forbidden artifact created according to the forging process of the true dragon seal. It wasn't the first time Lin Feng had seen a forbidden weapon. The power of a forbidden artifact. But there was a limit. Under normal circumstances, a forbidden artifact could be used 10. After 10 times. Forbidden artifact and the seal in front of the seal, there were still 2 uses. Lin Feng put the seal away. Although there were only 2 uses to be used. A treasure true dragon seal. Once its power was released, it would definitely be stronger than the 9 demons painting. At the critical moment. This treasure could be used as a killing weapon. It could deal a fatal blow to the enemy. Immediately after, Lin Feng began to observe these corpses. He checked these skeletons and found that these skeletons were well preserved and not broken. This explained. These people in the hall had not experienced a battle before they died. If they had experienced a battle, it was inevitable that they would have been injured. Of course, there was another possibility. The person who attacked was too powerful and killed them without giving these people a chance to resist. If that was the case, these people wouldn't have been injured when they died. But no matter what the case was, after a long time, the cause of their death had become a mystery. Lin Feng took off all the storage rings of these corpses and used his divine sense to invade them. Then, he couldn't help but curse. The internal space of these storage rings was completely destroyed. Originally, he wanted to make a windfall. But now, it seemed that this hope was gone. Lin Feng searched around the hall and didn't find anything special. He was about to leave the hall when he suddenly realized that the statue in this hall was also a statue with a human body and a centipede head. This statue is exactly the same as the one outside. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He jumped onto the altar and smashed the statue into pieces with a few punches and kicks. Only then did he leave the hall in satisfaction. Immediately after, Lin Feng came to the second hall. There were also many skeletons in the second hall. Many people had died here as well. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. After he checked, he found that the corpses in the second hall were also uninjured. They were exactly the same as the corpses in the first hall. He checked the storage rings of these people. All the storage rings were the same as the storage rings of the cultivators in the first hall. The internal space had already collapsed. Lin Feng jumped back onto the altar and smashed the statue to pieces. Then he left the second palace. Next, he explored the halls one by one. Many cultivators had died in each of the palaces. And those cultivators didn't have any injuries at all. Those people's storage rings were also destroyed. Before leaving, the statues in the halls would be destroyed by Lin Feng. Finally, he entered the main hall. The main hall was even larger and enshrined 3 statues. The statue in the middle was a statue with a human body and a scorpion head. The statue on the left was a statue with a human body and a crocodile head. The statue on the right was a statue with a human body and a wolf head. And in the main hall, there were also many skeletons. The skeletons in the main hall were much more than those in the side halls. These skeletons also didn't have any injuries on them. They died in a strange way. Lin Feng also checked the storage rings of these people. To his surprise, There was actually a storage ring that hadn't been destroyed. He put the storage ring away. When he returned, he would take a good look at the treasures in the storage ring. Lin Feng jumped in front of the 3 statues. He wanted to destroy them, but when he was about to do so, suddenly, at this moment, a palm-sized black centipede drilled out from the ground. That centipede directly soared into the sky. Its speed was as fast as lightning. It quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sensed it, turned around and slashed out a sword energy. Poochie. That centipede was directly cut in half by Lin Feng's sword energy. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that the centipede's vitality was too strong. After being cut in half by Lin Feng's sword energy, it didn't die. Half of its body quickly rushed in front of Lin Feng. Then it bit the back of Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng only felt a pain on the back of his hand. He quickly crushed the centipede to death. But the next moment, Lin Feng felt weak all over. His head seemed to be about to split open. His vision was blurry. Even his consciousness became blurry. He almost fell to the ground. Starting from the back of his hand, his body began to turn black. Lin Feng was poisoned. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the centipede's poison was. Even Lin Feng couldn't resist the centipede's poison. Chapter 1926. The centipede's poison was extremely terrifying and difficult to resist. If it was anyone else, they would definitely die. However, Lin Feng was different. Although he could not resist the centipede's poison, Lin Feng had the white jade toad on him. The white jade toad could cure thousands of poisons. No matter what kind of poison it was just a tonic for the white jade toad. After being poisoned, Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate and quickly summoned the white jade toad. Croak, croak. After being summoned, the white jade toad let out a few loud croaks and then sucked on the wound on Lin Feng's hand. A cold aura enveloped his body. The poison in Lin Feng's body quickly flowed backward. It was all absorbed by the white jade toad. Finally, I'm alive. Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. He finally understood why the cultivators who died in the temple did not have any injuries. Lin Feng guessed that those who died were most likely poisoned to death by the centipede. Lin Feng put the white jade toad on his shoulder and turned around to kick the 3 statues. He then walked outside. When he arrived outside, his expression changed greatly. He saw that there were many black centipedes outside. These centipedes were very strange. They had palm-sized bodies and a pair of sharp wings. They also had scorpion-like tails. This should be the great desolate double-winged poisonous centipede, the demon lord said with a grave expression. This kind of poisonous centipede is very terrifying. It is said that even giant gods and quasi-emperors can easily poison them to death. If it is a king-level centipede, even a great emperor can be poisoned to death. What? The poison is so strong. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The white jade toad could cure the poison. However, there were too many poisonous centipedes in front of him. If a large number of poisonous centipedes bit his body, if there was too much poison, he would immediately die. At that time, the white jade toad would not be able to do anything. Lin Feng was very clear about this, so he became very careful after seeing these poisonous centipedes. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate and quickly took out the 4 heavenly flames. Huff, huff. The 4 heavenly flames burned fiercely. Lin Feng's body was wrapped in flames. Kai, kai. The sound of burning could be heard continuously. The densely packed poisonous centipedes were directly burned to death. A large number of poisonous centipedes began to charge at Lin Feng without fear of death. However, no matter how many poisonous centipedes there were, they all died in the end under the burning of the heavenly fire. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the centipedes were unable to withstand the heavenly fire. Lin Feng collected all the dead poisonous centipedes. He could use these poisonous centipedes to cultivate the white jade toad. Gua gua gua. Seeing these poisonous centipedes, the white jade toad let out a series of excited cries. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Black fog rolled around the temple, and darkness enveloped them. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly when he saw this. It seemed that some terrifying creature had arrived. A voice filled with monstrous killing intent came from the black fog. "Lowly ant, how dare you kill my people? You're courting death." Lin Feng looked into the black fog and saw a towering existence. This existence had a human body and a centipede head. It looked very similar to the statue of the god worshipped in the temple. "Are you the god worshipped in the temple?" asked Lin Feng, looking at the centipede-headed creature. "That is my great ancestor, the Holy Centipede King," said the centipede-head creature. However, it then roared furiously, "How dare you destroy the statue of my ancestor? You are courting death. You despicable human, you deserve to die." This existence was thoroughly enraged. The destruction of the statue of his ancestor caused his killing intent to soar. Huff, 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 huff. The terrifying existence spat out a large amount of poisonous fog. The poison contained in the poisonous fog was not something that could be compared to the poison contained in the body of an ordinary prehistoric double-winged poisonous centipede. The poison was so strong that it could even corrode the void. It was truly terrifying. When Lin Feng saw that, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. That fellow should be equivalent to a king insect, right? The poisonous fog it spat out was actually so terrifying. Huff. To Lin Feng's surprise, the white jade toad opened its mouth and sucked in the poisonous fog. The poison spat out by the desolate dual-winged poisonous centipede king was completely devoured by the white jade toad. Lin Feng's spirit was greatly roused. He immediately took out the 9 demons painting and attacked the desolate dual-winged poisonous centipede king. "Despicable ant, do you think you can fight against this god? That's simply a pipe dream." The desolate dual-winged poisonous centipede king let out a furious roar. Its incomparably huge tail swept towards the 9 demons painting. Then, a hair-raising scene appeared. One after another, arms grew out of its body. In the blink of an eye, its body was densely packed with arms. There were no less than 100 arms. Each arm was holding a magic treasure. These magic treasures were activated and directly attacked Lin Feng. Damn! What a freak! Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was so frightened that his whole body trembled. The centipede had many legs. The legs of a centipede were equivalent to the hands of a cultivator. That was why the desolate dual-winged poisonous centipede king had so many arms. Lin Feng quickly used the heaven patching technique to dodge the attacks of those magic treasures. Then, he recalled the 9 demons painting. Then, without even looking back, he rushed outside. Within the black fog, the desolate dual-winged poisonous centipede king covered the sky and pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng used the burning wrath of the heavens to condense a huge ball of flame. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the huge ball of flame directly exploded. In an instant, countless desolate dual-winged poisonous centipedes were killed. Those that were not killed were burned to death by the flames. Lin Feng rushed out of the black fog and quickly rushed outside the island. "Lowly human, where do you think you're going?" a cold voice sounded. The desolate dual-winged poisonous centipede king quickly chased after Lin Feng. Its huge tail pierced through the void and arrived in front of Lin Feng in an instant. It stabbed towards Lin Feng's chest. Danger! Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. At the moment of life and death, his body moved sideways to the left, narrowly avoiding this sure-kill attack. Then, Lin Feng's speed reached the extreme. He rushed to the periphery of the island, opened the seal, and quickly left the island. Then, he sealed the seal again. At this time, the desolate dual-winged poisonous centipede king had already caught up. Asterisk bang bang bang, asterisk again and again, the ferocious beast rammed into the seal that sealed Sunken Island. However, the seal on the island was very strong. The desolate dual-winged poisonous centipede king could not break the seal at all. Roar 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 roar. Chapter 1927. F***CK, come out if you dare. I can crush you to death with one hand. Lin Feng stood outside Sunken Island and shouted. Roar. The wild double-winged poisonous centipede queen was thoroughly enraged. This despicable human cultivator dared to provoke it. This was absolutely intolerable. The poisonous centipede queen reverted to its true form, which was a 10,000-meter tall body. His mountain-like body slammed into the restriction, but he still couldn't break it. Haha, you can't come out, right? You should be glad that you can't come out. If you do, I will crush you to death and brew wine for you. The wine brewed by the centipede queen will definitely taste good. Lin Feng continued to shout. The wild double-winged poisonous centipede queen was so angry that it wanted to cut Lin Feng into pieces. However, it was now trapped on the island. Although it hated Lin Feng to the core, there was nothing it could do to Lin Feng. In the end, the wild double-winged poisonous centipede queen returned. It felt that if it continued to stay here, it would definitely be driven mad by this despicable human. Don't go, you coward. Come and fight me one-on-one if you have the ability, Lin Feng shouted provocatively. The wild double-winged poisonous centipede queen's thick tail destroyed a large part of the forest to vent its anger and grievance. Seeing the wild double-winged poisonous centipede queen leave, Lin Feng leisurely walked towards Nazha's residence. Seeing Lin Feng return, Nazha's worried expression finally relaxed. Big brother Lin, did you find anything special on Sunken Island? Nazha asked curiously. There are many terrifying poisonous centipedes sealed in there, Lin Feng said. Poisonous centipedes, ah. Nazha screamed in fright and pounced on Lin Feng. This little girl seemed to be very afraid of poisonous centipedes. What a warm and fragrant body. Hugging a delicate little beauty like Nazha was so comfortable. At this moment, Nazha realized that her position with Lin Feng was too ambiguous. Blushing, she left Lin Feng's embrace and lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Feng. She whispered, I was bitten by a centipede when I was young, so I'm especially afraid of centipede. Lin Feng nodded. No wonder Nazha had such a big reaction when she heard about the centipede. It was because she was traumatized when she was young. Let's rest early. I'll accompany you to meet your friends tomorrow, Lin Feng said. Nazha nodded. Lin Feng came to Aunt Nazha's room. He took out Aunt Nazha's portrait and carefully looked at the beauty in it. Then, he sighed, such a delicate beauty died so early. She's really a beauty with a short life. What a pity. After sighing with emotion, Lin Feng put away Aunt Nazha's portrait. Then, he took out the storage ring he obtained from the temple. This was the only storage ring that was not damaged. He wondered if there was anything good inside. Lin Feng was looking forward to it. His divine thought invaded the storage ring. He immediately discovered that this storage ring had about a dozen cubic meters of space. Although the space was not big, there were many things piled up. There were magic treasures, pills, heavenly materials, and some precious immortal iron and divine stones. Lin Feng checked the level of a few of the magic treasures and found that they were all magic treasures of the giant divine soldier level. This made him very surprised. Lin Feng could not help but mutter. Could it be that the owner of this ring was a giant divine soldier when he was alive? Of course, this was only Lin Feng's guess. If one was not a giant divine soldier, they could naturally have a giant divine soldier. Take Lin Feng for example. He was only at the divine fire realm. But he had an emperor weapon. Lin Feng saw a sealed purple jade box and could not help but let out a surprised cry. This kind of purple jade was very rare. He took out the purple jade box. He could not help but ponder. Why is there a seal? Could it be that something special is sealed inside? Lin Feng began to break the seal of the purple jade box. He had always been very careful. Because he did not know what would appear after breaking the seal. Something extremely dangerous might happen, so he had to be careful. Since ancient times, countless cultivators had died because of carelessness. One restriction after another was broken by Lin Feng. Crack, crack. Finally, the purple jade box was opened by Lin Feng. The moment the purple jade box was opened, a terrifying pressure filled the air. Bang! The pressure directly swept Lin Feng's body and directly sent Lin Feng flying. The purple jade box also fell to the ground. Lin Feng felt as if all the bones in his body were about to be broken. His face was as pale as paper. There must be something terrifying sealed inside the purple jade box. Otherwise, it would not release such a terrifying pressure. He circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to resist the powerful pressure emitted from the purple jade box. Then, he carefully walked towards the purple jade box. Arriving beside the purple jade box, Lin Feng picked it up. Then, he completely opened the purple jade box. A golden bone appeared in front of Lin Feng's eyes. It was the pressure emitted by this golden bone that injured Lin Feng. What kind of bone is this? It's actually so powerful. Lin Feng carefully observed the golden bone. Soon, his expression changed. This was because this golden bone was actually branded with dense emperor runes. This is an emperor bone, the demon lord said. What? An emperor bone? Lin Feng could not help but widen his eyes, and his breathing became heavy. An emperor bone, only the great emperor's origin bone was called an emperor bone. It was said that every emperor bone was branded with the ancient inheritance of the great emperor, and it also contained part of the great emperor's law power. The value of an emperor bone was impossible to estimate. Now, the demon lord actually said that the one in front of him was an emperor bone. Lin Feng's heart was shocked and excited. An emperor bone is rare. If a great emperor falls, his body will not be left behind and will be destroyed. Therefore, it is impossible for an emperor bone to be left behind. However, nothing is absolute. To be able to obtain such an emperor bone, it's also a great opportunity, the demon lord could not help but say. The blessing of Thunder City's luck. Now, my luck is flourishing. To be able to obtain this emperor bone, is it related to my own luck? Lin Feng's heart could not help but move as he said aloud. Luck is both real and fake. Even a great emperor would find it difficult to comprehend the mysteries of luck. Perhaps only by cultivating to the immortal realm can one comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth contained in luck. The demon lord said. Lin Feng nodded. He looked at the emperor bone and said, how should I deal with this emperor bone? Refine the bone into the body.